Hello and welcome to Slash Cinema, the show where we watch and rank entire horror film franchises so you don't have to. My name is Justin Ashley, and joining me, as always, is the man with a million hot takes, Mark Skews.
Top of the cornin to you?
Oh,
nope.
I see what you did there. Mark, our last episode is our least popular episode ever.
I take full responsibility.
That was your pick.
We
tackled, what franchise was that?
The amazing Sleepaway Camp franchise.
And if you have not seen it, please give it a watch. That video desperately needs some love.
Yeah.
That's
it can't just be me that's a fan of it.
I liked that episode, actually, funny enough. I think it was, I think it was pretty strong. But we're not here to talk about any bullshit Friday the 13th
We're not here to talk about a strong franchise.
We're here to talk about a much weaker
That's
franchise.
Right.
Mark, Sleepaway Camp was your pick. Now it came back to me. What have I decided we're going to tackle?
Well, in case you can't tell, Justin has actually been holding this over me for probably about the better part of a year and a half now. Sort of threatening that, hey, Mark, just mentally prepare yourself. This one's coming. It's 11 entries. We're doing Children of the Corn.
Children of the motherfucking Corn.
Yeah.
We got here, buddy.
Yeah.
This is one that I have been excited to do this.
I have not.
Since the inception of this show.
You have talked about this nonstop.
Because when we first started doing the show, this was, I think, by the third or this would have been after the Halloween episode. I remember us sitting down and we just started Googling. We're like, okay, horror franchises. We had a minimum of 4 entries rule, and we just started making a list. And this is the master / cinema calendar that we have. We have this master list. And one of the biggest surprises is when I found out there is 11 Children of the Corn films.
Yep.
Who would know that? This is a franchise that is one of the biggest horror franchises of all time, and yet it's not.
How?
Because you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It is in terms of numbers.
Right.
So to put that in perspective, that's more entries than Child's Play, more entries than Nightmare on Elm Street, more entries than Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yep.
And it ties with Hellraiser, and it's just below Friday the 13th.
Yeah.
For Children of the Corn?
It does not deserve to be that that
how?
productive.
And no one talks about this franchise.
No.
And so when I saw that, when we were making this list, and I saw 11 Children of the Corn films, I got so excited.
Yeah.
Because I'm always my thing is I want to see everything that's out there. I want to be exposed to it all. I want to experience all these different franchises. And my biggest thing is, what excites me the most is when you get a franchise that's it's 11 entries. Where do they go with these? How insane do these entries get? What is the level that we get to when you have 11 Children of the Corn films to work with?
How far off the script do they get, right?
Yeah.
Do they go full Hellraiser?
Right.
Where they're in space and they're in time travel and plots that just have nothing to do with the original.
And then it's also one of those things where we go, who did they get?
Yeah.
Are we going to get a Henry Cavill,
Right.
before they were famous? Are we going to see a Jennifer Aniston pop up, right? So I've been excited. I've been holding this over Mark's head for quite a while. He has not wanted. As soon as he realized there was this many entries, he point blank was like, no. I think you tried to shut it down originally. And I was like, no, that's not our job. Our job isn't to just say what we don't want to watch. Our job is to watch it for the audience.
See, Justin is young and he has many years of life left. I do not. So
what little remaining golden years you have left, Mark. Slash Cinema is going to absorb that from you.
This is what's taking it up.
Yeah.
Yep.
11 entries.
You are right. We had to do it. And here we are.
And we've now tackled it. We have a question to answer.
We do.
For this
special bonus footage.
Yeah, the question for this episode is going to be, what is your favorite and least favorite group of children
That's right.
from the films?
Yep.
So which group, like I call them the corn cult.
Corn kids.
Yeah,
I call them corn kids.
Corn kids,
Yep.
the corn cult.
Yep.
Which is your least favorite and your most favorite group of those kids?
Yep.
And you're going to have to wait till 10 hours from this point to find the answer
till
to
tomorrow.
that. Yeah, to find the answer to that
that.
question.
Yeah.
We are going to be tackling these entries in chronological order, as we always do.
Release order, yep.
Release
Yep.
order. Sorry, not chronological. Autobiographical. We're going to be doing it autobiographical.
Yeah.
The order in which I experienced
That's
them.
right,
That's
yeah.
how we're going to be tackling it.
Starting with Runaway.
Right, yeah, right. No, we're going to be doing it in release order. So we're going to start with the original 1984 Children of the Corn,
Yep.
ending with the remake, the most recent entry from 2020. Oh, are you ready? I know I am.
This is one we are literally watching, so you don't have to.
I'm excited to get into
Yeah.
to this one. Not as painful as Leprechaun was for me. Leprechaun, I struggled with those ones for some reason.
I think this is going to be my version of your Leprechaun.
This one wasn't as bad. I would still say the hardest thing to watch to date on this show has been Freddy's Nightmare Season 2.
Yeah.
That was just, it just wasn't fun. Mm-hmm. And there was just and it was just homework. It was a chore. And when this becomes a chore, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Right?
You thought that maybe, like the first season, you had the potential of every episode could be something wild, and then it wasn't. We come into these franchises kind of hoping for the same, and I'm interested to see whether or not you felt like it gave you that variety.
Well, in order to find out, we're going to have
get
to
into
get
it.
into it.
Yeah.
All right, that's more than enough waffling.
Yeah.
Let's start with where it all began, brother, with the original Children of the Corn from 1984. So this movie comes out in 84. Mark, do you know that 1984 is considered the greatest film, year of film of all time?
I didn't know it was the greatest, but I can totally understand that.
Oh, it's like 84. Yep. It's got Gremlins. It's got Karate Kid. It's got Nightmare on Elm Street. It's got Temple of Doom.
Yep.
It's like everything. And 1984 is this magic year of film. So I find it so funny that Children of the Corn comes out this year.
Is in there.
Yeah. This is my number 4.
This is my number 8.
Holy shit, you put it way down. Whoa. Yeah. Okay, all right.
Yeah, it doesn't even get any first entry bonus points for me.
Whoa.
No. Yeah.
Wow. Once again, we are ranking these from worst to best. Yeah, wow, you put it super low.
8. Yeah.
Wow, okay, so you really don't like this movie.
Nope.
There's a lot I don't like about this movie. I think there's much more entertaining entries. I wouldn't punish it that hard.
You said something before we started, when you were putting your ranks together. If you had to go back and you were ranking them based on like holding two up against each other and deciding which one you would watch again first, I cannot see myself. I've now watched this one twice. It was the only entry that I had seen before we started doing this for the show. I will never watch that movie again.
I should actually say I had only ever seen the original. I'd never seen any of the other entries. So I was in the same boat as you. I didn't know what the series became, right? Like I never knew. 8, so wow, that surprises me. All right, well, let's get into the plot. So it opens fittingly with quiet shots of cornfields. We then cut to a small church and get some text on the screen revealing we're in Gatlin, Nebraska. Gatlin is going to be a recurring place we go to. We go to Gatlin a lot. And if we're not in Gatlin, we go to places that are basically just Gatlin.
Right beside Gatlin.
Yeah. Around Gatlin or just, it's not Gatlin, but it's Gatlin.
Gatlin copy.
Exactly. There's some text reveals that it's 3 years before present. So before the actual time the current like story takes place in the movie. A little boy then starts narrating, and him and his father leave the church and head to a local cafe. The boy's father phones home where his daughter is sick with a strong fever. We then see a strange-looking boy, Isaac, who smiles sinisterly through the cafe window in one of the most iconic shots in the franchise. Isaac nods to an older boy inside named Malacai. Several other children lock the cafe's entrance as another poisons the coffee being served to the adults. Moments later, patrons start choking on the clearly poisoned coffee as the children then reveal concealed weapons and begin slaughtering all the adults in the cafe as Isaac watches menacingly.
Yep.
It's quite the opening to a movie. Cut back to the little girl who's drawn a prophetic drawing of crayon. It's like a crayon picture she did of the cafe massacre. So she has somehow seen this or foreseen this, and she does it in her little children's drawing.
Yep.
We then get our opening credits of ominous music playing over more children's drawings of creepy imagery. So we get more of the girls' drawings. Cut to present day where we're introduced to Vicky, played by
Linda Hamilton.
Hamilton, who what do we know her from, Mark?
I don't know. She hasn't done anything else.
She did some robot movie or some shit once. I don't know. I don't remember what it's called. It was like Clink Clank You're Dead or
That's
some
right,
shit.
yeah.
Clink Clank You're Dead. I'll put that poster up right now. Linda Hamilton, obviously well-known actress.
She appeared in Zorg Beast.
Sorry. 84. Terminator is also 84.
Oh, another
so
84 movie.
So literally, Linda Hamilton, the same year she did Terminator, did Children of the Corn. I just made that connection. Yeah. Strange year for Children of the Corn 1 to come out. So Vicky is accompanied by her boyfriend Bert, who she wakes up to wish a happy birthday, and she gifts him an embroidered gold lighter. Vicky and Bert are they're like newlyweds, the way I interpreted it.
I guess. I don't know if they ever...
I think they're newlyweds.
Yeah.
I don't know. Or they're just a couple that's been together for a while.
Yeah.
I was a little confused. They're on a road trip, and I didn't quite understand this.
So he's a doctor.
Yes.
And he's moving his practice, or he's been hired by
he took a new position in a new town. So they're moving
They're
their
going
life.
cross country to get
to move
to
their new life. Yeah. We cut back to the narrator boy and his sister. Another boy is attempting to run away, leaving the brother and sister behind. The little boy attempts to flee as he's pursued and killed in the cornfields by an unknown stalker. So, Mark, a child dies only 15 minutes into the runtime. I thought you would really like this. You telling me
that is one aspect of these movies.
It was one positive. I brought it up from a 9,
yeah.
and then I put it to an 8.
It's the only thing that got me through the franchise.
There's a lot of child deaths in these
right.
movies, actually. Yeah. A lot of infanticide for Mark. Yeah.
They are not protected.
No. I mean, they kind of can't be because they're the killers, right? Yeah. Bert and Vicky suddenly run into the dead boy's body on the road, which is pretty fucking brutal.
Yeah.
Like the first time you watch it, it's going to catch you off guard. It's played.
You just don't expect to see that, right?
No.
Some kid getting hit full tilt.
Getting
on a
stabbed
highway.
and then getting smoked on the highway. Yeah, pretty brutal. Bert suspects foul play after examining the dead boy and grabs a tire iron before proceeding into the cornfield to investigate, finding the dead boy's suitcase. Frazzled and shook up, they continue on their trip, with Bert commenting that the boy's throat was slit and he was dead before he walked out into the road.
Do you think it might have been some kind of accident? Like farm equipment or something?
No, it wasn't like that. His throat was cut deliberately. He was already dead when he stumbled out into the road.
Malacai catches the brother and sister listening to music and playing a board game and brings them to Isaac for judgment. Isaac says to let it go, with Malacai protesting. Vicky looks through the boy's suitcase where she finds a strange cross made of corn plants. Vicky and Bert pull up to a small gas station where they actually meet another adult. The attendant tells them that he has no gas and basically just tells them to fuck off.
Right.
He just tells them to go away. And he recommends they take a route to a different town and avoid Gatlin altogether. Bert and Vicky attempt to do so, but the road signs appear to have been tampered with, which I didn't get this. I was confused by this. So the gas station guy's like, yeah, don't go to Gatlin, go to the other town, which I forget the name of it. It's going to come up in our next entry.
Yep.
And they try to go to the other town, but for some reason the signs are wrong and they just keep going in circles until they end up in Gatlin anyway.
It keeps pointing you back to where you were.
Well, here's what I don't get. If the kids were trying to remain hidden, why would they fuck with the sign? Like, it's weird. It's almost like they were trying to fuck with the sign so you couldn't find Gatlin, but that ends up just making you go to Gatlin.
It's almost like it doesn't make any sense at all.
I wouldn't go that far. This film is expertly well written.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Right,
this is the top is Mark, this is 84. Okay?
I missed that.
Yeah, this is a 1984
obviously
film.
it came out in the year of film.
It's as good, if not better, than Terminator.
Right.
I mean, it came out the same year.
Yeah.
It's got to be, that's how that works. Yeah.
It's the year before Back to the Future, so obviously it influenced great movies like that.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So the couple gets lost and they drive around aimlessly. They end up back at the gas station they started at. Meanwhile, Malacai holds a sermon for the town's children in the cornfield, proclaiming the entity they worship, he who walks behind the rose, is testing them by sending outlanders into their town. Bert and Vicky finally make their way into the seemingly dead town of Gatlin. They stop at the cafe where the adults were massacred at the beginning to look for a phone, which is, of course, dead. They spot some children outside and chase after them, but lose them very quickly. Bert then spots someone inside one of the houses they pass, and they stop to investigate. Inside, they find the narrator boy's sister, Sarah, who tells them the parents are all gone and that the leader of the town is a scary boy named Isaac, the Isaac we saw earlier in the movie. Frustrated, Bert heads off to the town hall, leaving Vicky with Sarah. He walks around the town, but finds only empty buildings and corn plants everywhere. Malacai and a posse of children pay a visit to Vicky and Sarah and kidnap Vicky. Bert runs back to find she's gone, so he heads off into the cornfield to find her. Meanwhile, the children hang Vicky on a large cross and begin a ritual to sacrifice her. Before long, Bert finds himself the target of the town's children who hunt him down. The narrator boy, whose name is Job, appears and helps him hide. Malacai and Isaac have a falling out. They argue about how best to act next, which leads to Malacai's betrayal, and the cult turns on Isaac and strings him up in Vicky's place. That night, the ritual begins as Isaac faces judgment from he who walks behind the rose. Bert runs in to disrupt the ritual and calls out all the children on how twisted their faith is before getting into a fight with Malacai, which is really goofy. The little fight he has with because it's like a grown man and a teenager, and he basically just pins him down and then just keeps slapping him in the face. It's funny that our enforcer Malacai is he while he is scary, it's wow, did they ever take he's suddenly not so menacing when and Bert's injured at that point too, and he just has very little difficulty bitch slapping him around. Possessed Isaac then appears and kills Malacai. The deity appears, so the deity they worship, he who walks behind the rose, it appears, and it's kind of like a twister in the cornfield. It's the way I interpret it. That's what it looks like. Everyone shelters in a nearby barn. Job then, out of nowhere, explains what a previous adult was attempting to do to stop the deity, which was burn the fields. Working with the children, Bert rigs up a hose of fuel. He then pumps the fuel into the irrigation system, which disperses it out into the field as the entity closes in on them. They light the cornfield ablaze, seemingly defeating the entity before Bert, Vicky, Job, and Sarah awkwardly walk away as the end credits roll.
Yep.
That is the plot of Children of the Corn 1. Where do you want to start, Mark? You have it super low. Can I start with what I like?
Sure.
Because maybe you like some of the things I like.
Maybe. Yeah.
I like Isaac. That's a cool fucking character.
Yeah, I think they could have done more with him, but sure.
He doesn't get a lot. You're right. He doesn't get a ton of screen time, but but that also works.
Yeah.
I think he's one of those movie monsters that just works. So he's played by actor John Franklin. John Franklin was 24 at the time of filming this. John Franklin had one of those diseases, whatever you want to call it, where it like kind of prematurely ages you or stunt. He had
holds you
something.
back.
Yeah, it holds you back. So he had like the face of a 24-year-old in like the body of like a 12-year-old.
It works.
So he's got a very interesting, unique look to him.
Yeah.
And something about like he just, sometimes, they cast somebody and it just works. He just is this character.
Yeah.
He's just so good as Isaac.
Does he speak to you, Isaac?
He speaks to me always, but today he is displeased. He is displeased with you, Malacai.
What have I done?
Question him not in vain. Do you not know you did sacrifice Joseph without an offering? And did you not spill the blood of the old man when his oil and gasoline were still useful to us?
We have our own fuel now from the corn.
Show not your pride, Malacai. We have not enough.
All of his facial expressions, it's all so natural. He's just such a naturally creepy fucking looking guy.
Without going so over the top that it's like villainous, right? Like he's not twisting the mustache, but there's a number, you referred to it earlier, like when he's looking in the restaurant with his smirk, right? Like just that like smile on his face, like, And
he's got a really weird, creepy voice too. Like his voice is just naturally kind of off-putting.
None of you will be forgiven! All of you shall feel his wrath!
We have a surprise for you, Amos.
You morons! Don't you understand what he's trying to
Isaac's
do?
going to keep you
He who
company.
walks behind the rose will decide your fate! I am the Word and the giver of his laws! This is the end!
It feels like an adult in a children's body.
right.
Which is kind of what it is.
Yeah.
Later on, they try to do that again in this franchise, and it just never works.
Yep.
It always is a pale, imitation of this. I think John Franklin is just, Isaac is just such a cool horror movie character. Yeah. What do you think of Malacai? He's like enforcer.
As the heavy,
Yeah.
but they're all kids, right? So it still looks a little strange. I was actually a little bit more impressed, I think, with Malacai than I was with Eli or with
Isaac.
Yeah. His face just right from the start, it's like, oh, okay, I know exactly who you are. I thought that he kind of had the look of what they were going for more than anybody else in the Corn Kids cult.
The two of them paired together, I just think they work so well.
That's why
it's just such a cool.
We came into the sacred
Slash on the
desk here, and I saw Justin's got the action figure. I'd never seen that before, but it's a nice set.
Yeah, they did a little action figure set of little Isaac and little Malacai. Yeah, they even got little cute accessories.
Yeah.
They even gave Malacai a little scythe. Yeah,
I love it.
Malacai. I didn't write the actor's name down. I don't know if you have it.
No,
but
no.
yeah, he was excellent in this. There's just the two of them. Like, I like the idea that you've got Isaac's kind of like, he's the mental, like he's the brains, right?
Right.
And he's the mental manipulator. He's like burrowing into your thoughts, and he's the one that he will talk rationally to you.
Right.
But then he's got his heavy.
Yeah, he's the man of thought, whereas Malacai's the man of action.
Right. He's got his
And,
enforcer.
Yeah.
I find it interesting. I don't really like this, but it is an interesting choice. They have like a falling out at the end of the movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Malacai just doesn't think that Isaac's, taking the group forward the way that he thinks that they should.
Yeah,
right?
and so they end up having this big falling out, and Malacai betray. Like, it's an interesting choice for a first entry to have inner turmoil,
right?
Like within the group. Like, I find that like.
Yeah.
I liked the moments where Malacai challenges Isaac on a few things, but to actually go full on, like he has like a coup that he throws at the end, that caught me off guard. I don't know. I wasn't expecting that the first time.
I mean,
watched
they're
it.
kids though, right? So you kind of expect that they're not going to be rational.
Yeah.
Right. So, well.
All right. That's one thing I liked, Mark. I'm going to throw it back to you. Is there another thing you liked before we just start dunking?
That I liked?
There's got to be some stuff. It's not all crap. It's filmed competently.
It is.
Yeah.
But I don't see that as a positive because this movie is presented as like a prestige picture. And in horror, I kind of don't like that because they want this to be a classy movie. So they pull back on a lot of stuff to try to make this accessible to an audience that wouldn't otherwise watch a movie like this. But for someone like me, like us, that doesn't need to be convinced to watch a good horror movie. Horror to us is a valid film type. This was more drama than horror, and I just can't stand that. Right? What it does is it leads to a movie that's kind of boring throughout most of the movie, right?
Yeah. Let's talk about that.
Yeah.
So the biggest problem this movie has is it's just boring.
The pacing is so
slow.
I have a note. The first third of the movie is them just driving. The second third of the movie is them walking through the ghost town.
Yeah.
And then the third act of the movie, things finally start to pick up. But by then you're like, oh, you've already lost me.
It's not even a long runtime. I think it's only an hour and a half.
Yep.
Like it's not a long runtime. I think this movie is a good example of they don't do anything particularly bad, but it's also just not interesting. Like it's not a poorly made film, but it's not.
Good.
It looks good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get into like the set decoration here in a second and like the little details they did, but I want to compare this to, and there's two franchises that this series we're going to talk about. I want to compare it to Texas Chainsaw, and we're also going to compare it to Hellraiser because those two franchises are very similar in a lot of regards, specifically Hellraiser, but Texas Chainsaw Massacre. What's the plot of Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Mark? Like the first one, Mark. What's the first one? What's the basic? Just broad strokes.
Yep. Kids go looking for their grandfather's grave, thinking that it might have been desecrated, only to find themselves pulled into a world that they did not expect and have no way to deal with it.
You and your friends are in the middle of nowhere, in buttfuck nowhere, surrounded by farm fields, and chaos ensues.
Yep.
We have a very similar plot here with Vicky and Bert on a road trip, end up in buttfuck nowhere.
Yep.
And so you and your friend don't know where you are, and yet so different, those two movies. Because you could say Texas Chainsaw 1, the pacing is super slow. But I feel that it is built, it's ratcheting up the atmosphere. Yeah. This one doesn't really do that.
There's no ratchet. It's just...
And even when we get to that third act, it doesn't have much of a punch either.
Yeah.
You know? Texas Chainsaw is the one, this made me think of that one the most. The Children of the Corn 1. But I do want to commend them on, because it is filmed very competently. It's an 80s film, right? It's 84. It's not a no budget like piece of shit. Like it's filmed very competently. There's some good cinematography at work here. I like the idea. Like the idea of driving into this isolated, creepy town can work.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it doesn't. It's
yeah.
boring, unfortunately.
I would have to push back on that and say that I think that one of the things that hampers this entire franchise is that the idea of Children of the Corn and this sort of cult that they start and who they are and what they represent is such a restriction on their filmmaking. Maybe not so much in the first one, but you can tell as we move through that having to stick to that
formula.
Really, sometimes like Nightmare on Elm Street is the perfect idea of taking a framing device and using that to really create a punch, right? Teenagers, they fall asleep. There's this killer that can get them, right? There's so much creative space you can explore with that. But with this, normal people traveling into rural Nebraska and find themselves hunted by children. Some of these movies just cannot get it right. And I feel like that starts right with this first one. It's just, I never felt any tension. I never felt like there was any real threat going on. God, you're an adult. Kick this kid in the head. Like, seriously.
Right.
Like, why are you having any trouble with this? Right. Like, I get if there was like 100 of them and they all rushed you at the same time.
The scene where they surround Bert in the town square is kind of scary because they're all having they'll have sharp weapons. Like, even if you were gonna punch we kind of
you could take out a few of them before.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't find I don't find this threatening at all.
I think what's supposed to be scary is the idea of children turning on their parents. Yeah. I think that's a horrifying thought.
I wish they had. There's a way you can do this that does make this threatening, but I think that because they wanted to, I've got it listed here. This is labeled as a horror drama.
Yeah.
And they didn't want to lean too far into the horror side, which meant that the whole thing was just kind of too soft for me.
Well, I'm going to give it some credit for the atmosphere that it does build.
Yeah.
I think it does a good job. So like when they're driving through the cornfields, like the idea of the endless cornfields, that to me is kind of off-putting because you're so isolated. And it's the same thing Texas Chainsaw does, but they do it well here. And I like when they're driving through. And I mean, this is before cell phone. They don't have portable internet or anything. You have to put yourself in the mind of somebody from 84, right? You have to put yourself in the mind of an 80s person driving in the middle of nowhere, right? Southern, rural United States.
Yep.
And they try to put on the radio and all they can find is like Bible, like
religious stations. Yeah.
Only by the blood of the Lamb are we saved.
Getting tired of that crap.
Yeah. So it's setting up the atmosphere. There's this feeling of, there's a lot of great shots when they're driving through where it's just, the cornfields just never seem to end. It's just endless farm fields. And that's kind of a creepy notion.
Right.
The idea of like, where is, especially when they're driving around with those signs, it's like, there's no GPS, there's none of that shit. You are isolated and like you might be trapped.
Right.
That is inherently, that to me is more scary than the kids.
It's like it doesn't even look like the cornfield actually belongs to anybody at that point. It's just out there in the sea of
Right. It's like, the town of Gatlin, I think is cool. I think they did a good job with it as like a set piece. It's like this seemingly abandoned ghost town, but there's always like, they get to do a great job setting up the sense that you're always being watched. There's always these like kids, like, and this is where I think the kids are more effective, not necessarily when they're trying to come at you with like their weapons and their little hatchets and shit, but the idea of that, where is everyone in this town?
Right.
What happened here? And as you're moving around, there's always like kids scuttling around in the background.
Yeah.
And they're always like hiding in the shadows, just kind of waiting for you to let your guard down. I think that really works. When they go into the buildings, you want to talk about set decoration. Man, they did a great job with this. Everywhere they go, you cannot escape these corn plants.
Right.
And I know it sounds so basic and obvious. It's like, oh, children of the corn. So what do we do to decorate the set? We just throw corn everywhere. Yeah, but that works.
That's their thing.
Yeah, but
right?
that works. And it is kind of creepy because they go to the cafe and where there previously was a bunch of adults just, living their normal lives, what's there now? It's just corn plants everywhere.
Yeah.
Corn plants. Bert goes and explores. I think he goes into one of the other buildings and there's like corn plants everywhere. Mm-hmm. You look out in the streets. What's it filled with? Dead corn plants.
Just corn
everywhere.
husks.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
And there's also like weird religious effigies strewn about randomly in town.
They write stuff all over the walls and things like that.
Yeah.
Yep.
They do a great job creating this creepy town.
Yeah.
And it sets this atmosphere that it's almost like the cornfield has it's taken over the town. Literally taken over the town. It is now sprouting out into the buildings everywhere.
Sort of reaching in. And,
And so it's a great setting. It's a great setup. I want to give it credit for these things.
For setting up what could have been.
Right. But it just doesn't, it's not a particularly interesting movie. I don't find Bert and Vicky particularly interesting protagonists. I don't think either. Nothing's necessarily bad, but nothing's necessarily great.
It's interesting that you bring up Bert and Vicky. On any of the promotional materials, you never see them featured because they're so nothing.
They're just so bland.
Yeah.
I actually wondered about, and there's another entry that I think does a better job of this, but like, would Bert and Vicky, would they have benefited from being a group?
So there's something else I want to get into, and it might sort of lead into this.
Yeah, please.
When I watched this movie, I'd already seen this before. I'd seen this one before and knew before I watched it again for the show that there wasn't really a whole lot here. That the first time I watched it, I was very underwhelmed. So as I was going through the franchise in preparation for this, I also read the short story that Children of the Corn is based on, the Stephen King. I think it's 17 pages, so it's pretty short.
Oh, it's very short.
It's just a short story. And the short story is pretty good. One of the things...
Because it's not an hour and a half.
It's not an hour and a half, right? A great thing about a short story is that it gets in and out very quickly, so you don't have the time to sort of think about and start processing some of the things that wouldn't make
practicality,
sense, right?
Well, it puts a creepy thought in your head,
That's right.
which you then can stew on.
Right. And then it's over.
Yeah.
Right. And so because I wanted to figure out, like, what did this movie come from? Like, what were they basing this on? And one of the things that we don't get in this movie is that Bert and Vicky do not like each other in the short story. They hate each other.
Right.
They are at each other's throats.
Well, one of the entries.
That's right.
One of their
Yeah.
entries does that.
So we'll see this, right?
Two mixed results.
Right. This movie is not a very good representation of the short story. And I think that is to its discredit because the short story hits pretty hard. It focuses very little on the actual corn kids. They come out kind of right at the very end. Whereas in this movie, they're almost the stars of the show. And I think that is a detriment to the movie because the short story does a much better job of establishing that our two leads are the characters and that we are kind of along this journey with them going through it. And in the movie, our Burton and Vicky, they're just, we don't relate to them. We don't care about them. Right. And I think that's it lets the movie down because we're not on this ride with them. Whereas in the short story, you absolutely are. Right.
I think this is a good example of what it does well is creates a great atmosphere. And the book does the same thing, the short story. But then when you stretch that out, you just get bored.
Yep.
I think that's it, right? Like, I think the movie is at its best when they're just going around this town and trying to piece together what the hell happened here.
Yep.
You know, I think that's better. I want to talk about, because this is going to come up so many times and every one of these entries has a version of this. He who walks behind the rose. I started calling him either the entity or the deity because I don't want to keep saying he who walks behind the rose. This is some sort of ancient pagan demonic thing that the kids worship.
Yep.
And I think they do. I like the idea.
I hate it.
Why?
I hate this idea.
Yeah, why?
So,
well, you're not really into the supernatural. So
that's one,
yeah.
right? But if in the world building that you're establishing, if the supernatural exists, right? Like no one watches Star Wars and dislikes it, right? There's the Force, right? You get that. In this movie, though, in this franchise, I felt like actually making He Who Walks Behind the Rose be something is a huge letdown for these movies.
So you like, okay, so I actually have a point about this.
Yeah.
So I like that it's real.
Yeah.
But so like they build this up, right? So they build it up with like at one point, like, you know, something's off with the cornfields, but it doesn't quite like they do a good job up until the third act, leaving it kind of ambiguous. Like you see storm clouds form around the cornfield. There's like the TAS attendant's kind of like creeped out. Like he doesn't want to go into the actual field. And Isaac talks about he who walks behind the rose. So like they slowly, and then there's like, I think Sarah has a drawing of like just a black cloud and that's super effective. It's creepy as shit. But then when you find out that it's just like a black cloud, it just, I don't know, it's not as scary.
So what is it about a cult? So I think it's, when we think about the corn kids, right? The easiest analog here is to refer to them as a cult, right? What is it about a cult that is most horrifying?
The idea that human beings could do these things.
Right.
Yeah.
That you have a group of people that believe so strongly in something that everyone else outside of that group knows doesn't exist.
Now the blood of Amos will be shared.
Stop it! Stop that!
Hold the Outlander!
What the hell's going on here?
What are you, crazy? What do you think you're doing?
My passage. It's my birthday.
You got a pretty sick way of celebrating it, pal.
Right.
It's like, how do you invest so much into something that isn't real, but you believe it so much, right? In order for this world to work, the corn kids have to be believing in something that isn't actually real.
Yeah.
By showing us that he who walks behind the rose is a real thing, it kind of justifies everything they do.
Exactly.
Which
exactly.
is the worst.
I agree.
Yeah.
So literally, I'm just thinking to myself, so I almost, for a while, like most of the movie, they kind of play it ambiguous, where you're like, maybe there is no deity. Maybe there is no entity. Maybe that's not real. Maybe the Isaac's making all this up and he's just, maybe they've mass hypnosised each other, right? But then at that ending,
I was so let
they
down.
show you like, oh no, the cornfield's alive.
Yeah.
You see the corn plants move. They show you the entity. And in my head, I go, okay, so the kids actually aren't wrong.
No.
Because there is a real God. Like, there is a God.
Yeah, just like we can't come away from this franchise thinking that these kids are even close to being right.
But we do, because
they are.
Yeah, you
Like
get so it's not like they could have left this all ambiguous.
That would have been so awesome.
Where you never really know, and
Yeah.
it's like maybe there was something going on there, but maybe there wasn't. But instead, it's like no, there was a smoke monster, and the kids were right. They're not making this up.
Believe in something.
It's real.
It is something.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh no.
Because like it's one of those things where it's like if there was a religion, every religion, it's like, well, show me some evidence.
Right.
Everyone would join the corn religion
Right. Yeah.
if you could actually show them. Oh, hey, look, there's the smoke monster. Oh, hey, look, there's the corn plants moving. Like
it's like he who walks behind the rose is your God.
Is real.
Like he's
is 100%
like,
real.
And
yeah.
that's not the way that this is supposed to go.
Yeah.
But it does, right? And looking ahead in the franchise, I think there is maybe only one that doesn't come right out and say that exact thing, that he who walks behind the rose does exist. In one way or another, one different form or another, but it's absolutely a real
I'm
thing.
more I agree with you that it would have been an interesting way to go if they left it ambiguous, but I'm not against the fact that they show you something. It doesn't bother me.
I mean,
especially in a couple of them. I think
sure.
a couple
Some of them
cool.
because they don't take themselves so seriously, but because again
they have more fun.
This one's a prestige picture,
right?
You just can't.
You didn't like that smoke plume monster? That,
No.
I thought the effect of the screaming face was kind of cool when like the cornfield lights up. It's kind of cool.
I don't know.
It was neat. Yeah. Mark, do you want to go on something else? I have some more positives. I liked this movie a little bit. I obviously liked it a lot more than you, but it's still well made. There's some great synth music in this. Did you catch the synth soundtrack?
I didn't notice it, but
there's some good synth tracks actually.
I always give props to a movie that uses that.
I'm going to
well.
throw a couple of them up right now. Yeah, no, there's a couple good, like, solid synth tracks.
Yep.
Does a good job with that. So one thing that was absolutely pointless that I completely forgot that. Why did they have the narration from the little boy?
He was pretty smart, my dad. After church, we went to Hanson's, just like always. Sarah was homesick with Mom. She'd come down with the fever real sudden.
I'm not a huge fan of narration in movies. I'd rather just show me things. I don't necessarily need your character to tell me. I mean, with maybe the exception of Blade Runner, that's probably the best exception where where the narration actually benefits, because otherwise, how could you figure out what was going on?
Justin is just doing this to troll me now.
No, absolutely not. Yeah,
he doesn't even like Blade Runner, so this is to say that he prefers that is just him trying to hit me where it hurts.
Mark, I'm sad you think so little of me. I would never do something so petty. The narration from the little boy, and they drop it after the first 30 minutes. There's no narration. Yeah.
Referring back to the short story, they don't reveal the corn kids until the final third of the short story. So it really builds the suspense. Whereas I think with this movie, they kind of felt like they needed to come out of the gates really hard. And that's why you've got the big kill scene in the cafe. But that right from the start just reveals pretty much the whole plot of the movie. You're going to have these kids that defy adults, kill adults. Yeah. It's like, how about just keep that under the surface and reveal that as our two lead characters find themselves entrenched in this story, right? But you know right from the start what's going to happen. And I just felt like, you know, you could have built the suspense
It's almost
up, but
like
they don't.
rather than have that opening,
Yeah.
just cut right to Vicky and Bert.
Right.
And just
Yeah.
have them discover
Yeah.
this town.
Yeah.
And it's like, where are
Which is
we?
exactly what the
is
short
this?
story does, right?
Yeah.
You just start with Vicky and Bert. You have no idea what's going to, but as they drive deeper into the corn, they get themselves into deeper trouble.
Man, and man, does this the ending fizzles out so hard. Like there's like a
It's too cheesy.
Yeah, there's
for-
like a stupid scrap between Bert and then you get to see it's like, oh, here's what would happen if an adult actually fought like a younger kid, and it's just goofy. And then Isaac and Malacai just like kill each other.
Yeah.
I still didn't get what the hell was going on there. Like the entity possesses Isaac, kills Malacai, his like strongest follower.
Yeah.
That was okay. That for what purpose?
turns Isaac into Uber Isaac. That's
Yeah,
right, yeah.
and then they light the cornfield on fire. They defeat the entity, and then there's this stupid extra stinger they add.
Yeah.
The ending is so awkward. So like it's like Linda Hamilton and Vicky and Bert. They like take Sarah and Job, and I guess they're gonna adopt them. And they're like, they go back to the car, which is like has been jammed full of corn, right? And then there's like the girl like in the back seat, and they add like one extra little stinger,
extra jump scare. Yeah.
but it's not scary because then it's played goofy because then Bert just like slams the door in her face.
Yeah.
Interloper! No!
God!
You must die!
Oh, boy. Oh, she's out cold.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
It's like it was kind of and then they kind of just look at each other and go like,
What?
and then it goes, and then the end
Yeah.
comes up on the screen, and then they just shuffle on down the road.
It's almost like the movie got to 89 minutes and the studio's like, nope, it's got to be 90 minutes or else the theaters won't buy it. So go out and add one extra scene to push it over the, okay, what can we do? I
Just
don't
do
know.
a little bit of
Just-
something. Just
Yeah.
shuffle down the
Yeah.
road. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the Children of the Corn 1984. It gets credit for what it is, but not necessarily what it is, if that makes sense. It gets credit for being an early Stephen King adaptation. It's a film from 1984. It's competently well made. You got there's great talent involved here. It's just a boring fucking
It
movie.
is. Yeah.
It's a boring fucking movie, and that's why it doesn't rank super high for me. Yeah.
Definitely doesn't rank high for me.
Yeah. So, yeah, you have it super low. I do think that's way too low because I know the quality we're going to get into, but this is just the kind of Mark Skews rankings that you get.
Wild ride.
Yeah,
incoming.
here we go.
Yeah.
All right. Are you ready to move on to the
I
next
think
one?
so.
Okay. Moving on. So the original's 84. We're jumping ahead. This is from 1992, Children of the Corn 2, The Final Sacrifice. Mark, this is my number one.
Number one.
What?
This is the best movie in the franchise.
This is the best one.
Yeah.
This is the best one.
That's what I said to you when before we started. I'm like, I think we're going to agree on our number one.
You called that.
And I don't think we're going to agree on any other.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Holy
This is-
shit.
okay.
This is the best one.
It still sucks.
But it sucks
But,
in the right ways.
Yeah, if you're going to watch one, this is the one.
It sucks in the right ways.
That's right.
That's the thing. It's just the right balance of schlock that it's fun.
It's the only one that is
super
even
fun.
remotely fun. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, very fun.
There you go.
It's a good time, man. Wow. Got to do the high five, buddy.
Final sacrifice. Should have been the final sacrifice. Yeah.
I want to talk about the name for a second. This is the final sacrifice.
They let in with this way too early.
Like we got Friday the 13th Part 4 was called The Final Chapter.
Yeah.
Right? Obviously full of shit. Freddy's Dead was Part 6, and that was called Freddy's Dead. Obviously bullshit. To use a word like final is like a definitive word like that in the second entry is just so
good for you.
It's just so blasphemous.
Right.
And obviously they were completely full of shit. But so this film comes out 8 years after the original. It also marks the last theatrical entry in the whole franchise.
I think
one of them had a later. Yeah.
But like for all intents and purposes, like for the
one
bulk
of them,
these,
I think the 2021 had like a brief, theatrical run,
just to say
like,
that they did. But
exactly,
not really,
but it's not, but not really. It wouldn't have had like wide release, right? It opens. Let's get right into the plot. It opens with a credit sequence of ominous music playing over graphics of strange-looking cornfields. Oh, and I should say, Children of the Corn 2. With all of there's 11 entries. I do my best to source HD footage of these movies.
Yeah.
I had a fucking nightmare with a couple of these. So Children of the Corn Revelation, which is the 7th one, has no Blu-ray that I could find, has no HD transfer. So you're getting a standard def for that one. Children of the Corn 2, there is a Blu-ray in the UK. There's a UK release. I did my best to source the footage for you guys. I try to get you HD footage. So I ripped the DVD. I also screen captured. I had to watch it on like a pirate site, the HD version. It's a little janky. It's not the best. Guys, I did my fucking best.
Some of these are really tough to get.
Yeah, you're going to get a bit of... I'm going to cut between the standard definition and the HD transfer. So in case you're wondering why the fuck did I keep doing that, it's because some of the HD footage I got, it didn't quite record properly.
It is 92 though, so I mean, how good could it possibly be?
It is this is the number one. This is the best Children of the Corn film, Mark. It broke my heart that I couldn't get a really good HD transfer. So somebody make that happen, okay? Somebody get me a 4K of Children of the Corn 2, The Final Sacrifice.
But just that one.
Exactly, we cut to a group of men entering a horrific crime scene where they find mutilated bodies all around this like basement area. Yeah. Cut to a reporter outside the building revealing this now active crime scene has over 50 corpses in the small town of Gatlin, Nebraska. And you realize we are watching the aftermath of the first film. So this is now, the authorities have come in, the police have shown up, the government's now involved. It's like, okay, now it's a crime scene. It's no longer a mystery cult town anymore. They also make a retcon, which I think was necessary, but they retcon only half the adults were killed. Did you catch that?
Yeah, because it attempts to account for one of the hugest plot holes of the first movie, where how is it in 3 years that no adult has ever stumbled upon this? Like you cannot tell me
it doesn't quite work. Right? Yeah,
which again is something that in a short story you can get away with because you're in and out so fast,
You're
right?
not gonna think about it.
But in an hour and a half long movie, you start to think like, how is it that nobody has, like the adults haven't like swarmed this place? And I guess in part 2 they realize, okay, that's a little bit ridiculous. Let's try to answer for that. I don't like the response they came up with that only half the adults were killed because that movie in the first movie, that place was pretty destitute.
I know, but I have a counter to that as well because you're actually following mostly the adults from the neighboring town.
Yeah, that's right.
The neighboring town of it's going to come up here in a second, but a lot of the adults you're seeing were in that town that Bert and Vicky were trying to get to, and so we have this is the fallout from the first film, right? And now the remaining cult kids, they're like all like shell-shocked and they're like acting strangely, right? We then hard cut to our new protagonists, a father and son, Garrett and his teenage son, Danny. Yep. And they're on the way to the town so that Garrett can report on the story.
Town of Hemingford.
Okay, there you go. So then that was the neighboring town. That's the one that Vicky and Bert were trying to get to.
I think so.
Yeah,
maybe.
They were because they do because this is a direct sequel. It was we're following a lot of the people that were in the town beside Gatlin, which is like, okay, that's actually kind of clever. So I'm forgiving it a little bit. I think that one line where the guy's like, it looks like half the adults were killed. They should have just cut that line out, and it should have just been all the adults in the movie we're seeing are in the neighboring town.
Hemingford finally woke up and decided, hey, let's walk over and see what our neighbors are doing.
Right, exactly. Yeah, that's a better way of looking at it. Meanwhile, the Corn children are loaded up on a bus meant to take them to the foster care system. Yeah. Suddenly, an old lady steps in front of the bus protesting these children need to be punished and warning about how dangerous they are, including one very strange-looking boy dressed in all black. Garrett and Danny arrive in Gatlin and run into a woman named Angela who runs a local bed and breakfast. Angela has also temporarily agreed to house one of the cult children, the goth-looking boy Micah, which was the creepy boy in black we just saw earlier. One of the news crews finds themselves in one of the cornfields as a familiar entity suddenly appears and attacks and kills both men. See, this is why I don't mind the entity being real, because when the entity's doing cool shit like this, go for it.
Right. There's nothing prestige about this movie. They're just like, all right, we're having fun.
Schlock, yeah. One of them gets killed by a huge fucking cornstalk to the throat. That shot is fucking awesome. Yeah. And this is the tonal shift.
Yep.
First one, exactly what you said. It's trying to be a little bit better than it is.
Yeah.
The second one is like, it devolves.
We know what we are.
We know we are. We're going to start giving you kill counts.
Yeah.
We're going to start.
There's a lot of corn in the neck in this one.
Yeah. This is a good time. Yeah. Garrett and Danny have a fight, and Danny storms off. He runs into a local hot girl named Lacey. That night, Micah ventures into the cornfield only to be attacked and possessed by the entity. We're also introduced, and actually, wait, I want to pause here for a second. I want to talk about Micah getting possessed. In the version you watched, how does Micah get possessed? Do you remember this?
I don't remember.
Okay, I'm going to jog your memory. There's two versions of this scene. So there's two versions of this film.
Okay.
I watched the HD newer transfer. I think you watched the DVD version that I gave you.
Yep.
Would have been in the collection.
Yeah.
In the DVD version, which was the original theatrical release, Micah goes through some like CGI portal. They do this wild scene. It looks like it's 90s as fuck. It looks like a 90s kids TV show. I discovered this by fluke.
Yeah.
It wasn't in while I was trying to get like rips of these to put into the editing software. I just happened to stumble on this and I went, I never saw this scene.
Yeah.
What is this?
Yeah.
I didn't realize there was multiple versions of this film. So in the version I saw, the newer version, they cut that out. That's all that CG's gone. And I gotta say, I wish they just left it because there's a charm to how bad it is.
Right. Yeah.
And it's
I was
wild.
Gonna say, so are you expected to just think that he was evil the whole time?
No. So you hear him, he goes off into the field and you hear him screaming, but you don't see what happens to him. And then he comes back and he's clearly possessed.
I mean, it is pretty
wild,
terrible, but
yeah.
it's the best kind of terrible.
Yeah, it's good.
And the fact that it's early in the movie, again, helps set the tone for this one so that you know, okay, we can relax. This one's just going to be a fun ride.
Yeah.
So
So then we're also introduced to another group of corn children led by the older Mordecai, not Malacai, completely different Mark, who insists they still worship the entity. Micah then appears to the group, preaching they continue to keep faith and follow his guidance. Danny returns and Garrett continues to work on his story, giving the pair a reason to stick around in the town. Danny and Lacey meet up and start to form a little romance. Meanwhile, Micah uses some sort of his supernatural ability to kill one of the local adults. They're at like a church gathering, and he uses some sort of like voodoo magic to make the man's like head like
the best nosebleed you've ever seen.
Yeah, just kills him with some brutal fashion. John Garrett, I guess his first name was John. I just wrote down Garrett. Yeah, John Garrett continues his research and runs into a local Native American named Red Bear, who delivers a hilarious line. First, so he meets him and he starts, they did a good job with this. This was actually clever. He starts off and he starts like talking like in this mystic way of speaking, like, you know, as if this is what happened to the town. And then he just drops all that and he's just like, nah, those kids just went apeshit and killed everybody.
Can you tell me anything about what happened around here? Koyana Squatsi. Excuse me? Koyana Squatsi.
It means life out of balance. Well, my ancestors would have told you that man should be at one with the earth, the sky, the water. But the white man has never understood this. He only knows how to take. And after a while, there's nothing left to take. So everything is out of balance. And we all fall down.
Wait a minute. So that's what happened here in Gatlin?
Well, no. What happened in Gatlin was those kids went apeshit and killed everybody.
That was a good subversion of your expectations. I liked that. I liked that character too. I think Red Bear is a fun little character. Micah works on Danny a bit and tries to get into his ear. Garrett interviews the local doctor, who's acting very suspicious. The doc then calls the sheriff and proclaims they're going to hell over what they've done. Later that night, he's brutally killed by the children. Garrett and Red Bear discover that the town's been hoarding corn crop from last year's harvest that has now gone bad. And the crop is actually growing toxic mold that has slowly been poisoning the air of the nearby residents, which you want to talk about, like, they could have left it ambiguous.
Yeah.
There you go, buddy. There's your reason. It's
there's your real world
answer,
as to why, it never had to be this beast. It could have just been people who are.
It could have been like a logical explanation, like a scientific, a grounded explanation. It didn't have to go supernatural. That's right. That being said, is it more fun? This one's way more fun that it is supernatural. But I found it interesting that they had that element of, like, I know why it's here. It's not here to leave it ambiguous. It's here because in this entry, this is the first time, and a lot of the later entries do this. This is the first time they're trying to justify the kids' action a little bit.
They're vilifying the adults.
There
right?
it is. Yeah, because in the first one, the adults are just innocent. They're just people, right? Yeah. This is the first entry where they go, no, this was kind of an evil town.
Yeah, it's a
people
bit of
were doing bad shit.
Yeah, in the first one, it's a real stretch to go from. The motivation for the kids in the first one is that there is a corn drought, and they somehow jump from blaming the adults for it to somehow then jumping to any adult over the age of, starts off 19, then it becomes 18, is obviously a sinner, and it is their sins that cause the drought. Like, it's a real stretch. Whereas in this second one, they try to come up with a real world explanation, but they don't really use it. They just use it for why kids don't like adults.
Yeah.
And not why the power behind them, right?
That's fine.
Yeah.
So then the sheriff shows up and he's like, wow, you guys shouldn't have seen this. And he ties up Garrett and Red Bear in the field. The town is planning, so there's like this conspiracy where the town is planning to mix the tainted crop with the good crop to make more money. So rather than dispose of it like they should, they're going to mix in this toxic crop.
Real villainous plot.
Yeah, and sell it, right? The evil townspeople then gather together for a meeting where the children show up, trap them inside, and burn the fucking building to the ground, killing everyone in an awesome scene. Yep. Micah seemingly recruits Danny into the corn cult, presenting both Angela and Lacey as their newest sacrifices. But the ritual is interrupted by Garrett and Red Bear, who manage to escape and commandeer a harvester, which is what I called that. I think it's called a harvester. I'm not sure.
Or a combine.
I don't know what the hell this farm
We don't know
is.
enough about it.
To our farmland listeners.
To the 4-H club out there, we apologize for
misnaming this equipment. Danny has a change of heart, rejecting the cult as all hell breaks loose. In the ensuing chaos, Micah gets sucked into the harvester and torn to pieces, ending in another epic fire blast.
Yep.
That's the plot of Children of the Corn 2. And if you looked at the desk, I actually put a little bit of Easter egg. I specifically put the corn on the VHS tape of Children of the Corn 2, buddy.
Oh, see, now I'm going to be watching for that forever.
I foreshadowed my number one pick here. Yeah, this one's fun.
I was going to get my t-shirt made with that, but I'm like, oh, that's going to get
I'm just instantly going to know. Yeah. You tend to just go for like the first entry
generic,
per se. Yeah. Keep it simple. There's a lot I like. There's a lot I think they do right. This is way more fun, way more entertaining.
Yep.
What do you think of Garrett and his son, Danny? What do you think of the father-son?
They I don't know. I mean, it's fine. They try to set up that what is it? It's John and Dan?
I've been calling him Garrett.
Garrett,
because everybody calls him Garrett.
Okay, yeah. that
Garrett and Danny,
they don't get along. That
yep.
They don't have the best
They're
relation.
estranged, right? They're estranged.
And I guess over the course of the movie, they through this shared awful experience, they kind of rebuild their relationship.
But you know what? It actually works.
Yeah.
I think it works. It works for me.
Yeah.
I think it was an interesting choice. One of the things I'm gonna give this series credit for, because like you got 11 entries, you got to keep mixing up the formula. One of the surprising things this series does, they change the protagonist every entry. For the most part. Almost every entry is a unique protagonist. There's no one shows up, with the exception of like maybe twice, no one shows up again. So you don't have recurring characters. And they constantly are playing with like the dynamic of your protagonist. So we got like newlyweds or like a young couple in the first one. Now we've got like, we're going from that to like an estranged father and son. Like it's a very big contrast. Like that's an interesting choice. They work for me. As characters.
I didn't have a problem with them.
Yeah. I'd like that. This is very refreshing because movies do not do this. Rather than drag, so at the beginning of the film, they're estranged. Garrett is almost like dragging his teenage son along with him on this work trip. Danny has this chip on his shoulder and like resents his father because his father was like a very absent guy. He was not.
Yeah, and he's also, I think he's kind of failed in his career choice.
Yeah.
Right? Like, so he's a reporter, but he's not very good at it. He's not very well.
He's not well respected.
Right. Yeah. You know, his some of his peers take every opportunity to laugh at him. So I don't think that Danny has much respect for his father.
No.
Which I think is a good way to lead in, because at some point you have to find a way to separate the kids from the adults. So they're bringing him in already having that distance from his father.
Yeah.
Right. Which makes him susceptible to being kind of wooed by the corn kids, right?
Yeah. But I like early in the movie, it was like normally when you do a movie like this, they're gonna, if they have this kind of dynamic, the entire fucking runtime is gonna be the teenager just taking pot shots at the father and just, you know, like you don't know me, man, like, and being all angsty. Garrett calls him out at the fucking, I think it's the 16-minute mark.
Love these father and son chats.
Oh, come on. Give me a break, please.
Why? What for? What did you ever do for me? Oh, you got my mother pregnant, and here I am.
Hey, you listen to me now. Your mother and me, we just couldn't make it work. We had our own agendas.
And that didn't include me?
No, it didn't. As a matter of fact, it didn't. Now, I'm not going to bullshit you about this. I was 17 years old, and I made a mistake. Now, you deal with that any way you can. I'm still trying to figure it out. If you can figure it out better than me, that's fine. But who you are is up to you, buddy. Good or bad, the choice is yours.
Yeah. I can admit and you know, move past my mistakes, and I'm trying to work on this relationship. But you can either hate me forever, but that's your choice. So you need to get. Oh, he calls out Danny. Yeah. He calls him out for being an angsty little teenager and just going like, if this is who you want to be, this is who you want to be, but you need to get the chip off your shoulder, buddy. Yeah. You know what I mean? Put down your violin.
Right. It's not gonna help anybody to keep resting on the past and what's.
But that's so refreshing that right off the bat they hash that out.
Cut that out.
Movies don't do that, right?
No.
And I mean, he doesn't really get the message until later on.
Yeah.
They do pay off the relationship. They slowly bond. Like they bond more at the end, but like so that worked for me. I liked their relationship. Yep. Garrett is such a stronger protagonist than both Vicky and Bert.
Yeah.
Now, why do you like? I know why I think it, but what's your thought on?
Well, again, we've seen this in the past where if you want to give a protagonist a reason to dig into something, make them a reporter, right? So he has that drive to find out,
right?
Which propels the plot forward,
right? And like so, having the protagonist be a reporter in the second one. It just makes more sense why he would be trying to explore the town's history.
Because otherwise, why is he coming here at all?
Right, exactly. It's not like Vicky. It's not like you just stumbled on this place.
And at the first point of resistance, any other character would just leave, right? But he's like, no, that only asks more questions. It only causes me to want to go in deeper to sort of figure this
Yeah,
out.
unlike Bert, who is trying to get away, Garrett wants to be there.
Yeah.
He wants to uncover the mysteries of this town, the conspiracies of this town.
You know, he starts to realize, hey, this could be the story that puts me back on the map, right? So he's not going anywhere. Yeah.
So yeah, he works. They gave him motivation. That works.
Yep.
Isn't that crazy? If you give a character actual motivation, they're interesting to watch. You know, like I liked watching him going around. They pair him up with Red Bear, and the two of them kind of like start investigating together. I don't know. That worked for me. They're kind of like an odd couple.
Kind of like a buddy cop thing
Yeah,
at the
a little
end.
bit. Yeah, I don't know. That worked for me. I liked the whole town conspiracy. I thought was cool. They're not only exploring the religious cult, they're also exploring the actual conspiracy as well. Like, it works. Yeah. It's funny.
It shouldn't work, but it does. Like
it does work because we got I want to compare this to Hellraiser because you got Hellraiser multiple times. We have the fucking reporter character.
Yeah.
Well, there's the one in the third one, and I'm trying to think. Isn't there another one that we follow a fucking reporter? I'm pretty sure in two of them you do.
There's Deader.
Yes,
She goes off
thank you,
to,
Deader. That's the other one. I was going to say there's an
Bulgaria or
investigator
something.
journey. Yeah. Both those protagonists didn't work for me.
No.
Yeah, I don't know specifically in 3. I really didn't like her, but 3 had all kinds of issues otherwise. But yeah, for this one works more for me. I think it's because I'm immediately contrasting it with Bert and Vicky that just have no agency.
Yep.
So when you have a character that has agency, that wants to be there, wants to be digging into these things, I think that's so much more interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like Garrett and Danny.
I mean, it's easier to victimize Bert and Vicky, but then they don't really do that, right? That's another thing in the original short story. They don't get out. They both
die.
Yeah. Whereas in the first movie, everything's fine.
Yeah.
You know, and then they actually end up adopting a couple kids. So,
yeah.
You know, good news ending. No. There's no, you know, how do you can't let anyone leave, right? So, yeah.
Mark, you take it away. You like what do you got? What works for you, buddy?
I'll give you a little bit of a little bonus. There's a couple cameos in this movie. Did you catch them? I know that this franchise is wrought with cameos, but there's a couple.
There's some big ones coming up.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what I would.
These are not like high end ones that you would necessarily recognize.
Right. What do you got, Mark?
The lead female character, whose name escapes me at the moment.
The Angela, the one that runs the bed and breakfast.
She was in an episode of Seinfeld. She was in the George is a marine biologist.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
She's the one that dates him because she thinks that he's a marine biologist.
Oh, okay, that's cool. Yeah.
Lacey,
the blonde girl that
was in Nightmare on Elm Street 2. She was the young sister.
I did know that. Yeah, I did know that. I didn't point it out because Elm Street 2.
Yeah, wow.
No, I'm just kidding. No, I did know that actually. Yeah. I did catch that one because I always look at their IMDb's and I saw Elm Street 2, but then I saw the character she plays and I was like, oh, did she even have a line?
I don't think so.
That's what I mean. I don't even think she had a line.
She's horror royalty at this point.
She's standing there. Yeah. She's there.
So, some of the kills in this movie.
You want to just immediately get to the kills? Yeah. Okay, all right. Let's get to the kills because I have so much to talk about, but the kills in this in particular are so fucking good. Yeah.
I was thinking before we started filming, am I going to have to use my once per show montage, or is Justin just going to do this because he's going to... I figured if you didn't have this movie rated high, I would have to use my once per episode.
I don't think we need to do a compilation, but we're going to talk about each one because they're good, right? So it starts off with the I think there's the first kill is like the reporter kill.
The corn stalk right through the front windshield.
Fucking awesome.
Loved it.
Awesome. Yeah. Oh, and then the other guy is in the field and like the corn like slices his throat. Yeah. It's like one of the things that actually surprised me about these movies, and one thing I will say is like, if you actually are a fan of this franchise in particular, they give you decent body counts.
Yeah.
A lot of them.
Yeah.
A lot of them. Not all of them,
yeah.
but the early ones in particular, but with the exception of one. One has nothing, but one is just whatever. There's some good kills and like some fun kills. So if you're a body count guy, Dude, check out Children of the Corn.
Yeah.
There's some actual kills here.
You don't necessarily get to see them killed, but right at the start when they go down into the basement, you see all the bodies. Some of them are pretty mangled. They use their effects budget pretty wisely. Yep.
So we've got the house falls on the old lady. There is 2 old lady kills in this movie, and they are both excellent. Yeah. There's like there's the one lady in town who's like, I don't trust those Corn kids. They're evil, right?
They put a poop cross on her front door.
Yeah. And they're like,
corn cross.
and they're like fucking with her for most of the runtime. Yep. And then I think it's at like the halfway point, or maybe the 1/3 point. And she's actually going to move her home. Mm-hmm. So her home is lifted on like jacks.
Yep.
And the kids like put her cat under the house to lure her under it, and then they just
lower the hydraulics.
And
just drop the house on her. and the like satisfied smile on their face. Just they're like, yeah, we did that. Yeah, love it.
The kill in the church is awesome. That effect was great. Yeah. The blood geyser.
He's got the
so he's got like a little like a wooden
voodoo doll.
Yeah, right. And Micah
just starts
like picking at it, and then the guy starts bleeding a little bit, and then it just starts.
Then he's bleeding a lot of it.
Yeah, and then it's like a geyser of blood out of this guy's. I think it comes out of his ears too.
Yeah. The coolest part about it for me is like if you've ever been in a situation where we've all experienced this.
A man's face exploding in blood.
Yeah, no.
100%.
But you're in a formal setting that you can't necessarily excuse yourself, and something starts to happen, right? Yeah, and you're like, you have that moment where you're like, okay, how do I handle this? How do I get out of here with some sort of decency and self-respect? And at what point am I just going to have to bite the bullet and run out of here? Maybe in this case, he gets a nosebleed and he doesn't quite have enough, tissues to kind of sop it up. And he realizes he's like, this is getting out of hand.
And you see this poor guy.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden
it just escalates.
Yeah. Maybe he didn't, crap himself or something like that. Right. But, we all dread this moment where we're like, what if I'm stuck in the business meeting?
You're the focus of attention.
And
all eyes on you.
And suddenly I get the gurgles.
Right.
Yeah.
One of the things this movie does smartly is, unlike the first film where all the adults are just gone by the opening of but by the time Bert and Vicky get there, they're all gone. Mm-hmm. This movie kind of lets you see the process a little bit. Like they stretch it out. Yep. So the kids become slasher villains, right? Because in the first one, I always got the impression they basically wiped out all the adults within like 24 hours or something like that, right? This one is like, we got a whole new batch of kids, whole new batch of adults. We get to slowly see them pick off residents in the town,
right,
to comedic effect, and it's entertaining.
They're not secretive about it either.
No. But like, it's always like they do something. It's not like they're just going around hacking people though, but you can't 100% prove they're doing it, but they're doing it in a sense, right? The needle stabbing scene is great.
The doctor?
Yeah, they stab the shit out of that fucking doctor, the needles.
Yep.
My favorite kill in the entire franchise.
Everyone's favorite kill. If it isn't your favorite kill, you haven't even told me, and I know what you're going to say.
The RC lady in the wheelchair. That is so stupid, but so fucking fun. I didn't know what to expect from Children of the Corn 2. I didn't know what to expect with any of these entries. When I got to this scene, I was ear to ear, buddy. It starts off with like, there's this, like, I don't remember. This is another one of the ladies in the town that I don't think it's the same lady from the house. It's somebody else. It's another lady that just also hates the kids. And it opens with like, she's in like a motorized wheelchair, and Micah and his like little posse of corn cult kids, Micah like takes out a remote control, like this big RCA, like an RC, like for an RC car. And he's like, watch this.
Oh, thank you did scare me, you little cunt. Got it.
Watch this.
And the fact that he says watch this to me adds so much
Just
more to the
sets it
scene.
up, yeah.
Because to me it's like they're getting joy out of this. You know what I mean? And also keep in mind, Micah's possessed at this point.
Yeah.
So this isn't a teenager being a little shit. This is it's like the he who walks behind the row also has a sense of humor.
Right.
Like he wants to have fun here. And then how it works, who cares? Somehow how does he get this remote control? How does that work?
Yep.
Who fucking
We
cares?
don't ask those questions.
His remote control somehow magically controls the wheelchair lady's wheelchair, like the electronic wheelchair. And he starts just fucking with her and then makes her go out into traffic where she gets annihilated by isn't it like a transport
It's a big,
truck?
massive truck.
Yeah.
That basically punts her through the
Through the
intersection.
glass.
And into the glass of this bingo hall. Yeah. The best, and it's the best, worst use of flying dummies you'll ever see, because they basically just launch this dummy in a wheelchair through this big plate glass window into this bingo hall. It creates this massive chaos, but the guy in the bingo hall still stands up. Bingo?
Oh, 65.
Yeah! Yeah!
Bingo?
Yeah, they had a little joke.
Just
Yeah,
for
they had the little joke.
bingo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah.
It was great. Yeah. Fantastic kills. I want to talk about Micah. The actor who plays Micah is Ryan Bowman, who I don't really know from anything else. He's just kind of one of these flash in the pan careers. Like I'm sure he was in other things, but he's not prominent other than this. He is so fun.
Awesome.
He is awesome.
Dude, wherever you are, man, I wish you had done more.
Dude, Micah fucking rules because Micah is Isaac if Isaac was kind of a little shit.
Like a little bit more fun than he is.
Yeah, because Isaac is menacing. Isaac's spooky and scary.
Yeah.
Micah is more playful.
That's right.
And he nails this role.
Like masochistic.
What's interesting because I also feel bad for Micah because this, unlike Isaac's like a true believer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Micah at the beginning of the movie is actually just a kid, right? The 20-minute mark, he gets possessed. So the Micah you're seeing for the majority of the runtime is actually not Micah, it's possessed Micah.
Yeah.
So you're actually seeing the deity, the entity possessing him walking around. But that being said, the performance we get out of it is so good. He's just, he constantly has like this shit-eating like grin on his face. Like he knows he's doing all this evil shit, but you can't prove it. And he kind of like, he has this like look of like, we're better than you.
And like,
people.
what are
We're
you going to
smart.
do to me? Like,
Right. Right. Yeah. Like I'm a kid. He has like this quiet arrogance to him. But unlike Isaac was kind of like, Isaac ruled by intimidation.
Mm-hmm.
It was kind of like, if you don't follow the entity's law, you'll be punished. Micah actually is not like that. Micah can blend in.
Yeah.
Micah actually just seems like an asshole teenager.
Mm-hmm.
And I love the scenes between him and Danny, where he like is trying to relate to him.
You know, Danny, I used to have problems with my father too. Adults are such hypocrites. It's like the moment a person turns 19, they become this thing.
What thing?
Well, with my father, if we listen to the radio, we sinned. If we talk to girls, we sinned. And every sin demanded a beating to chase away the devil. And then one day, I caught my father with the farmhand's wife, sinning most vigorously.
And they played that really well, where when Danny has that turn, Micah's gotten into his ear, it seems more believable.
Yeah. He's Angela's son, right?
No,
He's not.
Angela adopts him because The other town that the town of what is it? Was it Hemingsford?
Yep.
Those adults are adopting, like they're temporarily sheltering the kids from the first movie.
Okay, so she
Micah,
takes him in.
she takes in Micah.
Okay.
It's not Micah's son.
Right.
It's not Angela's son.
Yeah.
So he's being just taken in. They have like no dialogue because most of the movie Micah's
I think
walking
the
around.
4 of them appear in a dinner scene once
At the beginning of the movie, yeah. And it's before Micah's possessed even.
Yeah.
It's just literally, again, Micah's just like a awkward little shy kid right at the beginning. But yeah, no, he's great.
Yeah.
He fills that role so well. He's charismatic.
Yeah.
Like Micah to me is more believable as a cult leader.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Than Isaac.
Right. Which is interesting because he's possessed, so you understand why he's doing it. But how would all of these other kids follow him? Well, you got to be a cult of personality
Gotta have
character at
charisma.
that point. Yeah.
Yeah, like
hell, I'd follow him.
Right. Isaac feels like Damien from The Omen, whereas Micah feels like Jim Jones. Like he could talk you into things, right? Yeah. It's great. Yeah, his portrayal is fantastic.
He's like you. If you were in one of these movies, you'd be...
I would definitely be a Micah.
You're a Micah.
I mean, debatably I am. I mean, I got you to watch 11
I
children's
know.
court films, Mark.
But I don't believe, though.
I got into that year quite a while
That's
ago.
right.
You believe in the cult of slash cinema.
That's right.
And maybe I'm working my magic on you
all
folks
believe.
right now.
Yeah.
You believe you're watching us or listening. There's actually a sad moment with Micah, though. This actually, so this is funny. In the version you watched, it's not in it. But in the version I watched, it is in it. Why they made this change, I don't know. So, or I might have that backwards, but one of the versions, they changed, because you know when Micah dies at the end, he gets pulled into like the harvester?
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
In the version you watched, what happens to Micah?
I think I know what you're talking about. He turns into a beast,
right,
for like a moment, and his like face starts to,
yeah, and then he just gets sucked into the thing, right? Okay,
and then I think he gets blown out the back.
Right,
he?
yeah. So in the version I watched, this scene is completely different, and I prefer this version. So in the version I watched, his face does do the warping, but before that happens, when Micah's getting pulled into the column, into the harvester, Micah starts screaming for Danny's help.
Somebody help me! Danny, please! Come on, Danny, come on! Please, Danny, you're my friend! Danny, get the girls and get out of here! Danny, please! I was there for you! I said get out of here now! Please, Danny, you're my friend!
He starts screaming for his help, and he literally says, he's like, Danny, you were my friend. We're friends. And it's actually a really sad moment because they don't show it in your version, the audio is like lowered and you can't hear him talk. And not only that, they put a demonic filter on his voice. So it seems like the entity is trying to trick Danny.
Yeah.
Somebody help me! Danny! Danny, you're my friend! Danny! Get the girls and get out of here! I said get out of here now!
But in the version I watched, it's like the entity has lost power, and now you get to see the real Micah come out, and it's actually sad.
It's just Micah that dies.
It's just Micah that dies.
Yeah,
and
no, he's definitely still evil when he gets churned up.
No, in the version I have, you see it, and there's a moment where the entity. So when the entity like starts warping his face, it leaves his body.
Yep.
And like it tries to protect itself. And then you see Micah's realization where he comes back and he has control of his body again. And it's sad.
As he's like, oh no.
Yeah.
Oh.
And he gets pulled into the harvester. Yeah.
So which version would you recommend people watch then?
Watch the version that I watched. Yeah. Watch the newer HD version.
You don't get the weird warp
you lose
portal.
You lose the warp portal CGI, and that's awesome. But no, I mean, I don't know. Also it's HD. So I mean, wouldn't you want to watch the HD version anyways?
Yep.
Yeah. So
I got a speaking of that harvester scene, I got a Austin Powers vibe because He seems like he's driving forever.
It's so slow. I know, it's so slow. Now, in the defense of the movie, those machines are very slow.
Yeah.
They actually are.
So just walk out of the way.
Nope, that's not how that
you
works, right?
once it's coming at you, you have to stand there
it
and take
vortexes you in.
That's right.
Yeah.
John throws a spear right through a kid. Loved it. Like as someone who never gets to see kids
get
it in these movies, to see John just rear up and go, ugh. It's like, ugh. Do you believe that Danny ever got truly pulled in, or was he just doing that as a way to be able to then set up when he saves?
No, I think he
Lacey?
was. I think he was influenced. Yeah, I think Danny was influenced, and again, this is another good thing that the sequel. So, like, I wanted to talk about this. How does this work as a sequel? It works great as a sequel. I love movies that take place the next day. Like, anytime you do a thing where it's like, no, it's immediately right after, and then let's expand and play with that. Genius move. It's not in Gatlin. It's in Hemingsford.
Yeah.
Hemingsford, the town that was teased in the first one. The residents of Hemingsford, they didn't realize how bad things had gone in Gatlin.
Yeah.
So you get to see that fallout right at the beginning of the movie. Yeah. And then now we get, there was these other kids. And yeah, you could just argue that Micah's is a copy of Isaac, but he's not really. He doesn't really act like him. And Micah is actually the entity. So it's not even really Micah.
Yeah.
I will say that it's not Malacai. I've already forgotten his name. The other Malacai, the new Malacai, it's kind of pointless. That's obviously a copy. There's the other, he has like another enforcer.
Right.
Mordecai. Yeah, I think it's Mordecai. So like some things are direct copies, but it also works where, because you could say, it's cheap, where it's like, there were these other kids that we never saw. Yeah, but that actually works because in the first movie, you're talking about a town full of kids. You're telling me you saw all the kids?
Right.
You didn't see all the kids.
Yeah.
There was all kinds of kids. It's believable that there was more kids that you didn't see.
Yeah.
Like that, how is that a stretch?
And they grow into their roles too, right? Like, so this was, I guess, not long after the first one. So maybe they haven't aged that much, but part of the process of this is that as you hit they have a term for it, the age of
whatever. It's when they consider you an adult.
Yeah. You walk into the cornfields and die, and then like a new group sort of rises up to take over, right? Yeah. So
no, Children of the Corn too, buddy.
Yeah, man.
I'm so glad you agree with me on this one. I don't think we're going to agree on any of the other ones, but I'm glad we got one.
Yeah,
we got one.
We got the most important one.
It's fun.
Yep.
It doesn't take itself seriously. It's got all the beats of a Corn film. It's got fun kills. I don't know what else to say, man.
It feels like a slasher, though.
So but I'm okay with that.
No, in the best way possible, right?
Yeah. I don't have a lot of, is it an amazing movie? No. But I mean, I
think it does benefit from coming right after the first one.
Because the first one's so
the first
slow.
One's just so dry. Yeah.
Yeah, but even comparing it to the rest of these, it's just... You have likable villains, likable protagonists.
It's the one that, similar to Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, where I'm like, oh man, I really wish I could have watched this with Justin.
Oh, we would have had a blast watching this. Yeah, this one's good. Yeah. I don't have that's it. I don't have much else.
Go see it.
Okay. Moving on to our next entry. We're going to mix things up quite a bit. We are moving to 1995. With Children of the Corn 3, Urban Harvest. This is my number 2.
Oh, number 7.
Oh, you don't really like it?
I knew we were...
this one's fun. I really liked this one.
Yep.
If you like the nonsense of 2, this one cranks that up even further.
I can see why someone would... If you liked number 2, why you'd like this one, it doesn't hit quite as...
So I'll state, I don't think any of these are good movies.
Yeah.
But a ranking against each other, I think some of them really stand tall. Yeah. And for me, it's the early entries. The early entries, I think, where they had a little bit more money, a little bit more budget, they could do more, where they weren't just, okay, we're going to give you $10,000 to shoot in a field and there's just nothing
That's
going
why
on.
Our picks are going to be.
So you don't mind some of those ones where they shot in a field and they had nothing to work with, apparently.
No. that's how I feel about a lot of the earlier ones. They're just too much corn in the middle of.
Oh, really? So, well, but I mean, Urban Harvest. There's hardly any. We're in the inner city, buddy. Yeah, I don't know. I thought you would have this one a little bit higher, just for the third act.
I feel like as I was watching them, like I'm probably supposed to like this one better. I just
buddy.
can't.
This is the Revelations.
Yeah.
This is or not Revelations. Sorry. This is the Resurrection. This is the
Halloween Resurrection.
This is the Halloween Resurrection of the series. Yeah. Okay, let's get into the plot. So it instantly opens with a title card followed by white text on a black background. Why?
Don't do it.
Why are you doing these credits? Boring credits. This is our first entry brought to us by production company Dimension Films. And we're going to have a long talk about Dimension Films at the end of this.
Yeah.
We then open with a small trailer outside the familiar cornfields of Gatlin, Nebraska. An enraged drunk man is chasing after his son Joshua, brandishing a fucking scythe.
Yep.
Joshua runs into his younger brother Eli, who tells him he'll deal with their father. The father appears before Eli, who runs off with some sort of Bible decorated with like corn and shit.
I call it the Necronomicon. Copyright Mark Skews 2025.
Runs away with the Necronomicon. Nicely done, Mark. And it's the only entry that has this Necronomicon. Yeah. Just then, the cornfield comes to life and literally crucifies the father in a brutal moment. It like sews his eyes shut with like that. That's cool.
And like strings him up.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah. Joshua returns after having run ahead, having completely missed the corn crucifixion. Cut to the big city at a bus station where a foster worker is speaking to William and Amanda, who are adopting the two brothers. The boys arrive and are welcomed to their new foster parents to the city of Chicago. Urban Harvest, buddy. We're going inner city, man. What are you shaking your head?
I don't know. It's the funny thing about it is like you didn't like the themed Leprechaun, like Leprechaun in Vegas. You liked the in space one.
That's not true. I liked Leprechaun Back to the Hood, and I liked Leprechaun in Space.
Yeah, this is the Children of the Corn version. Like
yes, this is pretty much as wild as we're going to get.
The only time they go off.
This is like the only time
corn
and
path.
That's why I love it.
Yeah,
because they try a thing, and you're not going to forget this one.
Yeah,
if you watch this one, you're going to remember this one because it does a lot of things.
If you only see this one, you are not getting a good cross-section of what Children of the Corn is.
Or maybe you are.
Or maybe you're getting the best of it, yeah.
Okay. They arrive at their new house, and Eli very quickly starts acting strangely, seemingly using abilities to break an expensive glass figurine. Later that night, Eli sneaks out with a suitcase of corn he brought with him to explore the abandoned factory that's literally...
Just happens to be the zoning laws, the zoning rules
this
in this
would never...
city.
There's like, it's literally, there's like 10 feet between the back of their house and a gigantic industrial area. Yeah. That makes... It's Child's Play 2, buddy. The good guy doll factory just happens to be down the street, right? So Eli goes into the factory to explore, and he proceeds to plant some like cursed black corn seeds.
I mean, first he bumps into the wall of the factory, and you see it's just a set because it just wobbles. But yeah,
I don't know what you're talking about. This movie's executed perfectly.
He finds a hole in the wall of this big brick wall that just happens to lead right from the backyard of his adoptive parents.
Yeah, this is where the series becomes unbelievable.
Yeah.
This is where
this is the part that is.
This is it.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thanks, Mark. Thanks for your expert opinion
for
there.
my nitpick.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
offerings.
we got a nitpick counter going. That's one. Okay. So Eli plants these like evil corn seeds, and he flexes more of his supernatural abilities.
Yep.
Joshua starts to make friends with some of his classmates, which his clearly evil brother Eli disapproves of. Amanda discovers the evil cornfield Eli has planted next door and speaks to William to express her concern. William heads over to the corn crop to cut it down when Eli intervenes and feeds him some of the corn. Impressed by the taste and quality, William has a change of heart. Eli turns some of the magic corn kernels into cockroaches that spread out into the school cafeteria's food, which is then consumed by the students. Joshua reveals to one of his friends that Eli is actually his adopted brother, And at the same time, the social worker makes a revelation that she finds a photo, an old photo of Eli, revealing that Eli has not aged.
He just doesn't change, yeah.
So something is up with this evil little kid. William brings Eli's miracle corn to a business rival because he thinks it's going to be worth a fortune. Meanwhile, Amanda is brutally killed by the evil corn crop. The school principal, Father Frank, it's weird. It's like a high school, but for some reason they have like...
It's like a Catholic school, but there's like a church attached to it.
Yeah, but they're Okay, so I went to Catholic school. I went to Catholic high school.
Yeah.
There was no on-staff priest. So I don't know. I mean, it is the States. The States it has a little more religious. Like I'm not sure. Yeah. I find that this interesting. So because the principal is Father Frank, and Father Frank starts having ominous visions of some impending horror coming. What follows is Eli slowly indoctrinating his fellow classmates into his new corn cult. William and Eli plan to take the evil corn crop global. Joshua learns the truth about his evil adopted brother. So Joshua and his buddy travel back to Gatlin to destroy Eli's Necronomicon.
There you go.
In an attempt to end the corn cult's power before they can take over the world.
Yeah.
This one's fun. I'm surprised. It's goofy, man. It's fun. It's stupid.
I will say, despite the fact of how low I have it, if I had to rank them by which one I would watch again, this one would actually be higher on the list because it is just wild.
Yeah. So before I get into, I'm going to obviously jerk off about all the fun, goofy shit. Yeah. What don't you like, Mark? Why doesn't click?
I mean, I don't have it like rock bottom.
No, but just, 7 is, you have it below half. Like, okay, so the urban setting. Let's talk about the urban setting. I kind of appreciate this. It's like we're not even fucking 20 minutes into the movie.
Yeah.
Like they set it up and it's like, we're in the cornfields again. We're in Nebraska again. And then they're just like, nope, we're going to the inner city, buddy. We're going to Chicago.
And normally I would have appreciated that. You're trying something different, except that one of the things that I didn't appreciate as much about this movie is that Eli has no trouble indoctrinating his fellow students like overnight into this kill cult that will murder adults.
Right.
Right? Like at least when you're in kind of like a...
But they play it differently though. This isn't Micah or Isaac who have to use their words to influence you. This is a different version where he's like, no, you just have to eat the corn. Yeah. This is new lore. I don't know.
Yeah.
Mark, have a bite. take a bite. Take a bite of this beautiful super corn that we have here. Yeah. And I think you'll certainly agree with what I have to say.
I don't know. It just seems strange. Like his brother Josh is making friends, and he basically says to his brother, to Eli, "Hey, you should make friends." And Eli's like, "Yeah, all right." So he just like manifests friends. I was just like,
that Eli is a friend. All right, it wouldn't hurt you to make a couple, you know?
Maybe I will.
They had to do it that way because there's no way in a developed modern city is anyone going to buy into this. They're going to get
this
the hell
melting pot of people.
Right. You know, you have educated individuals who are going to be like, I'm not going to follow you in your crazy adult killing corn cult, right? So they had to use some kind of magic, but I just felt like that one of the things that makes these movies function is that you have this group of kids that believe in this thing, right? And in this case, they're just basically just kind of puppets, really, which... Yeah.
Fair enough. The cult in this one, the corn cult isn't as
less
strong.
Culty,
I'll give you that. I just like the setting switch.
Yeah.
I like it allows for some fun moments. I think it was a clever idea to take like basically they're just like they never really use this word, but they're almost like Amish people, like the Gatlin, Nebraska
like
people.
Quakers.
Yeah, Quakers, sure, right?
Nowhere,
like they're very and it's like a heavily religious area, right? Like it's how they were all raised, right?
Yeah.
So they seem like Quaker folk. So taking them and then putting them into this urban environment, into like the suburbs, and they have to like mix with the inner city kids. It's a fish out of water thing. That's a fish out of water plot device. I think it works though.
He spends like the whole movie messing around with the priest guy, like giving him nightmares. I'm like, just kill him.
Yeah, but you're talking about Eli. I'm talking about. I guess it works better for Oshawa for Joshua.
That's awesome.
Oshawa, where we are filming. Oshawa, Ontario. Yeah.
If they had done a Children of the Corn in Oshawa, that would be that'd be
it's
wild.
Because I'm thinking urban city, evil entity. That's what made me think of Oshawa. That was a Freudian slip.
There you go.
But yeah, it works better for Joshua than it does for Eli. Because you're right, Eli is no Micah.
No.
Eli, we're back to just Damien.
I didn't like
the
him
bringer
as much.
of doom.
Yep.
Yeah, he's just walking around. But little moments work for me. Like I liked the scene of Joshua playing basketball.
Why don't you put the Amish kid in? What for? Because I said.
No, he can't play. Let him play, man.
Can't stop.
Hey, man, you got game?
A little.
All right.
A nice little detail. I don't know if you caught this. When they show up, they're wearing like reserved, like Bible Belt clothing. Eli stays in that garb the whole fucking movie.
Yep.
Joshua's clothing slowly starts to change.
Yeah. Eli's the true believer, right?
Yeah, but Eli's just an evil demon kid.
Yeah.
He's not even. I mean, Eli is one step beyond even Micah being possessed. Yep. Eli, when she finds that photo, it's like, oh, so he's just like evil incarnate.
You're actually the devil kind of
thing. Yeah,
like
I almost got the interpretation that Eli wasn't even a person, like a thing. I don't think there was a kid named Eli.
Yeah.
My interpretation was that was the entity almost manifesting, because it can do that. In some of the later entries, there's ghost kids and shit, right? So that was my interpretation.
Yeah.
Was like that the he who walked by the road, the entity just formed this being, right? But Joshua, his clothing slowly starts to change throughout the movie as he becomes Joshua slowly. I guess Joshua works for me more than Eli then. But Joshua's clothing starts to change. He starts to like find himself.
Yeah.
He starts like discovering his identity, right?
I get the feeling that he was really only doing that just to kind of protect his brother. But now that he's in the city, he's like, you know what? I want to live for myself.
Yeah. He starts assimilating, you know, into his environment. The urban setting, it allows for some really over the top moments that reminded me of Sleepaway Camp. The dialogue in those movies. It's so the scene where they go for the first day of class is so fucking over the top. It's just madness. So it's like Eli and Joshua go into this class, and then like one of the kids threatens them, pulls out a switchblade.
Yeah.
And there's like, so a switchblade gets pulled, and then and then there's a girl that gets involved, and then that girl's brother then gets involved, and it's like, it's pure madness.
You want to touch this, huh?
Oh, Tila, you're just so bad. What are you gonna do? Cut an Amish kid?
Yeah, well, I'll cut you then, bitch.
Who you calling a bitch, punk? That's my sister. I'll kick your ass. You talk about my sister like that.
What? Come on, what?
Hey, back off.
Come on, what's up, man?
They don't have the time to like sort of show you and develop this naturally, so they just have to come at you, right? Because they have to show you the difference in environment immediately.
Yeah,
because they just don't have time to.
But it becomes so
it's just
goofy
comical,
and it's comical. But I liked it. Yeah. What did you think of the idea? I thought this was fun, and they don't really do this again per se. I like the idea that the corn cult can form kind of anywhere. How did you feel about that?
Yeah, that
bugged you?
That's part of the problem.
You don't like that, eh? I don't. I liked that we got out of the cornfield. This is the close. Just to spoil it, we're not going to space.
No.
The Children of the Corn never goes to space. This is about as much of a deviation from the
only
main
detour
formula.
you're gonna get,
This
really.
is about it.
No.
This is your detour here, and they get out of that rural environment. Now we're in the inner streets. We're in the urban city. I like the idea of, like, if their series was going to evolve, this was a good way to make it evolve. The idea that as long as a few of these evil kernels exist, they kind of can sprout up anywhere.
Kernels.
You know what?
Kernel.
What is
Kernel
that not
of
the right?
corn.
Is that not the right term?
No, it's exactly it's the double meaning of kernel. Evil kernels exist.
Colonel Corn over here, Mark.
Yeah.
What are you laughing about over there?
the double entendre of what you meant. Like
okay. All right.
Installing.
So you like the clever thing that I said?
Yes.
Okay,
I'm
right.
giving you a compliment.
Right. Yeah.
I know you're not used to hearing
don't do that, Mark. Don't do that. Okay.
No, I have to disagree with what you're saying because one of the things
what a surprise.
What a surprise. Like the idea that this would only happen in a small town that is so separated from the rest of the world that you could believe that they would indoctrinate themselves with these strange beliefs. So the idea that this could happen anywhere it sort of reduces the impact and the believability that this would happen, right? Like,
did you like the stinger at the end where it's like the crate of evil corn gets like, there's a little stinger at the end right before the credits where it shows like, because was it William? William, he's like Mr. Businessman. He's set up these contracts to distribute the evil corn. This is also the first time where the scope went this wide, where it's like, you never really know, like the corn cult, they kind of just kept to themselves. But in this one, it's more like, no, the entity's trying to go global.
Yeah.
Like literally trying to go global.
Well, William, he works for a food company.
Food distribution network
and,
something.
He's getting dogged because he hasn't come up with like some great idea, right? Yeah. I think of Christmas Vacation, the non-nutritive cereal varnish. Like,
sure.
He's supposed to come up with like the next great food experiment or idea, right? And he's kind of struggling. And that's why when he finds this corn that never goes bad.
That has like magical properties.
And can grow anywhere.
Yeah.
He brings that to his boss and suddenly that's the thing that will put him over the top, right? And the funny thing is that he dies.
Yeah.
William, so that his boss just steals his idea.
And then that's the stinger.
Yeah.
And that's the stinger. The stinger is that like even after the bad guys are all defeated, the corn continues, and it ends with that shot of they're like in Germany, and they're delivering the crate of this magic, like of the evil corn.
Right.
And they they like zoom into the corn, and it's played so straight. You kind of have to give them credit.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing really inherently scary about corn cobs, right? But like they went for it, man. They're just zooming in on this corn, like, oh no, this corn's going global, right. Mark.
You are more forgiving of this than I am, but the idea of corn, unless it's being fired through the windshield of a truck or being jammed into the neck of some hapless victim, I don't find corn to be overly stress-inducing or scary, right?
Corn okay, so where I think the corn works the best, where it's the most effective, is when it's a maze.
When it's just a massive field.
Doesn't. But also when it's this massive maze and there are people creeping about in there trying to hurt you. That's when I think it's most effective. It's scary.
But
or when it becomes other things.
Not when they open up some kid's suitcase and it's full of corn. It's like we know what it means, but it's not a very. It's more just like...
Mark, as someone that hates your vegetables, I'm surprised it doesn't scare you more than it does.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you don't have more of a visceral reaction. Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, yeah. Because I don't think I've ever seen you eat corn, Mark.
Well, there's a lot of things that...
I want to talk about the two protagonists, Joshua and Eli. I mean, I want to give the series credit. They're trying different things.
Yeah, it's different.
Yeah, we went from two lovers, we went to estranged father and son. Now we're going to two brothers.
Yep.
I don't know. Like, I like it. We're mixing the formula again. The problem, I don't like, Eli doesn't work for me as much. Joshua works for me more. I like Joshua because Joshua I kind of want to root for. I want him to assimilate. I want him to fit in. Joshua clearly like wants to get away from his past. Eli's just an evil little
He plays
shit.
into the new setting as well, right?
Yeah. And he starts to like, he's got his little friend group, he slowly befriends them. But Eli, they just go full supernatural with Eli. It's not ambiguous at all. That's what I said. Unlike Micah, it's like, oh no, this is his true self. There is no other, at no point does the veil drop and he's somebody else. He's evil the whole fucking time. They give him like all these powers.
Yeah.
He's just got like Because I think he's just supposed to be the entity.
And he's a bit of shithead as well, I noticed. Like, there's no need for him to break that glass sculpture of his new stepmother.
No, there's no real reason for him to do that. Yeah. So yeah, he's not. Eli's not as interesting. He's just this psychic, supernatural hellspawn boy that goes around the whole movie, just kind of doing whatever. I do think it was interesting the way they played the brother dynamic, though, because the brother dynamic at the beginning, and now that you know, once you know Eli's evil, it kind of makes sense. But Eli's much younger than Joshua.
Yep.
But Joshua's played like the timid younger brother. Like Eli is portrayed as the mature older brother, like looking out for Joshua, even though Joshua is clearly much older.
Yep.
So that's an interesting dynamic they play with.
Yeah, I still felt like Josh was protecting his little brother, though. There's a night where they check in on them after they've gone to bed and they're both in the same bed.
Yeah, that was kind of adorable.
Yeah.
I don't know. That was kind of adorable. I kind of liked the idea that they were like that close, you know. Yeah. But it also doesn't really work because it's like, oh, well, Eli was never really a person, so...
And I did get the sense that Josh, in a way, feels bad for almost abandoning his brother Eli as Josh becomes more integrated into the new world that they're living in. As he becomes an actual teenager, he feels like, I should remain in the traditional clothing. I should remain with the traditional values, but I'm kind of going my own way.
He struggles.
I feel bad about it, but I'm not going to stop doing it. Yeah. No.
Did you like the brother versus brother showdown at the end?
Now that I've got you together, I'm gonna crush you completely.
Give it to me!
Screw you! This part of the worm doesn't like being hurt, does it?
They have their little magic battle, whatever the hell's going on there, and Eli starts shooting out like fireballs, like fucking like Shang Tsung.
It gets pretty wild. At the end.
Before you get, I know what you want to talk about. Hold off on that. Their brother, the little showdown they have is fun. Yep. So Eli makes this it's like this big warehouse, and he has made a cornfield in the warehouse.
Yep. That sometimes has a roof on it and sometimes doesn't. Sometimes has walls and sometimes doesn't.
Yeah, the way I interpreted that was the corn had spread out through the entire facility and they were just at different parts of the facility. Yeah. That was the way I interpreted that.
But I think they got some of their continuity wrong sometimes because somebody steps completely outside.
No way that Children of the Corn 3 Urban Harvest made any goofs.
It was on point.
This is peak filmmaking. Yep. Okay. Let's get to the part that I know you're going to agree with me on. We have some great effects again. We have some great kills. There's some fun shit in here. Do you know who did the effect work?
I don't.
Screaming Mad George.
Oh, okay.
We have Screaming Mad George doing the effects for this film. We have some actual talent on display here. The opening where the father gets the corn crucifixion.
He gets sort of racked up.
That was a cool effect. Yeah. I've never, because like you said, corn's not inherently scary, right? No. So how do you make that kind of scary? Well, the way to do it is make the plants seem alive.
Yeah.
Right? And so when they do that thing where the plants, a lot of these movies have the plants grabbing people and doing things. That effect worked great where the plants string him up and then the corn plants sew his eyes and mouth shut. What a cool effect.
Yeah. And they did it pretty well as well.
Yeah, it's pretty convincing. That's generally creepy. Did you catch Amanda's death? She the entity's fucking with her. And she trips. She's in the factory.
She's in the factory. Falls backwards.
And she falls backwards and smashes her head. And then it starts shooting water out of her forehead. And then
she lands on an irrigation pipe.
Yeah.
That is, but she lands backwards and it basically spears her through the back of the head.
And then did you catch what it cuts to?
Excuse me.
Yes, Eli.
Can I get a drink of water?
Go ahead.
And then it cuts to Eli in class and he asks to be excused to go grab some water.
Yes, and doesn't he draw an X through
like
her
as if
picture.
he.
Yeah.
So basically, the implication is he's aware
Yeah.
of like he can almost see what's happening, right? Because it clearly is the entity.
Yep.
The one girl's parents, they like feed them the corn, and then like their heads explode like Halloween 3 with like bugs.
Yeah.
That was fucking awesome. Some fun shit. I'm surprised you're not reacting as much. I thought you would be more into this. It's it's the same shit from 2.
Yeah, I think what it is, and I was thinking about it as we were talking. We're only at the 3rd entry, and I'm already getting sick of just like corn cults and kids. Like it's.
Well, we have
like,
8 more to go.
It's already getting bled pretty dry. Like.
I disagree.
Yeah.
I think we're peaking here. I think we're about to crash.
I think we've
real
already
hard.
peaked.
No, I think we're peaking right now. The shot of Joshua's friend getting torn apart in the cornfield. The corn like actually it's like a Mortal Kombat
When they go back to
death.
get the
when they go back to get the
Necronomicon.
Necronomicon.
Yep.
The Necronomicon. So it like stretches it pulls his head off and then like stretches his spine.
Yeah.
All the way out of his body. It's like a fucking Mortal Kombat death. That was awesome. It's like a fatality.
Yeah. I didn't like the idea that they are going all the way back out there. It's one of those, you find this in movies where they can't really find a good way to end it, so they end up jumping all over the place, and I just thought it was a bit ridiculous. They go back to the trailer. The guy, the father is still strung up because apparently no one ever removes these bodies.
Oh, he's in the middle of a cornfield. Someone have to find it.
Yeah. I mean, they went to adopt these kids, so somebody must have found the kids after the father has died. So they know the situation behind why they're being put up for adoption. You know, is anyone going to cut this guy down, or are they just going to leave him up there too?
A lot of these horror movies, they just leave bodies.
It's like Friday the 13th Part 7. Why is that guy still in the bottom
just
of the
leave.
lake?
I was gonna say they just leave bodies. Like I don't know that this is.
Let it
Sorry,
go.
let me just add to that. Okay, so it's 2 in the nitpick counter we got going here.
No,
now.
3 because I commented on the factory that has
yeah,
walls
that's
or a
3
ceiling,
on
but
the
it
nitpick
doesn't.
counter there,
but
Mark.
yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
How do you grow corn in a building that has a roof and therefore gets no sun? But it does when they conveniently need sunlight, but it's a building.
How do you grow corn when it's evil corn and it Oh, okay, yeah, you're right, Mark. I didn't think of the horticultural aspect of it. Yeah.
Please consider that.
Yeah,
going
I
forward.
never thought of that.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. This whole film couldn't have happened. Yeah, the soil obviously wasn't fertile.
That's right.
Even though they have a line explaining that doesn't matter because it's magic anyways. But you know,
there is a part in this movie where the priest makes
Yes.
the biggest mistake that any adult can ever make.
Right.
He's giving a sermon to a bunch of churchgoers, and Eli is interrupting the whole time. Like he's just doing his own thing. And he makes the classic adult mistake that no adult should ever do. He says, well, if you think you can do better, why don't you come up here and finish, thinking that, every adult can do everything better. Well, no, the kid is going to take that chance. And he's going to show you.
And especially because Eli is
Gets
like
up there
an evil
and
entity.
Friggin' slays it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought that was funny.
I like
don't
the-
ever offer a child the opportunity to.
I like Eli's stupid, like he has to recruit all the inner city kids.
That's right.
And it's so lame. It's so bad. Did you catch the cameo?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, buddy. All right, so let's get to the
Let's finish this
Let's
off.
finish
Yep.
this off. Let's get to the climax of this movie. So, Eli has recruits like all of the he brainwashes them all. They're all brainwashed by the food.
Yeah, like in an instant.
Yeah. And he suddenly, like, he has this whole posse, including the bully kid that was giving him a hard time, is now like his enforcer.
Yep.
And they all look like such dorks, and it's very funny. And he's like giving a speech to them all. And among the corn cult members is a young
Charlize Theron.
Charlize Theron, her first on-screen role.
Yep.
There it is. It's in Children of the Corn 3. We got our first one, buddy.
She doesn't say anything either.
No, she doesn't have any
it's
lines.
Literally
It's
just
just her
like
face.
A
It's
shot
just a shot. Yeah.
She's a churchgoer, and that's it.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same kind of shit that I do. Like when I do like acting jobs and shit like that. It's
Yeah.
always just you're in a scene, but you don't have any lines. You're
Yeah.
just a guy, right? And sometimes you get lucky and they show a shot of you, right? So yeah. So it's just a random shot of Charlize Theron. The highlight of this movie. And this is why I'm shocked you have it so low.
Yeah.
Because I want this is the movie that answers the question that I had to know. And this is why I was so excited for Children of the Corn to do this on Slash Cinema. There's 11 entries.
Yeah.
How do you keep that interesting? What do you make Children of the Corn 1 is so fucking boring. There's just nothing to it. What do you do? And I got my answer.
Yeah.
And I got it here in Children of the Corn 3. Because I want to know, when you have 11 entries, what levels did they get to? How stupid?
Who is willing to push it the furthest?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
And this, I think, this is the one. There is a giant corn monster in this fucking movie. And it is fucking glorious.
Yeah. It's basically like the best I can compare it to is if you're a Godzilla fan, there's a Godzilla kaiju Biollante, which is basically just like a beast made of organic plants and roses. This one is essentially just the same, only made of corn.
Yeah, so they do this thing where the two brothers have a showdown, and then Joshua wins, and then Eli disappears, and then out of nowhere, I guess the entity reveals itself.
Yep.
So this is like the true form of He Who Walks Behind the Row, which is a giant corn beast, and it's done practically, which is awesome. And I actually compared it. I think it's more like The Thing.
Yeah, that's
specific because Biolante's too big.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's massive.
But I would say it's more like The Thing because it has corn tentacles and it's got multiple eyes, and it's this weird, almost like Lovecraftian looking fucking creature. That effect is fucking awesome.
I would say you do owe it to yourself to fast forward to the last 10 minutes of this
and just
movie
watch
and see
this.
that. Yeah.
Because this scene, Mark, there's no way you weren't smiling.
Yeah.
We got this practical thing, corn creature monster, and it just starts massacring the kids.
Yeah.
I think the body count has got to be 10, 15 kids in this fucking scene.
Yep.
Because after Eli loses, all of their brainwashing goes off, and now they're just regular people again. They're like, what's going on?
Yep.
And then the creature shows up and just starts tearing them apart.
He's like, well, you're obviously not supporting me or following me anymore, so...
It's awesome. It just massacres these poor kids. It's like throwing them around.
Yep.
It's like eating. The one girl gets eaten, and it goes to this terrible miniature shop. She turns into a doll for a second.
Maria, the
one love
sister
interest,
of,
the Joshua's kind of love interest. Yeah, this scene is glorious. The way they kill it is really lame though. You probably don't even remember because I had to rewatch it because I was like, how do they kill it? All that happens is Joshua's like, we got to attack the main route, and then it just shows him hacking at a route, and then the thing goes and then dies.
I was so blown away by the spectacle of this happening. Really, because the movie doesn't set up that this type of thing's going to happen, right?
It just comes out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Children of the Corn 3 is the Hellraiser 3 of the franchise.
Yeah, but I didn't like Hellraiser 3, so...
Well, you thought it was pretty good. You thought you had fun with it with me. That's why I'm surprised you have it lower.
Yeah.
Both films, they...
Oh, sorry, Hellraiser 3, the one with CD?
Yes.
Okay, sorry,
yes.
I was thinking Hellraiser 2.
No, it's the Hellraiser 3. Yeah, because we're trading in the suburban environment for a rural or for a urban setting.
Yeah.
Both movies take place in the city. They both have a darker city atmosphere to them. They both go so wild and over the fucking top. It's so bad, it's good. Buddy, Hellraiser 3 and Children of the Corn 3 are the same.
Nah, I didn't like it as much as Hellraiser 3.
The corn monster, okay, I'll agree with you that, but I mean, it's the same kind of escalation.
Yeah.
That third act where Pinhead just starts massacring everybody in that fucking club scene. That's this. That's the corn monster just massacring everybody. Yeah, this is for me. This is it.
I will say though, I can totally understand why you like this one as much as you do.
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, it's fun. There's some just randomly one other thing. There's some awful dialogue in this. Did you catch at one point the bully guy says to Eli, he's like, "Well, I thought you were gonna suck my dick."
I wouldn't sit there.
Why not?
Because I think you're gonna try to suck my dick.
It's like, it's like a kid.
Yeah.
It's so like out of left place.
Yeah.
Like left field. It's
a little too inappropriate.
It's so weird.
Yeah.
But again, that just goes with the charm of this movie.
Does it?
So bad it's good, buddy. So bad it's good. Yeah, I don't have anything else. Children of the Corn 3. It's fucking fun. It's so stupid. It's fun.
Yep.
If you like the dumbness of Hellraiser 3, Children of the Corn 3, that's your entry.
Yep.
That's the one you should go for. You ready to move on?
I think so.
Moving on to our next entry. We're skipping ahead just a couple years to 1996 with Children of the Corn 4, The Gathering. This movie's boring, man. This is my number 8.
Number 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's boring.
I think
we after we had a giant plant monster, you're gonna do this.
I mean, I thought they tried to do a little bit more plot wise.
I appreciate it. I appreciate elements of it. It's just so slow.
It is,
and especially when you come off of the highs of 2 and 3.
And there's bits we'll get into it, but there are bits of this that plot elements that they revealed that didn't really do anything for the story. So, yeah.
I'm just gonna get into the plot right off the bat. Once again, it instantly opens with a title card, which is missing the 4, despite it being on the poster. I don't have the cover here represented on. Oh, actually, yeah, it's represented right there on the Blu-ray set there. See, it says Children of the Corn 4, The Gathering. The title card doesn't have the 4.
Doesn't have that.
It always bothers me. I know this. Okay, add to my nitpick counter here now. Number 1. It bugs me when movies when the titles don't match what they advertise the title of the movie as. You know what I mean? Like
Halloween Next Generation was something else. Or Texas Chainsaw Massacre Next Generation
was. Where there's 2, that one has like 2 different titles, and then there's like Halloween 666, and then there's also Halloween Curse of Michael Myers, and then there's Halloween 6, The Curse of like just
pick a title.
Yeah, and then stick to it, and that's your title.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're missing the 4, okay? And this is like canonically, this is apparently a sequel. This is where the series is. So I'll say one of the things I forgot to call out on the third one. When does the third one take place? Because that also doesn't really make any sense.
Well, I mean, at that point, I think they've just divested themselves from the first 2.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the first 2 are kind of tight and work together, but the third one, despite being called 3, when is that supposed to take place? Is that supposed to be after the event? I mean, my interpretation was it was after Micah and all that shit happened, I guess.
I started considering them
because the
all
idea is
separate
he's
stories.
trying to make a new Corn called after they were all defeated. And you know what? I just answered the question. That's the actual canonical
That's
answer,
it?
Mark. That's
Yeah.
it, Mark. It's that Eli was trying to bring back the Corn cult after Micah's group got annihilated into by Garrett and Red Bear. There you go. That's the canonical. Throw it on the wiki. Throw it up there. Okay. So back to our plot here for 4. It opens with a creepy looking boy appearing at some woman's door. He's injured, acting like a zombie. So she brings him inside to nurse him. She begins to treat him, and he's acting strangely, almost like he's possessed by a demon.
Mm-hmm.
The woman then wakes up, and that was a dream. Oh, fuck. We're doing dreams.
We're going to do this. Yep.
We're doing dreams. Okay. We're doing the nightmare dream bullcrap. The woman is our new protagonist, June Rhodes. Cut to another woman. I guess I should mention who June Rhodes is played by
Karen Black.
Karen Black, prominent longtime actress in a lot of horror films.
Horror movies in particular.
Yeah, I know her mostly from House of a Thousand Corpses, and I think she was in Burnt Offerings as well. She's like more of an older horror film actor.
She did some compilation movies as well.
I think Trilogy of Terror.
Yep.
I think she was in that.
Yep.
So yeah, Karen Black. We got kind of another one. One of the other fun things about this series, and I said this to you when we were talking about doing this, is I said, I can't wait to see who they got.
Mm-hmm.
Like, are we getting a Henry Cavill? So we had Charlize Theron now.
Yeah.
Who else? Who else are we getting, Mark?
This is the big one.
There's a couple more. There's a couple more. Our next one right now. Cut to another woman driving down a country road. The protagonist's name is Grace, played by
Naomi Watts.
Naomi Watts.
Yeah.
Yes. We have another get for the children. The children of the corn.
And unlike Charlize Theron, she's the star of the movie.
She's the main protagonist. Yeah. Grace is the main person. Yeah. Grace drives into the small town of Grand Island, Nebraska. It's not Gatlin. The self-proclaimed corn capital of Sentinel County. Whatever the fuck that means.
Yep.
So we're ditching the mean streets and heading back to the rural small town setting. Apparently people just didn't like that urban harvest idea. As much as I had fun with it, they're like, no, we'll bring it back to the cornfields. Pussies. Yep. Grace arrives at her destination, which is her childhood home, where it's revealed the woman from the intro, June, is actually her mother. We also get introduced to Grace's younger sister, Margaret. And there's a doctor at the house who tells Grace that her mother's mental state is getting worse and she's developed agoraphobia and won't walk past the edge of the house walkway. He also gives Grace her old job back as a nurse, so she has some income while she stays to take care of her mother. Some drunk is burdened by a ghost child dressed like a corn cult member and kills him with force powers by dropping tools that are hanging above him, which these tools, why are they hung up like this? It is so comical.
Yeah.
There is like, it doesn't even look like how they would be hung up properly. Like normally when you hang a tool, you hang it on a wall, but they're like strung up by rope in the dead center of a barn.
It's dangling right dead center where it would absolutely fall and just spear you.
They are set up like that for the sole purpose of killing this man.
Another mild cameo, or small cameo.
Oh, who's this?
He was the old man at the beginning of Saving Private Ryan.
Sure.
Yeah. Come on, Saving Private Ryan's a big movie. Surely somebody recognized him when they saw that. He plays,
So we also meet Grace's other sibling, which is the younger brother, James. Grace's mother tells her about the recurring nightmare she's having about killer children.
Yep.
Margaret starts feeling sick, as well as James, so the two younger kids start getting sick. Grace's childhood friend shows up, who's also a nurse, and she shows up to say hey, so they can catch up a bit. The next day at the clinic, Grace discovers there's some sort of illness spreading amongst the town's children. I put in quotation marks, ghost child. Is this thing there? Is it not? I don't know. The movie doesn't really, I don't know. The ghost child performs some sort of evil ritual, further exacerbating the children's illnesses. But the next day, all of the children's symptoms seem to have vanished, and they're suddenly feeling better. A local man named Donald has this weird incident where his wife is brutally killed, and then the police come to investigate, and they suspect he did it.
Yep.
But his son is acting super strange, just like all the other kids in town. And then he starts running from the police, and now he's on the lam because they suspect him of killing his wife. Mm-hmm. Grace starts having terrifying nightmares of her own. Blah. The local children get possessed by the souls of other dead children and begin to kill off the town's adults. And what follows is the town's children being gathered, if you will, into the cornfields. Donald and Grace team up and visit the oldest women in town, who reveal the cursed history about the ghost child named Josiah and urge her to put the boy's soul to rest, culminating in a grand showdown against the hellspawn child Josiah. That is the plot of Children of the Corn 4: The Gathering.
Yep. And
it is a very boring entry. And I appreciate a lot of what it does, but it's just, we got back to Children of the Corn 1984. We're back to that slow plotting, not much happens. Yeah.
I think a bit more appropriate title would have been Children of the Corn 4: The Possession.
Nope, The Gathering.
Just The Gathering.
They gathered. Because you're right, they don't even really gather.
No.
You're right about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. How about The Sickening?
Yeah.
Because it just makes them all
They basically
sick.
just get a fever.
Yeah.
That makes them kind of hallucinate and stuff.
Okay, so what did you feel about that? The idea that, again, credit where credit's due. We're trying to tweak things up a bit.
Yeah.
So now the corn kids are possessed. They're all possessed. And it's done, they almost treat it like a sickness.
Yep.
So we have our main characters are like medical people, right? Like Grace is like a nurse, and then she teams up with the local doc, and then her friend is a nurse. And so all the kids are like infected with possession.
So what do you think?
Why don't you tell me, Doctor?
I don't know, fevers, shakes. Definitely flu of some kind, but no nausea, no diarrhea, no sinus.
Viruses are always changing. That's what makes them such a fun date. I think I'll keep the more serious ones here tonight. I hope you don't have any plans.
Kind of an interesting angle.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, they're moving away from the whole plot of kids eradicating adults from the town, right? So this one really doesn't have a story that aligns with the rest of the franchise, right? So it almost, you could change the title.
There's no cult here.
Yeah. You could change the title of the movie, remove the Children of the Corn aspect, call it something else. You'd never know that there was really a connection to there's no kind of Amish kids, there's no cult aspect. It's basically just this entity that comes into town, possesses all these kids. The kids start kind of doing weird things. They're not even really the villains of the movie. They're just kind of going along with what is happening to them, right? So it's not like they get sort of drawn in and start. They're not the bad guys.
No, the bad guy is the like ghost Josiah
Right.
kid, whatever the hell he is. Yeah. I'm always a fan of the rational science versus supernatural plot.
Yeah.
So I like some elements here.
It's a bit more grounded, and I liked. I think
yeah.
what you liked about the last one is that they tried something different. That's kind of what I appreciated about this one. That it was, all right, a new spin on the sort of classic tale, right?
Yeah, I really like the idea of like evil is somehow infecting the residents of this community, and we have a local doctor, Doc. I like Doc. I like that character.
Yep.
Grace and him have some good scenes together. I like the idea of like this local doctor that's in over his head a little bit, but he's trying to like help his town that is somehow being infected. They're trying, like, how does rational science stack up against supernatural, unexplainable shit, right? And like, to me, that's a fun dynamic.
I like the idea that they presented Grace as, like, she's been off in the real world. I think she's going to medical school, right? So she's studying to become a doctor herself, and she's kind of had to come back against her will almost.
Which comes back to take care of her mother.
That's right. Like, so she doesn't really have a choice, but she has to take a break in her studies. But she also... you can tell that in the time that she's been away, she's kind of lost the sort of small town feel about her as she's learned a little bit more about the world. So having to come back, she doesn't really like it. And that's why I think part of her character is that she doesn't really believe in what's happening. There's just got to be a medical explanation for it. So I thought that added a little bit of an element to it, right? Like she's almost like better than these people in the fact that she's gotten out and she kind of resents having to come back.
Yeah, but I kind of the way they portray her, I appreciated. So it was a little refreshing at first because normally the way they do these things is the character resents having to come home. She doesn't really do that. She kind of like immediately steps into the role of caretaker for the kids of this town and like works with Doc and is trying to help everyone. And she doesn't, we don't really get it. I don't really get the sense of her resenting her mother for having illnesses.
She knows that this is something she has to do.
Yeah. Like she takes it in stride.
Yeah.
I think it's very refreshing to have it because usually when you have a character that comes back to their roots, they do it one of two ways. It's usually, they resent it, and so they're pushing back against their like childhood or whatever, or they're running from something.
Yeah.
And so then there's like those skeletons in the closet of like, you know, their inner demons keep coming up, and Grace isn't really like that.
It was just a virus, but it's gone now.
It did something to him. The fever.
No, that's impossible.
Then why are you here? What is that?
Blood tests for my sister.
What does it say?
I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
What does it say?
The readings don't make any sense. There must have been something wrong with the machine.
I mean, I still don't. I got the sense though that she would rather that this is not the reason why she's coming back. Also because, her mother is ill. But she would prefer to stay in the life that she has, but she knows that she's got responsibilities and she's got to.
So they start her off well. Of course, they have to ruin that because then, so it starts off and it's like, oh yeah, Grace is she's doing her duty. She's come back to town. She doesn't have any skeletons in the closet. Oh wait, that little girl, Margaret. Oh yeah, that was actually Grace's daughter that she left for her mother to take care of.
So I had alluded to this before.
Yeah, so,
there's plot points in this movie that I don't understand why why.
What was the purpose of that?
Yeah, they introduced that kind of like right at the end.
Oh, right at the end. Yeah, literally right at the end. It's so pointless.
I don't feel like it helped.
But I also have a plot hole from that too. Yeah. Okay, so there's a revelation that Grace, I guess, abandoned her own child in a sense to do something. I guess to have a career. I don't fucking know. Maybe she just thought she couldn't handle it. But then she has a little brother, James. Okay, so one of the things that's odd is when you first see Grace and her younger sister, it's like they're like fucking 15, 16 years apart. That's weird.
Yeah.
But that then gets explained that Grace is actually Margaret's, I think it was Margaret, the little girl. Yeah, Margaret, because June's the grandmother. Margaret's mother. Why is James so much younger, though? Because James isn't her son. So James was June's, like that was Naomi Watts' character, Grace. James and Grace are brother and sister. But yet James doesn't look any older than Margaret.
Yeah.
So what the fuck?
Yeah.
I just further proves that this is pointless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't understand why they had to introduce any of this because it didn't pay off. It wasn't an aha moment that revealed something that we were tracking throughout the whole movie. It was almost just like oh, hey, wouldn't it be cool if right at the end we just decided that
why?
Her sister is actually her daughter?
Why?
Like, yeah, I don't understand.
Why? It doesn't, but it's not even part of her arc.
Yeah.
I never got the sense like she was running away from anything. Yeah. This movie's fucking boring, dude.
Yeah.
And
I think they upped the production value again on this one. So it looks.
I disagree. I think they downed the production value because nothing happens. We have no good kills. There's just, I feel like the budget is gone.
Yeah.
They couldn't give us those cool Screaming Mad George kills.
There isn't a lot of memorable stuff that goes on.
No.
I wouldn't say that it's not a failed picture. It's right in the middle, kind of where I have it.
I was so disappointed when they killed the doc character.
Yeah.
He was the most interesing character. I liked the idea of like the small town doctor, and they just like chop him in half unceremoniously. Yeah, like you're talking about like, oh, they upped the budget. I think what you mean by they upped I don't think they upped the budget. I think they wrote it better. It's written better than 2 and 3.
It's filmed and written as though there's an actual plot there.
There's more of an overarching like story here.
Yeah.
The problem is the overarching story is just so boring because what it devolves into is kids get sick, Grace treats them.
Yep.
And it doesn't really work. Okay, kids get sick again, and then Grace treats them, and it doesn't really work. It just keeps fucking
until she
doing
kind of
that.
figures out what's going on. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost like a less exciting version of Outbreak.
Yeah.
Like if
Well, so they just keep repeating that over and over again. She has no love interest, no real sidekick, and no one really to bounce off of.
Yep.
And then finally by like the hour mark, they're like, you know what? We got to give her someone to talk to because she's literally talking to like no one.
Yep.
They kill off the doc character. I don't remember if they killed off her friend. I think they did, but she doesn't have enough screen time anyways. Yep. So then they team her up with Donald, the guy who's gets accused of murdering his wife.
Yeah.
That Donald character, cut him right out of the movie. He serves no purpose.
Yeah.
They have no chemistry. And do you even remember how they team up? Do you remember this?
He comes into the hospital, does he? Oh no, isn't he staying at he's hiding out somewhere. It's like a friend of the friend. I don't know.
Somehow they run. Donald finds her.
Yeah.
And then the two of them go to those old ladies and get the backstory on Josiah and all that bullshit.
Yeah.
And then they go to like take down. There's such a stretch here. Did you catch the random leap where Grace figures out that Quicksilver is the only way to stop Josiah?
Well, don't they find like a book that like tells them all?
No.
Okay.
They go because so the Baxter and Josiah, the little ghost kid, is like he's again. This is another one of the ones where the adults were evil, so they had it coming, even though these aren't the same adults and whatever.
Yeah.
But so like Josiah's background was like he was a preacher boy who they were trying to keep artificially young by feeding him mercury. And they slowly poisoned him. Yeah, it was mercury, aka Quicksilver.
Josiah was the son of a local woman. He was taken in by traveling preachers and became an expert preacher himself.
Yes, but then they slowly poisoned him.
He was making the traveling preachers a lot of money, basically as a sideshow act. He never grew older because the traveling preachers basically made a deal with the devil to keep him young and small.
Yeah, and they were like
feeding him
mercury, which somehow was stunting his growth.
And then once the town realized what was happening, they just kind of abandoned him, or they stopped believing in him, and then so these two guys just abandoned this kid.
And so he's like the ghost kid is supposed to be like this tragic figure. Of course, you don't really feel bad for him because he just acts like a spooky ghost monster.
He was killed, and they put his ashes in the well.
So then there's such a stretch where Grace is just like, Quicksilver, that's how we hurt Josiah. Because they go to they go back to her and Donald go to the clinic. I think it's her and Donald. And they go to the clinic, and then like they see in the petri dish, there's the tooth, and in the tooth is a cavity filling, which has, I guess, some sort of.
It wouldn't be mercury.
It wouldn't be mercury, but that's what she says. I guess so. Maybe they mean silver, but I swear they're talking about mercury. And like the blood, it is like in the petri dish. The blood is like avoiding the tooth.
Yeah.
We have to find her. We've got to get her back.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Look at this. What is this?
It's mercurochrome ointment. Margaret hated it. That stuff and fillings are both made of mercury. The boy was poisoned with Quicksilver.
Right.
Quicksilver is mercury.
Where's the supply closet?
It's just so stupid. Who fucking cares? So they find out this is the weakness. So then Donald rigs up like these silver rounds, these mercury rounds to take out the ghost child. It's funny because I wonder, like, what else does Donald do? So literally, Donald and her get there, the final showdown. They go because all the kids have gathered at this one like field and this one barn, and Naomi Watts has like the shotgun, and then Donald like grabs his kid and then like jumps in the car, fucks off, leaves Naomi Watts to face Josiah by herself. I don't even think they interact like again until like maybe right before the credits. Like their team up is so pointless.
Yeah. I got Grace rigs up sprinklers in the barn to shower Josiah with mercury water.
Okay, explain that. Explain
that.
What was happening there? So Grace has like a showdown with Josiah in the barn, and she has like these mercury rounds with a shotgun, which I always think is so funny is like, like Naomi Watts, if you were to interview her, like, I wonder what she would think. She would be like, oh yeah, I was in a movie once where I did battle with a ghost child with a giant scythe and I had to shoot him with a shotgun.
Yeah. Powered by mercury bullets or something.
Right. It's just such a funny thing like on your resume, right? And so they have this little showdown and it's just such a boring showdown. It's just nothing. She fires at him a couple times. What was the thing with the sprinklers?
They love using that in these movies, right?
Right. But in the first one, he pumps the fuel into the irrigation system. In this one, there's just like this release and she like pulls it and then to me, it was a tank of water. Maybe it was pesticides, but she pulls this release valve and then it like shoots the liquid onto Josiah, who then like starts melting.
Yeah.
It's like, what was happening, Mark?
Yeah.
What's going on here?
I love the fact that in all of these movies, like the first one, there's no way that guy's not covered in gasoline when he goes and lights the fields on he's been rigging up this thing to blow gasoline or pump it through all this irrigation system. Same with this situation. Like, I don't know how poisonous mercury is. I don't think you can touch it, right? So you better be extremely careful, and they just treat this stuff like
I'm pretty sure you can touch mercury. I think you can drink mercury as well.
Yeah.
I'm
Right.
I've drank
you can gargle it.
Yeah,
but
100%.
you better spit it back out.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. I mean, if you want your teeth to look like silver, cool.
nice and shiny.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure the mercury actually the mercury. Yeah, the mercury. I'm pretty sure the mercury actually like will become a part of you.
Yeah.
And almost like the T-1000, eventually, if you get blown up, you will be reforged.
Yeah.
That's actually how that works.
The thoughts and views of Slash Cinema of Justin do not reflect.
Please try at home all of the terrible things that I recommend. Yeah, drink mercury. Just play with it. It's fun.
Right.
It looks good. It smells good. It tastes good.
It is good.
It is good. Yeah, it's great. Add it onto your Sundays. It's a great topper. I mean, it looks cool. You gotta admit, Mercury does look cool. Did you ever play with Mercury?
I had a toy once that was like a...
And it had the Mercury.
That's right.
Yeah, and you know why they took those off the market?
Because kids were cracking it open.
No, because they were pussies, Mark. Because they didn't...
That's right.
Because they didn't want to race a T-1000 cool kids. That's why. They didn't want to see what was going to happen.
Quit wussing out and not eating your Mercury.
I have like nothing to say about Josiah. He's just such a nothing villain.
Yeah.
Like no charisma.
They don't really do a whole lot with him.
He doesn't really
honest.
talk.
Yeah.
Did you like that he's got like, so he apparently like tragically died in like a fire. So he's got like the Freddy Krueger, like half his face is burnt. And it's just, so nothing.
They're
He
trying
sucks.
things, but yeah.
Yeah.
I think you could have made this movie a better movie if you just removed the Josiah piece altogether and just try to make this a woman comes back to her hometown dealing with a sickness that she can't understand. And even if you wanted to try to slap on some kind of supernatural element at the end, just don't have it related to Children of the Corn, and you would have made a much better movie. There's a plot here that could make a better movie than we got, but I at least give them credit for trying to, have an A to B to C type.
There is
story.
one shot in this movie that actually creeped me out.
Yeah.
I'm going to give them credit for it because it's something I've never seen before.
Yeah.
And it's one of the nightmare sequences. Normally, this movie I hate the dream sequences.
Yeah.
There is one funny one where like Margaret starts like stabbing her mother. You know what I'm talking about? I think it's like, yeah, Margaret starts stabbing Grace at one point. One of these nightmare sequences, like out of nowhere, like the little girl just starts stabbing Naomi Watts. That one was pretty funny. But there was one that genuinely creeped me out. There's a shot of Naomi Watts is dreaming, Grace, and it's like Margaret's sick in bed in another room, and Josiah's in the room, and then there's like a quick cut, and it's very brief, but for a brief moment, you see Josiah, and he's got hooved legs.
She was calling for you by the road, but she's come in now.
Thanks. Thank you.
Oh, I didn't catch
He's
that.
got is it donkeys? Not donkeys, goats.
Like a satyr?
Yeah, he's got goat legs. So he looks like Satan. Yeah. He's got like goat legs. It's a quick shot. Like it's a quick little moment. It's practical. That actually unnerved me a little bit where I was like, ooh, that's a spooky visual.
Adds a different element to the...
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to do nightmare and dream sequences, like have them fucking pack some punch, right?
The only kill in this movie that I did want to bring up, Marianne, Grace's friend, who gets a scythe to the back of the head that comes out through her face. Thought that was kind of cool.
I don't even remember this.
Yep.
This is her black
Gets
friend?
killed by Josiah at the doctor's office by getting a scythe to the back of the head, and it comes right out in front of her face. So there you go.
I don't think that happened.
I just made that. I was... In my head, I was
I think
making
you
up a
just
movie
started
that was
making,
better.
yeah, I was gonna say, I think you started just making kills that didn't actually happen. Yeah. Anything else you'd like to say about The Gathering, Mark?
No, it's a very meh.
You've gathered us. I mean,
I did. Yeah.
You've gathered us all here to listen to your opinions on Children of the Corn.
Did not do that.
You gathered us.
Yeah. This is not my fault, by the way. So
strap in.
I would have been fine.
We're not even halfway.
Never
We're not
do
even
this.
halfway.
Yeah.
We're gonna keep going here. Okay, you ready to move on?
Yep.
All right, moving on to our next entry. This is from 1998 with Children of the Corn 5, Fields of Terror. This is my number 7.
Number 9.
It's just like slightly, for me, it's like slightly more interesting than 4.
Yeah.
So you have it slightly less interesting than 4.
Yeah, well, I had 4 at, what did I have it at? 6?
Yeah, you had it a little
6.
bit higher. Yeah.
So
4 was a mid pick for you then. So
Yeah.
this is like a bottom pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have it a little bit more of a mid pick, but it's not good. It's just okay. To be clear, none of these entries.
No.
I
feel like we do have to reiterate that every once in a while.
Yeah, we're about to get into, like, I think you can have fun with some of these entries. This isn't one of them.
Yeah.
This isn't one of the ones you can have fun with. Let's get into the plot. So it opens with a little boy being possessed by some green force coming from a hole in the ground in the cornfield. We then cut ahead a year later, where a farmer is confiding to his wife about some mutilated cattle he keeps finding. The possessed boy appears and uses his psychic powers to lift the man into the air and fries him with lightning in a pretty sweet sequence. That scene's pretty fun. Then we get a new group of corn cult children who proceed to butcher the wife. Cut to a group of young adults out on a road trip, including, is it Keir or Kerr? I think it's Kerr.
I think it's Kerr.
Yeah. Kerr, played by
Ava Mendes.
Sexy Ava Mendes. Yeah. They got another one, Mark.
Yeah.
They got another one.
I said this franchise might be the king of cameos.
We're getting some people now. So the young kids are driving through the rural countryside, following turn markers that 2 of their other friends, Laszlo and Charlotte, have set up that are blow-up sex dolls. I thought that was kind of fun. That's like the road markers they're setting up. So like their 2 friends are driving ahead of the rest of the group, and they're like, follow these road markers. That's kind of stupid shit like, young people would do. Charlotte decides to grab some corn from one of the fields, and her and Laszlo get lost in the same cornfields. The corn cult children appear and kill Charlotte before hunting down Laszlo and doing the same. The other group of young adults lose control of their car and crash into a ditch along the cornfields. The children then appear and are basically told to fuck off by the possessed boy. The possessed boy is Ezekiel.
Mm-hmm.
That's our new like Isaac and Micah type character. Yep. The college kids trek I called them college kids because that's more their age they are. They're like young adults. They're they would be like 19 to 21, seem like the age range.
They can vote.
Right. Yeah, but they're not teenagers, so they can fuck, Yeah. The college kids trek their way into the small town of Divinity Falls. Mm-hmm. They head into one of the local bars, which surprisingly has adults, and we get a cameo from the bartender played by...
I don't know if I have that.
Kane Hodder.
Okay, it's that one.
Kane Hodder's the bartender. Yeah. He doesn't do anything.
Yeah, he's just there.
He's just like, hey, what can I get you guys? Yeah. He's like, I'm very attached.
I knew he was in this. I forgot what his little part was. Yeah.
Have you guys seen my hockey mask collection?
Yeah.
They didn't do anything stupid like that.
Can I introduce you to my mother?
Yeah. Sir, what day is it? Friday, the 13th. There was nothing like that on the nose. One of the patrons drops some exposition explaining the farm they crashed at is run by religious fanatics that worship an entity known as He Who Walks Behind the Rose.
Has a bunch of adopted kids working the farm for him. They're all religious fanatics. They worship some fellow they call He Who Walks Beyond the Clouds or something like that.
Wait a minute. You mean He Who Walks Behind the Rose?
Yeah, that's it. What a nutty bunch of fruitcakes.
On their way out of the town, they run into the sheriff, played by... Did you get this one?
It's the football player, isn't it?
It's not Jim Brown.
No.
So Fred Williamson.
Fred Williamson, yeah.
Was he also a football player?
Yeah.
Like Jim Brown?
He's a blaxploitation.
He was a
film
I
star
know
is
him
how
from,
you would know
yeah.
him.
I
But
know
he
him
was
from
also
blaxploitation
he's
films.
an ex-NFL player as well.
Yeah. Fred Williamson, fucking awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, he's similar
Yeah.
to like a Jim Brown type, or a Jim Kelly, The college kids, so the sheriff tells them basically to fuck off and get out of here. And then the college kids miss the last bus out of town and return to sleep in their car only to find it's been torched.
Yeah.
They find a seemingly abandoned house down the road and decide to camp there for the night. Allison reveals she ran away from home from her abusive father, leaving her brother Jacob, who then became a corn cult member, behind. So Allison's brother Jacob is a part of that corn cult. That's why she had such a strong reaction when the exposition was dropped by the guy in the bar. That night, Allison discovers their dead friends' bodies out in the cornfield. This is the two people from earlier in the movie that were leaving the markers. The sheriff and police investigate, and he basically accuses the group of kids of doing this. Like, he basically accuses the group of somehow getting their friends killed. Like, he says something that was like, well, you guys must have been drinking and fucking around or all this all dangerous equipment, like some shit like that.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, whatever. He then tells them to get out of town, and they're all like, fuck this, we're out of here. But Allison decides to stay because she thinks her brother might be involved somehow. Then they all stay and head over to the corn cult children, demanding to see Allison's brother, Joshua. I think that was his name. And we're then introduced to the head of the cult, Luke, played by... Who's the head of the cult, Mark? Do you remember this? It's a big name.
Oh, David Carradine.
David Carradine.
Yeah, he's not... Yeah, he's leading the cult. But
he's the face of the cult. Yeah. We got another cameo by prominent kung fu actor David Carradine.
Yeah.
He's not known for anything else, just the original kung fu, buddy, where he played an Asian man.
That's right.
Yeah. Because he's actually,
Yeah, that's how that works.
he's the real kung fu man. Yeah. So David Carradine runs the cult or whatever. It's his land. I don't know. His character's so stupid anyways. It's pointless. Luke then tells Allison that he's not a monster and he's a shepherd for lost children who need direction and purpose before granting her permission to see Jacob, not Joshua. Jacob. I was close. The two siblings reunite and Jacob reveals tomorrow is his 18th birthday, which we know from Children of the Corn lore that generally when you reach the age of 18 or 19, that you have to kill yourself or they kill you.
Yeah. You are required to walk into the cornfield, and he who walks behind the
entity absorbs you somehow. Yeah, because you're no longer you're entering adulthood, so you're no longer pure.
You've lost your innocence.
You lost your innocence, right? So Allison begs for him to come with her. He stays, but he gives her a book to take back with her. The group of friends disband as Allison still wants to stay, but the rest want out of town. Allison discovers a coded message for help written by her brother in the book. Jacob, not wanting to die on his 18th birthday, fucks off and leaves the cult, but Kerr takes his place and joins the cult children. What? What follows is the police, led by Allison, raiding the cult headquarters. The cult children fight back, and the two groups clash, leading to casualties on both sides, culminating in Allison stopping the eternal flame of he who walks behind the rose by blowing it up with fertilizer?
With more fire? Yeah. Yeah.
That is the plot of Children of the Corn 5 Fields of Terror.
Yeah. So where the
This one
last
sucks.
movie, Children of the Corn 4, at least had the semblance of a plot, this one just doesn't. There's a lot of goofy ideas that don't really make sense. And I was watching this thing and I'm like, I have no idea what's going on here.
So I got so excited with this one because I saw the cover. You look at the cover for Children of the Corn 5 and it's like Fields of Terror. And it looks like all of those, it has that poster that all of those horror slasher films used in the late 90s.
This is the classic Dimension look.
Yes,
right? Yeah.
it's the Dimension Films poster of you get all the hot young people all looking like concerned on the cover, and then that's your horror poster.
Yep.
Scream did this. The Halloween H2O and Resurrection used this poster motif. I Know What You Did Last Summer, Valentine. Like, this is the definitive look of that 90s slasher poster. I saw that and I went, oh, this is going to be a goofy one. It's really not.
No.
It's really not.
Yeah.
It's kind of just nothing. You get all these young kids and they're not too goofy that it's fun. So like, I wanted this to be.
I didn't like any of them.
No.
And Eva Mendes's character is really annoying in this. Like, it's so funny to see because we know since then she's gone on to do some pretty good stuff. But this is not one of them.
I was reading the book and it makes a lot of sense, you guys.
Like what?
Basically, it says that children are born into this world free of sin and completely pure. And being raised by adults, well, then that's when they become, when they become tainted.
Tainted.
Evil.
And she's got a fairly prominent role in the movie.
Yeah.
But she's just really whiny and annoying the whole time. And then her character arc just flips on a dime at the end.
It comes out of nowhere. There's like a subplot of, so like, in case you're wondering, where are they going on a road trip? Did you catch where they were actually going?
So I couldn't figure out.
Yeah, it's confusing. That's the right answer. I couldn't figure out. That's the right answer.
Like, you were going through the plot summary, and I'm like, this still doesn't help me.
It's a mess.
The only thing I could think of is, okay, does Allison know that she's going to try to find her brother?
No.
Okay.
That was complete coincidence.
So it's just random coincidence that she ends up where he might be the day before he turns.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's
nonsense.
just awful. Yeah.
No, they were going to. So they dropped this in the exposition. Kerr's ex-boyfriend killed himself.
Yeah, I knew there was something about.
And so she's grief-stricken, which is supposed to be why she's able to be tempted by the cult.
Yeah,
because she's not in her right frame of mind. They are on a trip to settle. Either they're going to a funeral, or they're going to settle his affairs, like maybe get all of his stuff, clear out his place or something. Okay. That's where they're going. Because it's all, I think if you look at the plot summary, it's like they're going to pay their respects. So they're either going to a funeral, they're going to somehow help with that transition.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
They don't do a very good job of explaining that.
No, and then there's also like a weird thing where it's like, okay, so first they thought it was an accident. So they're like, there's a dumb line where one of them's like, I thought bungee jumping was safe.
I guess we'll never know what went wrong. I don't understand. I thought bungee jumping was so safe.
Yeah, but that was Kurt. He was a free spirit.
Yeah.
Did you catch this?
Yeah.
There's like some weird line about that. But then I think it's Allison reveals, it's like, oh no, I found a suicide note. So he killed himself by bungee cord? Like he cut his own rope. Like
I don't know.
Like it's so weird. Like what is this?
And like if that is legitimately why they're going out there, I do not believe that the pair of kids or I call them the 30-somethings that are supposed to be teenagers because they all look a little too old to be.
I didn't think they looked that bad.
It's
not Sleepaway Camp bad. It's not that bad.
That was awesome. You loved that. Yeah. The two that go out ahead. Like if that is the reason why they're all going out there, I don't think that they would be using naked blow-up dolls. This isn't a party. Like they're not going to.
Oh, I know. Tonally, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. I know you're trying to get across that these are like young kids that are, but this is not the time.
Wouldn't it be somber?
Like like even 22-year-olds would know. Okay,
a little bit of tact.
Anyway, so that's part of the reason why I had no idea that's why they
and
were.
Not only that,
I knew that there was something about
Kerr sleeps with that guy.
Yeah.
So it's like if they're going to the funeral of your ex-boyfriend, should like you immediately sleep with some guy?
Yeah, there's something else there. Like maybe she wasn't in a relationship with him, or like she didn't want people. I don't know. It's a mess. Right? we have both watched this movie
and we're struggling.
We can't figure out what is going on here.
So it's just such a stretch that she joins the cult. Because now, the other thing is, to be clear, the way I interpret it was she's already over 18. So she is effectively joining the cult to kill herself.
Unless she's not. Like,
No,
unless,
she made it very clear. She's trying to, like, she's willing to let herself burn.
Well, and she jumps into the silo.
Right.
Like,
yeah.
on her own.
What?
Yeah.
Like, you're that heartbroken?
No.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Mark, how did you feel about, we get multiple of these. How did you feel about the I called them the piano sappy moments. There's no way you missed these.
No.
There's
That's
multiple of these. They do these dialogue exchange where all of a sudden the sappy piano music
Comes
kicks
into the
in and it's
background.
supposed to be like a tender moment.
I could tell that you were hurting. I got the feeling that you were in a lot of pain.
Somebody really close to me died recently.
I'm not trying to make any judgments about you, but and how you feel. I was there myself just not too long ago.
Care about last night.
What about it?
I just want to let you know that I care a lot about you. And it wasn't just a one-night stand for me.
I'm sorry, Ty, but that's all it was for me.
And it's like the one dude's like pouring his heart out to Kerr.
After they had their encounter, and then the next day when she's basically just saying, yeah, no, that's not what, I don't know if it was her.
Yeah.
Or not. It was her? Okay.
She was like, that meant nothing.
And then he's just like broken
but I
hearted.
actually like you, Kerr.
Yeah.
So stupid.
It's
so
it's
bad.
definitely not the sexy sax from Nightmare. Or
from Freddy's Nightmares.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like this group sucks. We've watched films like this, and if you can't nail the chemistry of your core group, we don't want to root for them. And this is a good example. They don't seem to like each other.
No, I don't like Allison as a hero. She's not.
Yeah.
I don't understand what's going on with Jacob. Like, are you actually trying to get away? Because if you are, just leave.
Right.
Like, it's not like you're a 7-year-old child and don't have any means to escape. You're an adult. Just go. But then he doesn't want to leave, but then he's leaving this was the other thing I thought. He leaves a cry for help in a Bible or something like that. But then, like, how is he ever expecting anyone to find this? Like, what is the coincidence that they happen to be where...
Well, he's assuming his sister's going to read it and decode the message.
How is he ever expecting that she would ever be there?
Mark, this
film
film has perfect logic.
She's not going to find him. Like, somewhere along the line, that becomes her mission.
Right.
But that's not why, unless that is why she's there. Like, unless she's using this as an excuse to just join the road trip.
No, because she was surprised when the guy in the bar was like, they worship some entity known as he. She was like, what did you say?
That sounds familiar. It's like, well, how come you haven't gone to go and rescue him up until now? Like,
because life's hard, Mark. It
Is
gets
it?
in the way.
It's not that hard.
It gets
Like,
in the way.
you know.
And we put things off. I'm
Like, he's really banking on someone from outside of the cult finding his Bible and deciphering his, and he leaves it. It's like a coded message,
Right.
too.
Yeah.
Like, you
It's
have
not
to
even just help me.
help me.
Right. Did you like? So like the group, no one has other than Allison, who coincidentally has a reason to stay in the town.
Right.
None of them want to stay.
No.
There's a funny line actually where the one guy's like, "No fucking way am I staying," and then it cuts to them. They're like walking to the field, and he was like, "Fucker." Yeah, but like none of them have a reason to stay, and like they like other than there's the one guy with the long sideburns that has like a crush on Allison.
Yeah.
Otherwise, why are they there? Why are they staying? Like Fred Williamson's like, "All right, you stupid kids, get out of my town."
Yeah.
When like they all are like, "Yeah, okay," but then Allison, she has her shit going on. And I guess that's enough motivation for the rest of them to support her.
To just stick around.
But they don't seem like close friends.
I know this
that's
is
why I don't buy it.
And I know this is 1998, so like Uber and Lyft haven't been invented yet.
Yeah.
But you cannot tell me that there isn't a way to get out of this town. Like, this isn't, you're not trapped here. Like, there's going to be, you can call a taxi. Like, you're not on the moon. All right. Like, you're just in a rural town. You can leave. Like, there's got to be, it's not your car that got torched isn't the only vehicle in this town. Because they make a big point of, oh, the next bus ain't coming
Yeah.
until, I'm like, okay. Is that literally the only way out of this town?
Yes, Mark.
It's
yeah.
98.
Yeah.
Like,
Nope.
it's not like the only stagecoach
That's
ran
correct.
through
Yes,
a
that's
fortnight
correct.
ago,
Yeah.
and there's
Yeah.
not another one.
That's it.
Find another way.
Use your Nokia cell phone and call for help.
Yes.
It's 98.
Yes.
You have those
Yeah,
Nokia.
every
those
one of
Nokia.
you.
Yes. Use
Oh,
those.
fuck.
Yeah. This movie's a fucking slog, too. It's so slow and
Yeah.
boring. All the dialogue sucks.
I think the things, too, that they expected to be exciting weren't. Like that burning silo thing. I don't know what's the deal with that, but it
wasn't a cool set piece.
No, but I think they thought, oh, people are going to love this.
How do you have a film with David Carradine
Yep.
and Fred Williamson on screen together
Yep.
and have it be boring?
Yep.
I've been wanting to nail your ass for a long time, Luke.
If you try to extinguish that flame, your men will be punished with a vengeance such as his fury have not wrought before.
And they're so, that Luke character, because remember I said, I was like, oh, he's the head of the cult. And you're like, is he? I don't blame you for having that interpretation because is he? I don't know.
Well, in the end, he's
What
not.
is he?
He's just an animated. He's dead, right? So David Carradine's character.
Oh, that's
is-
how you interpreted that.
No, so this is, the movie doesn't tell you this.
No.
I had to go and read this. He's just, I think this is.
The movie made you read
Yeah.
that.
I think who's the orange haired kid that's kind of always the
Ezekiel?
Is it, yeah. It's like,
Ezekiel's yeah.
So he's kind of like puppeting this body.
Sure.
That's why, like, when the thing, like, his I say his
Yeah,
death,
did you like
but
the head split?
it's just
So,
like,
yeah, there's
splits
like
open and
it's
there's
like
this-
it's like the thing.
Yeah.
He does like a head split
Yeah.
and then it like also kills Fred Williamson's character.
Well, I remember thinking, no, this movie's not cool enough for this.
Yeah.
You don't get to do this. Yeah. But I think that was
Yeah.
I have no way to know, but I think he's dead. He's been dead for a while, but the idea is that at least they are addressing the plot hole of how is it these kid towns can be populated by only children and adults never come in.
So they had to have some adults.
They answer that by having this old guy that kind of will talk to adults whenever they come in. It doesn't really explain why nobody asked any follow-up questions,
No.
but at least it answers the question of why there isn't any adults around. Is that this one old guy is being controlled.
So the closest this movie gets to being what I wanted it to be is in the third act. So the third act devolves into a more traditional slasher film. When Allison's group and the cops go to the farm, and then all the cult kids just start like fighting them, and it just turns into that's the most entertaining the movie gets. Is that there's some fun moments there, where there's like all the cult kids have like just like random tools. The one kid has like a chainsaw, and I was like, now we're getting some Texas Chainsaw Massacre vibes again, right? That's when it's the most entertaining, but it all amounts to nothing.
They don't really
because
pay that off.
so like you get some fun kills and there's some fun little things, but it all just turns into Allison's entire group gets wiped out besides her.
Yeah.
Almost all the cult kids get wiped out. And then Allison just she reads some passage and she's like, fire has to be defeated by fire. But see, where it doesn't work here is in the original in the first three, especially with 3, where it's literally just a corn plant monster. That seemed like that was the entity. The entity seemed like it was the fields itself. So when you destroyed the field, when you destroyed the crop, it felt like you were destroying the creature.
Or at a minimum, you're destroying the source of its power, right?
Sure.
Like, yeah.
But in this one, it's just it's like a ball of fire inside of a silo.
Yeah.
It's like an eternal flame.
Yeah.
So how do you blow up fire? Mark, how do you do that? How does the military
Well, that's
do
why
that?
when-
I know you guys run experiments on these sort of things, right?
Yeah. That's why when I saw that, like, her plan was to pour, like, fertilizer, I guess, is explosive or combustible.
That was another
whatever.
question I had for you. Is that how that works?
Yeah, I think there's a...
Can you literally just blow it up like that?
No, but... So assuming that works, and I think fertilizer is, it's used in a lot of explosives.
No,
and
that I
bombs and
knew,
things like
but
that.
I didn't know like how you can
But,
you just
like,
throw it in a fire and it blows
How
up?
do you extinguish fire by adding more fire? You know what I mean? Like you just made a bigger fire.
Right.
I don't know. That whole silo thing, I still don't understand it. I still don't
Like, what was
understand
happening?
why it became the focal point of all of this. What was the purpose of it? Like it's this burning fire that never stops. Okay, but for what? What?
There's so much more cool interpretations of He Who Walks Behind the Rose. This one was just so nothing.
And so many scenes of them
Such a
like
fart.
climbing up the side of,
Yeah.
and then I mean, Eva Mendes literally just jumps into. It's the
Yeah.
most underwhelming death scene in
kinda
any of these
nothing.
movies. Yeah.
That fire, if they're gonna make it cool, it needed to do like it did in the first one and come out and turn into like this face in the sky
Sure.
or something.
Yeah.
They had to do something
Yeah.
more with it, right? Everything just amounts to nothing. So everyone's killed off, including Jacob. Like the whole thing of why you stayed was to save your brother, and then he gets unceremoniously, he gets stabbed,
Yeah.
and then they kind of tease because like he gets caught trying to run away. They stab him, and then she finds him, and he takes the blade out, and they kind of tease where you're like, okay, so he's gonna survive that wound. No, he's dead.
No, he just dies.
No, he just dies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's really no
What?
reason to keep him alive.
Why even
Yeah.
have the character?
I know, man.
So then, like, and then do you like the after, like the final tease, the stinger? It's so dumb. So there's like a reveal. Yeah. There's a reveal that like Jacob has a child, that he impregnated one of the girls in the corn cult.
Yep.
And the ending is after Allison, which Allison is just, you know what's weird? And I don't want to sound mean saying this, but you've got sexy Eva Mendes. And then you've got Allison. And I don't know the actress that played Allison.
Yeah.
But she has no real screen presence. So it shocks me that the filmmakers, especially at this time, it shocks me that they made the hot girl like nothing, and they made the bland girl the main character, but she's so boring.
That's
but
not really surprising though, because we
Is
tend
it?
to see that. Like,
I guess Nev Campbell was the main character in Scream, and she's
I mean,
just so boring.
you know, look at every Friday 13th. You've always got like the hot girl. You know she's gonna die.
Okay,
but then
fair
your lead tends to be a bit more pragmatic, practical.
I guess she's just not as interesting as any of the
That's
leads.
the problem.
That's
Like,
it. Like she seems like nothing.
She's perfect for the role, and she doesn't do the job.
Right.
Like there's nothing about her that makes us want to follow along.
Right.
Right.
So then Allison defeats the Eternal Flame, and then she takes Jacob's baby, and then like there's a stupid stinger tease where it's like zooms in on the baby's eyes, and then you see the little green lightning, which was in Ezekiel's eyes at the beginning of the movie.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yep.
Yeah. Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
It's Under the Corn 5.
Oh man, it's just
shit.
We talked about this before, and sometimes you can find this out. One of the things that I try to avoid, as I've said before, is I don't read a lot into these, right? Unless, you know, like the plot of this, where I'm like, I don't understand what's happening. I need to know a little bit more. But I don't do a lot of research into these beforehand because I don't want to be spoiled on what other people think about them.
Right.
So there's no way that I can confirm this, but you watch a lot of these movies, even at this point, because we're on number 5, we still got like another 6 of these left.
Yeah.
But this is going to become a recurring theme. It feels like these are being made just to contain rights for a studio and I know some of these are.
What?
But it kind of
That's
feels like
quite the accusation, Mark Skews.
It feels like all of these are at some point, right? You know, maybe not the first one, definitely not the second one, because the second one was just badass.
We're getting into it now,
you know,
though. Mark, you're touching on something which
Yeah.
is going to become a recurring thing. We are now in the era of hold on to the rights.
Yeah.
That's exactly where.
Yeah.
So I want to compare this series to Hellraiser. This is Hellraiser, buddy. It's the same shit. The first couple Hellraiser movies were their own thing and they tried some stuff. But then once you get to Inferno and onward, they're in the hold the rights however we can. We are now in that era.
Yeah, see, I was a little bit more supportive of that because at least they were just trying to tell a story, but just tacked on the Hellraiser elements. This one, they're trying to be Children of the Corn movies, but they don't have a story.
Right.
So that's like the worst fail you could have, right? Because at least with the Hellraiser movies, I found like, yeah, I can watch this. I don't really feel like it connects to the others.
Yeah.
But there's a story here. There is no story here.
In some of these.
I don't.
In a lot of these. Yeah, in a lot of these. Yeah. You ready to move on?
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, everything else that I have on this movie is just, I can always tell when I get to the point where I'm just nitpicking stuff.
Yeah.
That I know that I'm like, I made a point, like, there's two guys wearing flame retardant coats, but they erupt into flames immediately. Like, the whole point of what they're wearing is to prevent them from catching fire, and they catch fire immediately.
When was this? Just guys wearing flame retardant.
Yeah, they're, I just got a note. For two guys wearing flame retardant fireman's coats, they sure do erupt into flames quickly. It's at the 60-minute mark.
Okay.
So if you're trying to find it.
I don't remember this.
Luke, who gets, he's under the car trying to fix the car. And I don't know.
It's when the two people come in on the sides and kill him.
Yeah,
and then he blows himself up.
Yeah. Sorry, not Luke.
Whatever. Sideburns.
Yeah, like why?
Sideburns. He blows himself up.
Greg, why does he sacrifice himself? He's got a drill and like a flamethrower, I think, right? Like, you already took out one of the kids. There's only one left. You don't have to take yourself out. Like,
because they thought it was really cool.
Yeah. And I said, I made a note. I'm like, I understand that the idea of self-sacrifice for the greater good sometimes works.
Yeah.
But like, we don't care about any of you. So none of this
cares?
matters. And you could have just walked out of there.
I got your eternal flame right here!
When I find myself making notes about why scenes are terrible,
not working,
and they don't work,
yeah,
the whole movie is just
the movie's lost you at that point, right?
So
the only reason this gets an edge, because I don't know if you caught, it's one. I put it one peg above 4. Is 4 the third act? 4 is boring. The third act is nothing. This one's boring, but at least in the third act we get some maniac, homicidal cult kids running around trying to kill everybody. Like that, to me, at least it picks up a little bit.
Yeah.
You get a little more action at the end.
You nailed it, though. I can't stand our group of protagonists.
Oh, they're terrible.
Every single
they're just
one of them.
terrible.
It's just awful.
Yeah, they're just awful. So, all right, moving on past the halfway point to our next entry.
Yeah. I feel like this is an accomplishment for us.
Yeah, we're doing it, buddy. We're doing it.
Yep.
Okay, moving on to 1999 with Children of the Corn 666, Isaac's Return.
This is one of the ones that I'm interested.
I fucking hate this movie.
Oh, thank God,
buddy. This is terrible.
Okay.
This is my number 9.
Number 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so bad.
As I'm watching, I'm like,
why? So this is our legacy sequel in a sense. Right. In a sense, it is. I mean, 99 to 84. It's 15 years later. Yeah. This is our legacy sequel. Yeah. Who cares?
I wasn't sure if you were going to buy into bringing the actor back.
Not if you're going to use them like this.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Yeah. It's not that John. Anyways, let me just get to the plot.
Yep.
Sorry. Before I get into that, what the fuck up is with this poster? This poster sucks shit. It doesn't even look. I got it right there on the desk. It doesn't even look like John Franklin. It's like a strange It's actually, now that I'm looking, I see 2 different versions of the poster. Funny enough, this is the poster that I was referring to. That's the VHS one. So I guess they altered it. But look at this one. That's not John Franklin. It's like an angry baby face.
That one definitely. This one I can.
That one, but that's not the poster that I saw. I saw that poster. What the fuck?
But he doesn't look.
No, that one makes more sense. This one, it's a weird, ugly poster of this angry baby face. And I'm like, it's trash.
They don't care at this point.
Oh, they care, Mark. They care. Okay, so it instantly opens with a title card and credits over top of children moving through a cornfield. What else? We then get a female narrator revealing herself as Hannah, and she is traveling back to the town of Gatlin from part 1 to try and uncover her roots.
Yeah.
So to be clear, this is a legacy sequel to 1. It doesn't necessarily, it's called 6.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily ignore the other ones, but it retcons a couple things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was a corn kid, and she's coming back
She's not a corn kid.
No.
She's the daughter of a corn
Sure,
kid.
yes, sorry,
she's
yeah.
the daughter. Thanks for revealing that, Mark. Spoiler.
Well, you can cut
Can
it
I
out.
get to the plot? Can you allow me to naturally get there?
But I don't think they don't hide that. Like that's pretty much like
Right, but that's not how you tell a plot. It's
No,
not like you
all right.
go like, okay, so they arrive at this mysterious place called the Death Star.
So
and then
the
a guy
Runaway
in
turns
black shows up and he's Luke's father.
Yeah.
Like it's not, you know how I, gracefully tell the plot? Yeah, no, you're not gonna let me do that on that one. Okay, go. I'm leaving that in
That's
too.
that's fine.
Like, just immediately give away what she.
I mean, if you're counting on that to save this movie for you, you're already in trouble. Yeah.
Okay. A newspaper article states that a preacher boy was admitted to a county hospital and fell into a coma after part 1, obviously referring to Isaac. Hannah stops to pick up a man stranded on the side of the road with car troubles named Zachariah. The man says a bunch of cryptic shit before disappearing, scaring Hannah, causing her to spin out off the road. Then a hard-ass female cop suddenly appears and grills Hannah. The female cop realizes something about Hannah and insists on driving her to the hospital now, leaving Hannah's car behind. Hannah is looked over by the doctor, who she grills a bit for information, and the doc leaves the room, where she then continues to do more investigating. A seemingly crazy patient grabs Hannah and shoves her into a room, forcing her to come face to face with a comatose Isaac, once again played by John Franklin. Isaac's eyes open and Hannah goes to leave, running into another young man named Gabriel. Even though, here's the big retcon. In Children of the Corn 2, they clearly state Isaac is dead.
Yep.
We wait. For what? For he who walks behind the rows to show us the way.
And what if he doesn't?
He will. Isaac said...
Isaac's dead.
Do you remember this line? It's when Micah and the other kids are gathering together and they're trying to figure out, like, what should we do? Our leader's gone. The one guy clearly says, he's like, Isaac's dead. Maybe we should move on. Like, no. All right. Whatever. Ignore that. We're retconning
Apparently
it.
not.
He
Yep.
did. I mean, the way he dies in the original one is he gets possessed. And
The froth, froth
yeah,
effect.
He
Yeah.
doesn't get pulled into a harvester like
No.
poor Micah does in part 2. So I'm okay
Yeah.
with this. Whatever. Hannah leaves the hospital and Gabriel speaks to all the other characters we've seen so far about some sort of secret prophecy. Then immediately a truck tries to run Hannah off the road, but she escapes and stops at a local hotel. The policewoman, Cora, and the doc discuss something shady and monitor Isaac. And like everyone in the town seems to know who Hannah is and was anticipating her arrival, including Mark apparently, because he knew exactly who Hannah was. Isaac then awakens and Cora informs him he's been in a coma for 19 years. And she also tells him that he has a son.
Yeah.
The fuck?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Gabriel helps Hannah look for the identity of her biological mother. He reveals that he and everyone else in the town are children of the children from part 1.
What would you know about it?
My parents were cult members, just like Matt's, Morgan's, Jesse's, pretty much everyone around here.
You mean that they all...
Children of the children.
There you go, Mark. I got to the revelation.
But I don't seem to remember that this was a...
That she didn't know.
Yeah.
She didn't know. She knew
So then
she
why
was...
is she going there?
Because she was trying to find her biological mother. Hannah didn't know about the cult at all.
Yeah. I never got the sense that this was like some kind of... Maybe it's because we're watching a Children of the Corn movie, and so anyone that comes back to the town has some
You just
connection
assumed?
to...
Yeah. No, she
Like if
was
you're-
she was looking for a biological mother. That's all it was.
Yeah.
She didn't know. She has no connection to the corn cult. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Other than being born into it.
right. No, but she wasn't though. That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. She wasn't. Her Mark will not let me get through the plot of Children of the Corn 666. You want to debate? I don't know what to put the nitpick counter at. 99? You're maxing it out. I haven't even got into the fucking film.
This is a nitpick though?
Well, like, but I'm trying to Can I finish the plot, please?
Yeah, you're trying to make this sound more.
What's not good, Mark? It's not. I agree with you. It's not a good film. But I'm just trying to set the goddamn plot up so then we can then dunk on it. But you don't want to do that.
Blow it all to hell.
You just want to torch
just want to cut to the end.
I feel like I'm running up a ladder trying to get the plot out while you have lit the bottom of that ladder.
I feel like this movie does not deserve the suspense that Justin is trying to weave for it.
I'm trying.
I promise you.
A semblance of professionalism trying to give it.
It does not pay off even half as well as Justin is making it sound like.
So Jake, the crazy guy from earlier, appears, and we learn he's actually Cora's brother, which Cora's the cop. Hannah learns her mother's real name, which is Rachel Colby. Rachel Colby is played by
Nancy Allen.
Nancy Allen of RoboCop fame. Yes, we love Nancy Allen. Not in this, though.
No,
she doesn't really do much in this. They don't give her much to do. She goes to talk to Isaac and Cora, insisting her real baby died at birth. So this is Rachel. Rachel goes to talk to Isaac and Cora. Cora's like his little helper. And she says that, no, my real baby died at birth. I think she was, so I actually think I know who her character is supposed to be from the original Children of the Corn.
Oh, you think they actually put that much?
Yeah, because she mentions that she was married to, I believe she has a line where she mentions she was married to Amos.
You took my family, my husband.
Amos sacrificed himself for he who walks behind the rose, our Lord and Savior.
Your words murdered him.
Amos accepted his fate. Now it's time for you to accept yours.
Okay. Amos in the original movie, there's a scene where Bert walks in on, they're doing like one of the sacrifices where the kid got too old and they're in the church and he interrupts the ritual. Amos was the kid who was ready to die. And there's like the one crazy girl who's like, don't interrupt our thing. That was Amos's wife. And I believe she's also the one that's in the stinger at the end of the movie in the back of the car. So I think that's supposed to be Rachel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. So I think that they actually did have some idea who they were. This movie tries things, Mark. This movie.
Okay, it tries things. I thought you were going to stop when you said it tries. I'm like, it doesn't try. It does not try.
It tries things. This movie is just they thought out all the things. Okay, buddy. It's a
and then torpedoed every single one of them. Yeah.
So bad. Yeah. Isaac then meets his son Jake and tells him that Jake will father Hannah's child to fulfill some sort of prophecy, which was never mentioned at any other point in the series up to this point. 6th entry, let's introduce new shit. Hannah comes face to face with her mother, Rachel, who warns her to forget all of this and leaves, and also warns about some impending prophecy. What follows is Isaac kidnapping and using Hannah in some sort of fucked up ritual, somehow finding Hannah somehow finding time to fuck cool guy Gabriel, who starts murdering the cult kids before confronting Isaac and revealing himself to be the true villain all along.
He who walks behind the rose. Yeah.
Yeah.
Isaac is trying to start like the master race.
What is happening? What is this movie?
That's why he's trying to get Hannah and his son. And there's this like subplot of Isaac and his son like trying to reconnect, and it's just the most awkward
and
thing
they have
in
like
the world.
2 scenes together.
It's just
and
terrible.
That Jake character.
Yeah.
See, the Jake character should have been the Gabriel character. Yeah. So let's pause. Let's do one thing at a time. Isaac returns.
Yeah.
So what?
I think they thought that was going to pull a lot more weight than it did. It's problematic for a number of reasons because first of all, he's not a kid anymore. No. So like he doesn't really look the same, but also.
Well, it's funny because in the original, Isaac looks creepy because it's a grown man in the body of a child, because of whatever growth disorder he had. Yeah. But in this one, John Franklin just looks like a man.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have the same. There's no. He kind of just to John Franklin's benefit, like Fortune, he kind of grew
grown
out of
up
his
a bit,
yeah,
yeah.
but he kind of grew out of his weird looking.
He's not Webster.
You know what? Yeah,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Like he kind of just looks like a short man.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't really look creepy anymore.
I
So
think
the look doesn't really work.
Yeah, I think they thought that just bringing him back was going to do more heavy lifting for the movie than it actually did. I don't know if, and this is not to be disrespectful to John Franklin, but I don't know if he's enough of an iconic character to come back and rejuvenate.
Well, remember, he
the
was only
franchise.
in one entry.
Yeah.
You know, and Children of the Corn 2 is just so much better.
Yeah.
Micah's just
Yeah.
so much cooler.
Yeah.
But also, like, exactly what you said is like, it's not like John Franklin had a giant career outside of the first Children of the Corn film. So it's not like bringing him back was getting a huge name per se.
No.
So, yeah, I think they thought it was going to be, I mean, it's right in the title, Isaac's Return.
It's not like Jamie Lee Curtis coming back to Halloween after she's gone and become famous, right?
Big superstar at that point, yeah.
I also don't like the idea that if you are okay, so John, you know, if Isaac still believes, then he, as soon as he wakes up from his coma, he should walk into the corn, right? They have a really difficult time trying to integrate adults into some of these later movies where they've already established that, yeah, no, but once you're 18, that's it for you, right? So if you are a true believer, you shouldn't exist, right? And yet they never really bring up the fact that he's definitely aged out at this point, right? So does he?
They also never bring up the fact that the way I interpreted it was because they were like, "Oh, everyone in this." Gabriel has some line where he's like, "Everyone in this town's children of the children," right? But the way I interpreted it was the doc, the police officer, and Isaac. Obviously, they're from the original cult, and so is Nancy Allen's character.
Sure.
Why are they still alive?
Yeah.
Like, shouldn't they just instantly kill each other?
Right. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, right? They need. This is the difference
creates,
between they're trying to make a movie, but they also have this lore.
What are they trying to make?
Well, you know, so they're trying
to
like,
make some.
They're like, okay, from a practical standpoint, we need to put adults in this. It's like,
Right.
But then somebody comes along and says, "Oh yeah, by the way, you know that we can't have adults in this movie," and they're like, "Yeah, let's just ignore that." And it's like,
Yeah,
well,
just
no,
ignore that rule.
That, you know, it's one of the things that makes the lore what it was. That it's children of the corn, not 34-year-old man of the corn, and it kind of, when you start to tear down your own world building, it just doesn't leave you with much. Like, yeah, I don't know.
So I'm not gonna. The only positive I'm gonna give about in this movie is John Franklin does a good job. He's acting.
Sure.
Yeah, he's acting.
He's trying.
They give him nothing
Yeah,
to
yeah.
work with, but he's the only one in this movie where I went. Every time he's on screen, I kind of perked up a little bit. Where I went, okay, you still got it.
You have faith the planets revolve around the sun. Faith that the seeds become the corn we harvest.
Only because we planted those seeds.
Directed by a force that moves the universe.
I suppose you're that force.
The force is unseen. It moves through the hearts and minds of people.
Couldn't I be that force?
You know nothing. Buddha, Gandhi, even Jesus Christ had visions of a perfect world. My vision is absolute.
Like, John Franklin is a great Isaac. Even as an older man, he's still able to bring some of that magic back. But they give him nothing to do, and he's in a terrible movie.
I would say
unfortunately.
He obviously takes pride in the franchise, I think.
Yeah, he definitely does. He owns it. Yeah. You know, weirdly, John Franklin was just at a con that I was at.
Yeah?
Yeah, I just did Frightmare in the Falls, because I'm a vendor at Comic-Cons and whatever. And Frightmare in the Falls is the biggest horror show in Canada. And John Franklin was one of the guests.
Yeah?
Yeah. I was very tempted to go. I didn't, but I was very tempted to go up to him and just say, like, hey, I'm doing.
Guess what we're
doing? Yeah. I thought about doing it, but also I'm sure he has so many jackasses that come up to him and go, I have a horror podcast.
Yeah.
Want to come on it or whatever?
At least we recognize that there is nothing special about us.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I recognize the fact that it's like, yeah, there's a lot of horror podcasts, right?
How long was his line?
Apparently he was fairly popular.
Okay,
like I
that's
think he got a decent attention. He was sitting beside the guy who played the Creeper from Jeepers Creepers.
Okay.
And both of them were decently popular.
Like, let me be perfectly clear. I'm totally. It makes me very happy to know that he is doing well with this.
Yeah.
Right. Like, he was never going to be famous, but for someone that commits themselves to the genre that we love, I wish that it was in a better franchise.
Yeah, you got it. And he's become the face of Children of the Corn.
Yep.
Like for better, despite the fact that, spoiler, this is his last entry. He's only in 2.
Yep.
11 movies, he's only in 2 of them. But
like,
yet all merchandise you see, it's always based on, even the shirt you're wearing.
Even sort of generic artwork.
Anytime you see Children of the Corn merch, it's always based on that original group of kids. And it's always based on the Isaac Malacai characters. Yeah. Speaking of Isaac, so you're right. There's a huge plot point. Isaac, where are all the kids? So there is a new group of kids. Isaac assembles what I feel is a contender for one of the worst group of corn kids in the entire franchise. They're like these it's a hodgepodge of like 90s stereotypical cool kids. You know what I'm talking about? There's like the one kid has like a toque on, even though they're in like the hot South.
Yeah, who does that? Why do you do that?
Take off your fucking toque.
You know who you are.
Fuck you. Although Isaac bitch slaps that kid at one point, which is fucking awesome. The stupid toque kid.
Where is she? I saw her get on one of the bikes. I mean, she should be here. Idiot.
Everyone all the kids in this movie, they look like they're from like, it's a perfect example of what studios thought cool kids looked like in the 90s. Everyone looks like they're from like Hackers. I don't know if you catch that reference.
Yep, absolutely.
Or like Garden State.
Yeah.
Just everyone's just look a little too cool looking, and they're like riding around chasing Hannah on fucking dirt bikes.
Yep.
They were trying they were trying clearly to appeal to like, oh, kids are gonna think this is cool.
Skater grunge.
Yeah. It's like, oh, the new call kids. These are the edgy call kids. They're the cool kids, and it's just fucking awful.
I even have a note. Everything in this movie is so edgy. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of that crap. Mark, do you want to get to the next point?
I'm just trying to think.
All right, I'll take the next one. This is comparison again. I'm going to compare it again to Hellraiser. We keep coming back to that Hellraiser comparison. This is the Hellraiser Hellseeker or Hellraiser Deader entry. In that the entire fucking movie feels like a fever dream.
Yeah.
Scenes are just happening. You will be constantly asking yourself, what is happening? What did I just watch? What is the context of this? It's just Hannah walking around from this crazy thing to the next crazy thing. Nothing's grounded.
It leads to wild coincidences that would never happen. Like, why is that guy broken down on the side of the road just to get her to pick him up, and then the cop who sort of leads her into town? Like, you can't tell me that they all knew that she was going to be coming along that road at that time to try to bring her in. Like, it's too convenient. Rather than coming up with an organic reason why these types of things happen, they just have characters that interject and pull a hard right to sort of bring you into this world. But like, that would not happen.
And no one's acting normal.
Right.
And that's why I hated Deader and Hellseeker can fucking suck my dick. I hate those fucking Hellraiser movies. But specifically Hellseeker, no one's acting normal. And it's the same thing with this movie. Everyone's acting like a fucking alien.
Stop him! Only you can stop Isaac! He's the resurrection of the life! He's the resurrection of the life! He's the resurrection of the life!
Morning. Do you have a spare gas can?
What?
A spare gas can, my bike's out of gas.
No, sorry.
I should have known better. Don't ever loan anything to Matt.
Try to remember that.
And every person that Hannah interacts with is acting so strange and weird that nothing feels grounded. So then I just tune out. I just go, well, nothing is anything. It's all just a bunch of bullshit.
It's one of those things where you can imagine that they wrote out these scenes that they wanted, but they didn't have a way to kind of link them together. So moving from one to the next doesn't really have any kind of, it's just nonsensical.
Yeah. So it's like, Hannah goes to a place. Oh, and then this crazy thing happens. and then she leaves. And then this crazy thing happens. And then it gets resolved. But then this crazy thing happens. And it's like, that's the whole movie.
Yep.
It's just a bunch of series of bullshit of like, what?
Yeah.
What? What?
So that by the time you get to the point where she's meeting with Nancy Allen's character, her mother, you don't, it's like, there's no hook there. Doesn't feel important.
So Hannah as a character I found boring.
Yeah.
I find her just not interesting at all. Just sorry to the actress. I don't think she does a bad job. It's just, anytime a character is given no agency and has no real motivation, even though she does have a motivation, it's just, but
still counted on to lead the movie.
Yeah, like she's just so bland, and it's just a series of her reacting to things, to weird shit happening.
Yep.
So then when you finally get that exchange, the whole reason she's here is to meet her biological mother. It's such a wet fart of a scene.
Yeah.
Go back to your parents.
So you didn't want me.
I wanted you. I wanted you so badly.
But you're my mother.
Yes.
Is Isaac my father?
No, Isaac killed him too. A sacrifice to the cult.
Why all these lies?
It's the only way he would have no power.
To do what?
I can't remember anything interesting in that exchange.
No.
Like, it's just such a bland scene.
It's another, let's insert an actor that we know people will recognize, but let's not actually give her something to do. I felt really bad for Nancy Allen. I'm like, you've done better things.
Way better, yeah.
But they've just, like, every scene she's in is like all soft focus, like she's like an angel, but she isn't. And it's just, I don't know.
Well, the entire fucking movie has this, again, we're in a shit era of filmmaking.
Yep.
The entire movie has this ugly, like, sepia tone to it. What the fuck? It's so off-putting. It's just, the entire movie is just so ugly. It's such a terrible choice.
I have a line in my notes. This movie looks bad. Like, either it was shot in soft focus or with poor quality film stock or something. It definitely looks more like shitty TV show quality. I'm getting a Return of the Living Dead Necropolis feel from this.
Yeah. It's just that color corrected crap. It's all it is. It's they color corrected it because we're getting closer to the digital age, and they thought it would look artsy and stylish, but it just looks bad. Because everything's all washed out, and it's an ugly looking fucking movie. Did you like? Fucking nothing works for me.
I didn't like anything.
No, nothing works for me. But like Gabriel. The like cool guy, he's literally like the amalgamation of every cool guy cliche from the 90s. So he's got long sideburns with medium length hair parted in the middle. He's got the middle part. He's wearing sunglasses even when he shouldn't be wearing sunglasses. And he's got like a long duster type jacket on.
Yeah.
What is this character? Seriously. What the fuck is this character? And fuck Gabriel, because like it's so obvious he's evil right from the beginning.
Right.
Because he immediately is talking to the other people being like, she has to find the prophecy herself. It's like, okay, so you're evil. So no one's on Hannah's side. So why do you get so much scenes with Hannah? We already know you're the bad guy. Like the eventual reveal that Gabriel was bad, it's like, it's so obvious, you know? Yeah. Fuck this character.
They wanted you to think that the two of them were going to be like the heroic pairing, so that when they pull the rug out from underneath you at the very end and reveal that he was the bad guy all along, it's like, okay.
And then he fucks Hannah, and then he now magically has all the powers. Did you catch this? Like, why does he suddenly have all the powers at the end of the movie? He fucks Hannah, and now suddenly he has like all of the powers of like he who walks behind the rose, and he kills Isaac. And like the other thing is he starts like quipping.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to It's Your Death! Prepare to pass judgment. Isaac, how would you deal with a liar and a betrayer?
Every man shall die for his sins.
What was that? I'm sorry, I missed that. Did you kiss your mother with that mouth?
And it's so lame.
Yep.
Like they think it's menacing and cool, but it's not.
Yeah, I got a 9. Oh, and Gabriel has magic powers all of a sudden.
Yeah, he has all the powers.
Where was this?
And but here's the other thing. Okay, so my interpretation was he gets those powers from he who walks behind the rose, right? So the idea is Gabriel's supposed to be the new, but why would he who walks behind the rose kill Isaac, who is an actual true believer? What is the purpose of that? The only reason to do that is just because you want to have the new big bad kill the old big bad.
Shock value.
That's it.
I don't know.
That's the only purpose.
Yep.
That's the only point to that scene. Fuck this fucking movie.
Yep.
Fuck that thing. Fuck and did you catch? He's also just easily killed. Cause like Rachel, I think she like stabs him with like a sickle.
Yep.
And then he just dies. So I guess he wasn't powerful.
Well, that's so that we can lead into his final line. The seed has already been sown. You know.
Yeah, because then it ends with it's like Nancy Allen and it's Hannah, Rachel, and I think a baby.
Yeah, she's pregnant with Gabriel's
yeah,
baby.
And then they just walk off into the sunset.
So the idea that
there's some like stinger
he has implanted through the one time they got Randy in the barn there, which again, why does this happen? If you're in a crisis situation where people are killing you, you're not going to stop, and especially with somebody that you.
Oh, you're definitely gonna fuck.
I know you would.
Gabriel, without a doubt. Yeah. That's the best time to fuck.
That's the time to do it.
Gabriel is the coolest cool guy that you've
He's got
ever
the parted
seen.
hair.
Dude, he's so
got
cool.
the sideburns,
He's so
the
cool.
duster.
Dude.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Add him to the list of
hunks
of guys from
of
these
cool
movies.
guys
Yeah.
of cool guys. He makes the cool guy list, buddy. He makes the cool guy list. Yeah.
God.
Anything else you would like to say about Children of the Corn 666?
Again, it's
what a
just
waste of a title too.
Yeah.
Like it's funny that Halloween didn't end up using it because Halloween originally was gonna be Halloween
Yep.
666, but
I keep coming into these movies expecting that the supernatural element isn't going to be there. They're going to try and do this a different way, and they just every time they keep disappointing
they
me.
go more.
Yeah.
They go harder on it.
I'm like, ugh.
Enough said about Children of the Corn 666, Isaac's Return.
Yep.
This podcast is sponsored by the fine folks at Fly By Night Movies, Games, and Toys. Fly By Night Movies, Games, and Toys is your one-stop shop for everything cool and collectible. We are located in the heart of downtown Oshawa. That is Oshawa, Ontario, Canada. If you're looking for movies, video games, and toys, check us out. We are worth the drive. All right, and we have returned just like Isaac before us. We just had a lunch break there.
Yep.
We got 5 more to go, buddy.
Oh.
This isn't that bad.
We're not
of a
in the home
marathon.
stretch yet.
Yeah, this isn't so bad. But we're about to enter. To me, Isaac's Return is the beginning of a pretty dark era. These entries get bad real fucking quick.
They're certainly different.
That being said, here's our next entry.
Yep.
From 2001, this is Children of the Corn Revelation. Mark, I really hope you don't have this high. This is my number 10.
Number 5.
Whoa, you put this up high.
Yeah. Yep.
Dude.
Yep.
No.
Yep. This is exactly what I was hoping for, something different.
It does stuff different.
So in the way that you felt that number 3 was different, this was the different that I was waiting /
This
hoping
flavor
for.
worked for you a little bit more. Okay. All right. So let me get through the plot and then I can explain to you why Mark's wrong.
Yeah.
But let's get into it. Okay. So we open with an old lady rolling around in bed, troubled by terrible nightmares. She runs outside before we get our title card. The next morning, a taxi pulls up to an apartment complex located directly across from a fucking cornfield. Why the fuck would... Sure. Yeah. Okay. All right. It literally looks like a building in the middle of a cornfield.
There's nothing else
There's
out there.
nothing else
except
on
for
it.
a train track, which is weird too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sure. Whatever.
Yep.
A woman exits the car. This is our new protagonist, Jamie.
Yep.
She enters the seemingly derelict building and takes the elevator up, passing 2 creepy-looking children on the way. She arrives at the apartment of her grandmother, who was the old lady from the opening, and finds an eviction notice on the door. Jamie goes inside, but her grandmother is nowhere to be found. Concerned, Jamie heads to the police station to file a report where she meets a young detective. Jamie reveals she hasn't heard from her grandmother in over a week, and 2 months ago, mysteriously, the grandmother sold her house and moved into this shithole apartment we saw at the beginning. Jamie grabs some food to wait for her grandmother to show, where she runs into a mysterious priest played by
Michael Ironside.
Michael Ironside of, I don't know, everything fame.
Right.
He's in tons of shit.
Yeah.
Prominent character actor Michael Ironside.
Yeah. Awesome.
Is it in this?
No.
He's awesome.
Yeah.
Not in this. Yeah, he's awesome. They don't use him for anything.
He's not Total Recall
But
here. Yeah.
Children of the Corn, they got another one. Yeah. Like, add it to the total, add it to the tally. We got another one. Jamie returns back to the apartment to find a message written in chalk telling her to go home. While exploring the apartment, Jamie finds a strange hydroponic farm in the basement before running into a man waving a gun in her face and acting erratic, who tells her to keep out of there. She also meets another tenant named Tiffany, who's a young woman who's a stripper. And she meets Jerry, the eccentric pothead in the building. Jamie then encounters the same pair of spooky ghost kids from earlier, as well as spotting the priest guy again. That night, Jamie has terrible nightmares about her grandmother, and we're now 30 minutes into the runtime without any real dialogue scene or really anything other than a series of weird stuff happening around Jamie. Yeah. Can you tell why I don't like this one? Mark likes it because it does things. I get that. Yeah. I don't like the things it does. That's my problem with it. I wrote down, surely this can't be all this movie is, right? Right? The next day, Jamie visits the detective again, who reveals Jamie's grandmother was a part of the Corn cult when she was younger, and that she survived a horrific fire. Yep. I wonder if that was the same fire that Josiah kid got burnt up in part 4. Do you think that was like a weird connection?
I mean, they all kind of reference small little pieces of previous movies.
Of previous lore, yeah. With very few exceptions, there's no like real concretes for the most part. Yeah. So the grandmother survived the horrific fire. He also reveals that Jamie's parents died in another fire not that long ago. So we have 2 fires in this family. Weird, sure. We also learned that the Hampton Arms apartment, which is the derelict building the grandmother's staying in, is built on the same land where the children died in the fire from years ago.
That's right.
Because of course it is. Where else would you build it, Mark?
Right.
Got to build it on some cursed land. Yeah. The ghost kids start killing off the apartment's residents. Then finally, at the 54-minute mark, something new happens and the leader of the ghost kids appears. The priest also reappears, delivering the usual beware of he who walks behind the rose bullshit before telling Jamie her grandmother is dead. Jamie confronts the ghost cult children and their leader, who demand she joins them, but then she just blows up the apartment. Fuck you, the end. That's it. That's the plot of Children of the Corn Revelation.
Yep.
This movie is fucking awful. I can't believe you have it as high as you do. It's so... Mark, take it away. What's good? Why is it... it's different.
Yeah. You know, you always give me a hard time about this, but sometimes
I don't know that I've ever given you a hard time about anything.
About anything ever.
Now,
Yeah.
You're painting quite the picture of me that I don't feel is accurate.
Yeah, no. In this case, it might be accurate. Sometimes you get deep enough in these where you just need something different, right? Hellraiser, right? Like, why is it that I like the detective ones more than you did? Because by the time we get there, I'm like, just give me a different story. And the one thing you can say about this is that it's more of a mystery plot, I think, rather than just a sort of cookie cutter. There's a lot of like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
Like,
but it doesn't work anywhere as near as good as 2.
It does. Yeah. They don't necessarily pay off a lot of the questions in the quality that you're hoping for.
Yeah.
But there is an element of, she comes into this environment. It's very strange. There's these kind of weird kids. She's trying to piece together what's happened to her grandmother. She's not getting a lot of help. I thought the characters in the apartment were kind of cool.
They're just so nothing.
Well,
they're just
yeah.
like random
but they
goofballs that they only exist to up the body count.
Sure.
They serve no other purpose.
But each one has like their
quirk,
their thing, right? So
There's
one's
like the
the
chick
stripper,
that takes the tits out.
One's the military guy who thinks that
He's
we're
like
going to World War
PTSD,
III.
yeah.
Yep. One is the guy who I think he kind of manages the place as well, but he also has like his own hydroponics. He was kind of a nice guy. Some of their kills were pretty cool as well. Like I needed to get away from rows of corn, and this movie did that.
In 9 out of 10 cases, people turn up within 24 hours. That's why we have this policy.
I've already been to the hospitals. She's not there. Something's wrong. Look, 2 months ago, out of the blue, she sold her house and moved herself into this complete dump, like 5 minutes before it's condemned. She stopped returning my calls, and now I come out here and I find a Bible open next to her bed. You have to understand, she's been a lifelong atheist.
Slightly.
Yeah. So I've got
Slightly.
the line that I have is, although the movie still sucks, this is what I was hoping for, something different, right? The movie doesn't really pull it off. It's still a mess, but at least they tried to do something. They tried to kind of paint a mystery story that you're trying to figure out, right?
Yeah, it's so weak though with like Jamie and like so almost all of Jamie's dialogue is in relation to her grandmother.
Yeah.
Almost every piece of dialogue between her and the detective is just talking about the grandmother and the cult and the grandma. And
I mean, that's why she's there.
No, but who are you? Like at least with 2, Garrett and his son, it's like they felt like real people, and Garrett, they gave him where it's like exactly what you said, where he wasn't really respected in his own field.
Right.
And you get that shot where the other two, his colleagues make fun of him in front of his son, and it's kind of emasculating. So you kind of want to root for Garrett a little bit. I don't know a fucking thing about Jamie other than what's going on with my ghost grandmother. Like she's given no characterization. That's a huge problem.
We know that she has some kind of job that her bosses are waiting for her to come back.
Yeah, what was
she starts doing some work on the laptop.
Oh yeah, did you catch? She There's a little continuity error here. Nitpick, add it to my nitpick list here. Jamie does work on a laptop and fires off an email. How would she have internet?
Yeah.
Why would there be internet at her grandmother's place?
Hey, maybe
her
she's
grandmother,
got,
who does not have a television,
That's
has
right.
internet?
Yeah.
And in 2001?
Hey.
In the middle of nowhere?
Hey. Don't worry about that.
Oh, yeah, okay. All right, sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
But no, I think Jamie is a weak protagonist. She reminds me of Hannah. It's the same shit.
Yep.
It's the Hannah. It's the nothing. It's a protagonist that, you're right, she has, but I mean, it's the same thing. No, Hannah is like, I'm trying to find my biological mother, but they give her no characterization. I don't know anything about her. Things are just happening to her. Jamie, I'm trying to find out what happened to my poor grandmother, but I don't know. Like, Naomi Watts' character, when she goes home to take care of her mother, is so much more interesting. They give her a little bit more, and even she's kind of bland too.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know. I find her just kind of nothing.
At least with this one, though, I felt like she was learning about her family history as it started to close in around her. Right. At first, she goes out there to visit her grandmother because she just hasn't heard from her in a while. Right. And then she goes to the police station. The police officer's like, well, we can't investigate until you've reported her missing for 24 hours. And then, that's why, that she goes back to the apartment and has to, start investigating all by herself. She starts meeting these interesting characters who, they don't really provide a lot of background.
I was going to say,
they're weird.
Are they interesting, Mark? Because I think they exist to pad out the runtime and give you a few kills.
Yep.
That's about it.
I didn't really need anything more from them.
They all have zero depth, zero real depth. Even the one that I thought would get the most was Tiffany.
Yeah.
The stripper.
Yeah.
I thought because she's the only one in the apartment that seems somewhat normal.
Right.
All the other ones just seem so weird and just like over the top. Like they're all acting a little alien, similar to Children of the Corn, the Isaac's Return.
You want to tell me what you're up to?
I'm looking for my grandmother.
Oh, she's not in the basement. What do you think? She came down here, padlocked the door from the outside?
It was already unlocked. I didn't do it.
Listen, I was just going up to the roof to barbecue. Been on the roof yet? It's a great view.
No.
Oh!
fresh pick.
Yeah, I know. Someone tried to throw some through my window earlier.
Oh, dude. Well, come on up to the roof. You gotta eat.
I can't connect with anyone. I hate movies that are just a character walking around and things are happening to them. Where it feels like they have no agency, because I can't root for you because what am I rooting for? I don't know what your goal is here.
Yeah.
Like it's so wishy-washy.
But in this plot though, she's not driving it forward. This is happening whether she likes it or not. She just happened to stumble into it, right? Like,
so you like these characters that are introduced, get like 2 lines of dialogue, and then are instantly killed by the ghost kids.
well, they're just other residents in the apartment building, right? I don't think
The apartment building that feels completely empty, by the way.
Yeah.
There's like no one in there,
And
but
it-
like 5 people.
I can't stress enough how strange this apartment building is. Like I hope Justin will put a photo of the building, because it's literally in the middle of nothing.
It's the middle of a cornfield.
There isn't even really a road.
It doesn't
that
make
goes
any
through-
sense. Yeah, it's because she gets dropped off by a taxi, and I'm like, did the taxi drive through the corn to get to
right.
that? Like,
Yeah.
I don't see the attaching road. Yeah. Michael Ironside's in this?
Yep. Barely.
Does absolutely nothing.
Yeah, he kind
Why
of.
even? Why even, Mark?
Yeah. I think
Fuck
what they
off.
were trying to do was just.
I don't even know what his character was.
Well, so he's a priest, right? I guess he's been sort of chasing after this thing, but his goal ultimately in the movie is to provide the final backstory that Jamie doesn't know about, right?
Which
That-
is
well,
what
so
was I could not tell you what he did in this movie.
Yeah.
I know he shows up randomly, drops cryptic little lines, and then finally at like the hour and 4 minute mark, he then has a scene with Jamie where he drops a bunch of exposition and then he just fucks off.
Yeah. So the way that I took this is that her grandmother was supposed to die in that big fire with the other kids. She didn't, which therefore means that her grandmother and every other kind of future generation falls into this like Final Destination type loop where now death is trying to catch up and sort of right the wrong. And that's why eventually it catches up with her grandmother. Eventually her parents die in a fire, and eventually she's going to get. So I think the reason why he's there, although he did a terrible job of this, is that ultimately he's there to tell her to get out. And he does, but he waits until like the final act of the movie. He encounters her like 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, and he
There's-
usually just does nothing.
Right. He's like standing out under,
Yeah,
like on this on the road. Like, how about we just walk up and say, "Hey, guess what?
Hey, is your name Hannah? Okay, yeah, cool. So I have some information for you.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Can't do that. No,
no.
you got to have him like being cloaked in shadow
Right.
and like looking out like, like what?
Yeah.
Because they almost make him seem like he's evil, right? Like
They're trying to throw you
throw
off.
you off. Yeah, thinking
Yeah.
he's with the ghost children.
Yeah,
Kind of
so-
like Luke in like David Carradine
Right.
in fucking Part 5.
Again, it's not great, but at least it was something that made me like. One of the things that I dislike about so many of these movies is like right from the start, they tell you exactly what's going to happen. It's the kids, they're the villains, they're going to kill adults. Now you're just kind of watching to see it all unfold, but you know what's going to happen. Eventually, they're going to get stopped, kind of. Maybe the leader will die, maybe not. But you already know the paint by numbers that you're about to experience. At least with this one, I'm like, who are these kids? Right? They're not your typical corn kids.
No, they're ghost
ghosts,
kids.
right?
Yeah, they're ghost corn
and as
kids.
we learn, right, they are all the kids that died, right? Who I guess still haunt this place or whatever. Yeah.
They are the kids of America.
Yeah. They love to play Return of the Living Dead. House of the Dead.
House of the Dead. Yeah. So there is this was in my extras.
Yeah.
There is a scene. It's not even a shot because we talked about this in Return of the Living Dead 3. Where the characters are clearly playing Street Fighter, but they're acting like they're playing like Double Dragon.
It's making some other noise.
Right.
Yeah.
And so 99.9% of the time, they show you a arcade actual cabinet in a movie. The audio that's accompanying it never matches the game. And the way they're playing it and talking about it never matches what the actual game is. I have like never seen this in a movie. There is a scene where Jamie goes into a convenience store.
Yeah.
And in the corner, randomly, is a House of the Dead arcade machine, which is a light gun machine. Have you ever played this?
Yes.
Oh, I played it many
yeah,
times. Yeah. And shockingly, so she like puts money in the machine, and then the ghost kids start playing it.
Yeah.
And it's not only using the correct audio, it's using actual footage. Like they're actually playing the game.
The House of the Dead.
You see, you take the gun and you point it at the bad guys. You pull the trigger. And the more you kill, the better. Have fun.
They must have had some kind of I don't know
With Saga?
Yeah.
Like what?
I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know. That was wild.
The only thing I noted is that she puts one quarter in and they both get to play. That would never happen.
Yeah, that's not how that works.
Nope.
Add that to Mark's nitpick counter there. Yeah, that's another one there. I don't know what it's up to now, but
yeah. Why can they never get video games right? Like that game might even be like a 2-quarter game.
I mean, yeah. Why do they always fuck this up? I don't know. I think it's just because I think what happens is it comes down to the director, and the director probably is not a gamer, and so the director just doesn't really care. No, but you know what I mean? Like the director goes, "Oh, the script says they're playing an arcade game. Okay, have you pretend to play." Like nobody is on set to go, "Okay, this is Street Fighter. This is the terminology."
Someone is going to catch this.
Right.
Yeah.
But then the jaded side of me goes, okay, we don't have the rights. We're not dealing with Capcom, so let's just pretend it's a different game. And yeah, Capcom's not going to sue us if it's just a flash of the arcade cabinet.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Yeah, one of those two things, Mark. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you want to talk about variety? This is I think is an ash can film. I think they had Dimension Films at this point is running on like full tilt. They're running full steam. This is 2001. We are now into the Dimension Films machine.
That's a good word for it.
The production line.
Yeah.
And they are going to start they're churning these movies out. And a lot of these movies were, I think, other scripts that they just bought and went, we can throw some Corn Kids in here.
Yeah.
And that's why the Corn Kids don't feel like any of the other Corn Kids, because they're ghosts. They're spooky ghosts.
Yeah.
I think this was a horror film that was originally just a spooky apartment horror film.
Yeah.
That they shoehorned in the Children of the Corn element.
Yeah.
Because there's a decent spooky apartment horror film here.
Yeah.
That's not what the movie is.
It's very Hellraiser in that sense, right? That you have a story that was something else. And someone came along in the 11th hour and said, hey, we have this franchise.
Can we shove some corn into your script and turn it into something it's not?
Yeah. And you could even tell like the fact that the only corn in the movie is this little patch of corn in front of the...
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. The majority of the movie takes place in the Hampton Arms, the spooky apartment, which is like a horror movie apartment. It's like derelict and falling apart.
It looks like House of the Dead.
Yeah, it literally looks like House of the Dead. Yeah. And it's funny that like it looks like it's any second going to be condemned, and yet people are still living there. And then when you go into people's room, like their apartments, it looks like normal.
Right.
Like, did you catch this? Like as soon as you go into their room, suddenly it's normal. I know, it's strange. Yeah. You mentioned the kills are not bad. There's one kill that I want to talk about.
Yeah.
The stripper, Tiffany's kill.
Yep.
It's so goofy. So she's like taking a bath and she gets drowned by plants.
So this is a new bit of lore that we haven't seen before. The little ghost kids come in, and I guess they have like dead corn kernels that are like cursed, and they just come in and drop them in. And then from there, they grow into like these tentacles that essentially pull her into the tub and drown her.
Yeah, and we get an Ed Wood-esque scene of an actress pretending to be attacked by corn plants. Because they couldn't actually do the practical like corn shit, right? Although I do love during that scene, there's like the grumpy old man tenant, and he knows she's a stripper, and she's like screaming for help, and then he starts like banging on her wall. And he's like, "Shut the fuck up, you whore!"
Yeah.
Lie down, you fucking whore!
It's like so over the top. Yeah, I liked that. I think it's gonna be. I think it's really fun that that actress got to put on her resume. Yeah, I was drowned in a bathtub by corn plants.
Get out! Like you
That's
wouldn't.
fun.
That wouldn't be like your.
Oh, I know. I'm not
were...
shaming her. I'm saying how fun is that?
Yeah.
Similar to like Naomi Watts in part 4, who gets to say, "Oh, I fought one time. I went to battle with a burnt ghost, corn children."
Our favorite heroes in this genre are the ones who have experiences just like that, right? They died some wild way in some slasher. It wasn't even the first entry. It was like the 5th entry. Yeah.
Anything else? Do you want to say positive or negative?
There was another kill that I thought was really interesting, kind of cool. The military guy who he's got the infrared night vision goggles.
Yeah.
You didn't like that?
It was a little Halloween Resurrection for my taste.
He gets killed.
Trying to do like a cutting edge tech kind of thing.
He dies and he's on the elevator.
Yeah.
And his goggles fall onto the ground. And the camera shot, you can kind of see through the goggles, but you can also see around the goggles.
Yep.
And I thought it was cool because if you looking through the goggles, you can see the corn kids that have come to kill him.
Yep.
But outside of the goggles, they're not there.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like do they actually exist or do they not? Or what? I just thought it was kind of a cool shot.
Yeah.
Right.
I could see it in a smarter movie that would have been used to more effect.
Hey, man.
Because in this movie, it doesn't make any sense because the corn kids are there all the time. In fact, people constantly interact with them even because they're like in the they're in that convenience store and the owner's like, just ignore those kids. Remember?
Yeah.
So it's like, no, people can see those kids.
No.
So that shot doesn't really work. It's clever, but it doesn't work for the logic of this movie.
It was Jerry on the roof who
just
finds the kids and then just throw them off the roof.
They just throw them off the roof.
I loved it.
Yeah, this movie's bad.
I mean,
it's not good.
It's number 5 on a list of
but
Children of the
5,
Corn
yeah,
movies.
right. That's high, man. That's fucking high.
Like, again, I'm never watching this again. So
we're 2001. We get some awful 2000s editing. I'm getting some major Hellraiser, Hellseeker vibes here. So we have CGI now.
Yeah.
So there's some really bad shots of CGI corn crops like sprouting up in the apartment. That looks like shit. The sound in this movie, the music, the score, it's the most generic-y, basic bullshit. Clearly licensed something. It's just generic crap. They overly use the sting sound effect. They start doing that. It's just the way they do the 2000s editing. I hate this age of filmmaking. It's just the fucking worst. Probably the most annoying thing is the overuse of the fucking sound effects of the kids. Their little giggle sound effect. They keep using little audio cues of them like and then
even though they never do that, like they don't actually,
yeah. But like anytime you want to like you have these kids, you want to have creepy kids, got to have the little sound effects. And like every time Jamie goes and tries to talk to the kids, they just like, and then they like run away.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
And wasn't one of them,
fuck these kids.
Didn't one of them turn out to be her grandmother in the end? Was trying to also kill her and
I couldn't tell you what was going on in that ending. I don't know what was happening in that ending.
So the reason why I'm asking about this is because this movie, one of the things that I do not like about it is something that this franchise is it runs rampant through this franchise, and that is they use visions and dreams and hallucinations way too much. I don't like any movie where you are hallucinating or dreaming a major plot point, and these movies just all the time you're seeing this. if you can't find a way to more naturally tell the story and provide your audience with key plot points, other than having them kind of close their eyes and see things that they never would have seen before, that's just lazy storytelling. It's lazy. This movie does it. She keeps seeing visions of her grandmother as a child, experiencing things. I'm guaranteed like 90% of these movies use this tool, and it's terrible. I hate when you do this. Like, if you're a filmmaker, just figure out a way to communicate the plot to your audience. You don't have to be like,
visions, dreams.
Yeah. It's like, why would you ever know that?
Fuck off. Yeah. Visions and dreams can fuck off. Yeah. I think you said, I don't remember it was one of our episodes, you said, you were like, I don't remember what movie we were even talking about, but it was something I'm like, oh yeah, they started having visions, and you were like, who do you know that has had visions?
Like, I don't know anyone.
Right, that's what I mean. Like, who do you know that hasn't been committed, that has had visions that have come to pass? Like, visions?
Yet this happens so often in movies. We
in
just
horror
accept
films.
it. Like,
yeah,
why?
We just accept
why
it.
Why do we accept this?
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, Naomi Watts' character in 4, she's just seeing things.
It's like, no, don't.
That's not a thing.
Don't accept this.
That's not, yeah. But I mean, I guess the idea is like, you're in a horror film, so the idea is like, this isn't our reality anyways, right?
Never seen a vision of something that
a vision.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mark, I don't have much to say. The only other thing I'll say is back to the Hellraiser comparison. Children of the Corn Revelation. Hellraiser Revelation.
Yeah.
So we have both terrible franchises, both under the wing of Dimension Films.
Yep.
Both have an entry with Revelation
slapped
in the
with the
title.
same subtitle.
Yeah.
Yep.
I can't remember if it's because it's Children of the Corn Revelation, but I can't remember if it's Hellraiser Revelations or if it's.
I think it's an S.
Yeah, I think it's Revelations.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Either way.
Either way, it's the same fucking title.
Yeah.
Like, fuck off. And it's such a. Okay, Mark, what is the revelation?
That her grandmother was supposed to have died 60 years ago. I don't know. And
this
that
is such a nothing movie.
You know,
there's no movie here.
That the forces that are greater than her are trying to set history correct. And
what was the
take her
budget
out.
of this movie?
I don't know.
Like a ham sandwich? Was that the budget? Like, it was literally just a sandwich, and everybody had to like take a bite.
The one thing I'm like, once you realize that your grandmother has passed away, just leave. Like, there's no more business for you there, right? It's like, what is she like? I don't know. I guess she's trying to figure out what the story is, but
fuck this movie, Mark.
Yeah,
fuck this movie. Fuck Revelation.
I will say
number 5. Fuck you for putting it so high. Doesn't deserve that.
I will say that I did spend a longer period of time watching the movie, wondering what happened. Like, so it was keeping me invested in a way that. Like, some of these
it failed successfully, is what you're saying. Yeah. It was so
didn't pay
convoluted.
By the time I got to the end, I'm like, I was expecting.
I think it
more.
just ends with her blowing up the apartment.
Yep.
It's another ends with an explosion.
She's about to die, but you'll remember, she wants to go. She's going to go out on a date with the cop, but he doesn't get off until 9:00. So they're going to have their date at 9. And so just when you think she's about to die that night, he shows up. And that explains why he just comes in at that time, because he just had to wait till his shift was over. And you forget that he saves her from the corn, the little 4x4 corn patch out in front of this rando apartment. Number 5.
Wow. All right. Moving on to our next entry. Oh, boy, did you put that one high.
Yep.
Skipping ahead quite a bit. We're jumping ahead to 2009 with our next entry.
Yep.
Once again titled simply Children of the Corn. So we have our first remake.
This is an asterisk.
This is what's the asterisk, Mark?
So this one is actually not a movie. It was made for TV. And
I'm aware of that. I'm going to get into that. Yeah. No, I'm aware of that. Yeah. It's still it's not technically canonically connected. That being said,
Yeah.
who fucking cares?
So if you're looking for lists of these movies, sometimes you'll see some that only have 10 because
Yeah.
they don't include this one.
Yeah.
We are including it because it's part of
No, I mean, it's got the same fucking title. It's the same plot.
Like as much as the other 10
Yeah, I was
movies
gonna say as
form
if
any kind
because
of
Revelation was so integral to all the other ones.
I guess because this one was made by a different studio.
Yeah, so I'll get into it right now.
Yeah.
So this is the first official. It's a remake.
Yep.
It is licensed. It's above board. It's not unofficial. It's
Yep.
an officially licensed. However, it's not made by Dimension Films. This is the key component here. It was produced as a made-for-TV movie because what happened was the producer Donald Borchers. Yeah, I got this guy's name.
All right.
He was a producer on the original '84 film. And he had wanted to do a remake for years, and he kept pitching it to Dimension Films, and they were basically like, nah. Which, why? What do you care?
Yeah.
Like, what? To me, it's like Dimension Films was like, nah, we gotta number them, bro. Like, we don't want to do a remake. Why? What do you fucking care? All your stuff's shit anyways.
Yeah.
Like, who cares?
Especially if they're all ash cans, just let him do one.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. So, but for whatever reason, they were like, no. So then he was like, all right, fuck you guys. And then he goes and makes a deal with Fox 21, which is the television division, like production division of Fox Studios at the time, studios. And they had the rights to a television adaptation, not a film adaptation. Because rights are really weird when it comes to like releases, especially now in the streaming age. So that's how we get this film. That's how this comes to be. And this film is my number 6.
Number 3.
It's too high.
Yeah.
It's too high.
No, and I know why I have this ranked higher than you do. We'll talk about it.
No, I don't want to talk about it. I'll just skip the next one.
There's something about this entry that you might not be aware of, or maybe you are, that gives it more points than
because it's more faithful to the book.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but who cares? It's not enjoyable. I knew that. I knew it was more faithful. You are absolutely right. It's a more faithful adaptation. That being said, it's not a fun movie to watch. I have
something else too.
So I have it at 6.
Yeah.
I don't have it super low. It's kind of a mid pick for me.
Yeah.
But it's there ironically. I want to be clear about that. It is not there because I enjoyed it. I enjoyed parts of it ironically.
Okay.
Let's get into the plot. It opens with a title card followed by a group of children being preached to by another young boy going on about the drought in Gatlin, Nebraska. So this is a remake.
Yep.
This is a fresh take on the source material. We then get the usual shit, which is people over the age of 19 are inherently evil and unworthy of God's love, blah, blah, blah. All hail he who walks behind the rows, usual shit. They then sacrifice a pig, and we cut ahead 12 years later to, once again, 2 young lovers, Vicky and Bert, who are out on a road trip. Bert is played by actor David Anders. I don't know if you recognized him.
I think he's on one of your shows, wasn't he?
He's kind of a prominent TV actor.
Yeah.
I recognize him from a lot of stuff. Like
Yep.
he just has one of those faces. He pops up in a lot of television work. But I know Vicky is the one that Vicky is played by Candice McClure, who we know best from
the amazing Battlestar Galactica reimagining series.
Yeah, the remake Battlestar Galactica, the 2003, I think it is. I think it's 2003.
I should know.
You
this,
should know
but,
that.
Yeah.
And did I get it? I think it's 2003. Whatever.
2006, maybe?
No, I don't think it's that late.
No.
I think it was a bit earlier. I'm going to say 2003. Was I right? Okay. So
we're both wrong.
Yeah,
It was like
probably. Yeah,
2005 or
probably. It could have been. But yeah, I know her. We both know her from Battlestar Galactica.
Yep.
She's not playing that character in this.
No.
So Bert and Vicky are driving through the county roads of Nebraska and arguing about nothing. All of a sudden, a bloody boy stumbles out into the road and is smoked by their car. Vicky starts screaming at Bert about what he did. Bert examines the boy's body and realizes his throat's been cut. Bert pulls a gun from the car and goes to investigate the cornfield where the boy ran out from. He retrieves the suitcase the boy was carrying and returns to the car. They head off down the road as two very familiar looking boys walk out onto the street behind them. I wonder who those two could possibly be. Bert and Vicky then stop at a gas station. Bert calls the local police station and they drive off into the town of Gatlin. Meanwhile, our new Isaac preaches to the flock of corn cult children, helping to set the stage. Bert and Vicky arrive in the tiny village of Gatlin, and it was at this point I realized this was a period piece. I didn't catch this until this moment.
Well, it's set at the same time as the original one, except that now
the original one's set in 84. The original one's not set in the 70s.
Is it the 70s that this one was?
This one's set in the 70s. Yeah. Because of, okay.
That takes place in 75. Yeah. That, like the original story did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's why they had that?
I think so.
Because Children of the Corn 84, I assumed was
They
just 84.
brought
right?
it up to modern day at the time,
exactly,
yeah.
So it's set in the 70s. It's set in 1975 to be precise, because the way you know this is there's a shot of a calendar that has the date at 1963, and the calendar hasn't been changed. And since we skipped ahead 12 years, we know 12 years after it's 1975. The couple walk into the familiar-looking cafe, which is left in shambles with corn plants strewn all over. Bert stops at a church he sees so he can explore. Not the police station? Why? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Like, he's at the gas station, he calls ahead, and he's like, okay, we're going to the police station. And then they go, and then he doesn't go to the police station. He's like, let's explore.
You see that sermon board? That was last Sunday. Something's happened in this town. Something wrong. And in a crisis, they all collect at the church.
He who walks behind the rows?
Yeah. Just one of 9,000 different names for God in Nebraska, I guess. I'm gonna go take a look.
Why? Why are you doing this? Other than because you have to have a movie.
Because remember, one of the things they argue about is, hey, just turn around and we'll go to insert like bigger town.
Well, because he's got the body, they have a body of a dead kid in the back, right?
Right. And he's like, no. I don't want to drive around for another
With a
2
dead
hours.
kid, yeah.
I want to drop them off with whoever is the authority here in this town, right? But they can't figure out who that is, and there really isn't one.
Well, they're about to find out who runs this place.
Yeah.
So just as Bert's fucking around in the church, we then get introduced to the big bad Malacai, the new version of Malacai, who shows up accompanied by a huge group of corn cult kids. The kids attack Vicky, who's stuck in the car. Meanwhile, Bert discovers a troubling record of children who have been sacrificed in the name of he who walks behind the rows. Is it row or rose?
The behind the rows.
Yeah, it's rose.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Vicky is then killed by Malacai, which caught me off guard. I was like, whoa, okay, they're killing her off early. I didn't mind it. We're going to get to that.
Yeah.
It was a relief that she was killed. As Bert walks out to face the mob of corn cult children, what follows is Bert on the run from the deadly corn cult children, Bert turning to killing the corn cult children, while he starts having PTSD Vietnam flashbacks, and then he's eventually killed and the kids win.
Yep.
And that's the plot of the 2009 Children of the Corn.
Yeah. You can, if you take the first scene of this movie and chop it off where they butcher the pig or whatever, and then they all eat that animal. If you take that scene out and you just start with Vicky and Bert driving down the dirt roads or whatever, down the middle America, you get like 98% of what the short story is.
Okay.
I feel like if they could have just trimmed this down to maybe
Is that why you're giving it so much credit? Just because it's so faithful?
It's very faithful to the story. And
But it's not a good movie.
No, I will say that obviously when you read it as a short story, it hits better.
Yeah.
But they didn't. I give them credit for going back to the source material and actually telling that story.
Right.
Right? Because obviously the direct comparison for this one is the first one. And you can tell that they were both from the same material, but now you can really see how the first one just strayed away and took a very small idea and tried to like just massage it out into this full-length movie that it really didn't deserve to
But
have.
this one
right?
is a fucking mess, Mark. It's a mess. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this.
Yep.
Because what, like, okay, they're like, oh, we're going to do a remake of the first one. I guess fair enough. The first one's kind of boring, but like, who cares?
Yeah.
Why do you need to remake Children of the Corn?
That's true,
Like,
but I mean, if
why does this need to exist?
if you're the guy that has the rights to that, and that's all you can do, right?
And I mean, that producer who worked on the original, he was dead set on making a remake. So he obviously thought his original was a failure. I wonder if Stephen King watched this newer one and was like, they got it. Yeah, they got it. Yeah. That's how I intended this.
I don't think
like, who was this made for Stephen King? Because I mean, Stephen King's versions of his own
definitely
movies
the
usually
closest.
suck.
Yeah.
Yeah. You ever seen Stephen King's version of The Shining? The made-for-TV one? The one he made? It's so bad. It's such a piece of shit. Anyways.
Yeah.
I really didn't like this movie. I don't even remember what number I put it at. I put it, I put it as a mid. Yeah, it's number 6 for me. There's one element I like, but otherwise, I really don't like this movie. Do you want to gush before I dunk?
Well, I mean, I guess I liked the idea that in this one, they went back to having the characters arguing incessantly with each other.
All right, Mark. That's what I want to get into.
Yeah.
That's my first thing. Holy fuck. Okay, Vicky and Bert in the original, they're not interesting.
Yeah.
They're kind of whatever.
Forgettable.
They're forgettable.
Yep.
I would happily watch them any day of the week than these two characters. Because while what you're saying is, okay, in the original, they're arguing with each other, but in a short story where you don't have to spend an hour with them, that's probably more manageable. Yeah. But in this, when you got to watch a whole movie of two people, of this miserable fucking couple at each other, it is painful.
Right. I would agree with you there. I think this would have made a better 45-minute sort of short story converted into a movie. The idea of why I like this better than the original display of them is that we're almost kind of coming into their lives and it's not going well, right? So you talk about sort of character and world building, like these two, they're like, the reason why they're on a trip is they're not traveling to his new doctor's job across the country. They're going on basically like a final honeymoon to try to bring some life back to their relationship, and it's not going well.
It's not working at all.
Right?
No, they start arguing immediately.
Yeah. Now maybe it's a little bit over the top.
Oh, a little?
But at least you're feeling something, right? Because what's the alternative? The alternative you get is what we got in the first one, where it's just two people sitting in a car. No, these two, there's a real risk here that these two people are the threat to each other, right? And that's the short story does a good job of saying almost the Children of the Corn element is almost secondary. They stumble into this almost haphazardly because of the poor decisions they're making.
Sure.
Right? Like one of the things that he does, for example, when he gets out of the car and he leaves her in the car by herself, in the original, he's just trying to, be a hero. In this one, he's like, I'm done with you. I don't care if leaving you is the wrong decision. It's a horror movie decision, but I don't care if I'm leaving you alone right now. I know that doing that is going to frustrate you. I can't be with you right now. And it's through their own arguments and poor decision making that they kind of bury themselves further into this. Because like we said, the best thing to do would have been to turn around and go to a place where they know there's a police station.
Right.
But he's he's almost defiant. I don't want to do whatever you're suggesting because right now I just hate you. And so this is what's going to anger you the most. So we're going to go into Gatlin and that's what we're going to do. And
this Vicky and Bert in this movie are two of the most toxic, unlikable, awful people ever as protagonists in anything we've watched to date. They're nonstop arguing and fighting and bickering, hitting each other for almost all of their screen time, and it is fucking unbearable. And I'm going to trigger my own once per fucking episode compilation of Vicky and motherfucking Bert arguing about nothing. Here we go. Let's do it.
You play it like that just to get under my skin.
Oh, come on. Your paranoia is showing again, Vicky.
Sometimes I wonder how I ended up married to you. I don't want to sit in the car all by myself.
At this point, I don't really care what you want.
How did I end up married to a son of a bitch like you in the first place, huh? Where are you going?
I'm gonna go pull that hair out of your ass. I'm gonna go see where everybody is. The sign says open. I'm going in.
And you're just gonna leave me alone in the car again, huh?
No, you said you wanted an early lunch stop. Congratulations. You got it.
Give me the bag! Give me the bag! Give me the bag! Purse! Give it to me!
Give me the bag!
My purse!
Is that fine by you?
Yes, sir. Yes, Captain, sir. I forgot we were back in Long Dong or Dung Ho, wherever it was that you won the war. Must have been the Kong, sir. Why don't we go back in there, burn a few hooches, and rape a few grandmothers, huh?
Why don't you stop talking for a while?
Is that what your Sarge taught you? Out in the jungle? Along with how to cut goot tits off and make moccasins out of them in 20 seconds. Oh, tell me you crapped out. Big Vietnam War hero? Huh? Oh, Purple Heart and all that? Huh? Come on, John Wayne! What are you gonna do? It's no time to go Section 8! You ran that little boy down. He was just a little boy and you ran him down and you killed...
That was pretty awesome.
Fuck these characters. Vicky is just an annoying cunt.
She is very...
It's beyond...
Especially since, like the performance that we know we've seen from her is so much better. Yeah.
She is just such a cunt in this movie. Like, cunt is the word. Like, not bitch, cunt. She is so evil and just mean to Bert. But Bert's also a dickhead. He, hits her twice.
But I get the sense
what the fuck is this? Like we're supposed to root for we're rooting for these characters? Why are we watching this?
You never see this in a movie. But I get the sense that sometimes people get to this point.
Oh, they do.
I've never...
But I don't want them to be our main characters.
No, I know. But it just... What it is, if you want to showcase real people, sometimes this is what you're going to get, right? And it's too easy to just be like, oh, we don't want that. Let's just make them the happiest, happy couple that we've ever seen. Well, it's not always going to be like that. These guys have been on the road. They're out here for the wrong reason. Right? They're trying to sort of rekindle something that they both know just needs to run its course, right? Again, running into the Children of the Corn is just almost like bad luck, right? That if they hadn't been fighting, he wouldn't have run the kid over in the first place. He would have been watching what he was doing. By the way, the scene where he smacks the car into the kid in this one is much more visceral than the first one.
It's pretty brutal. Yeah, it's pretty brutal for sure. Yeah. But they're not fun to watch. These are our protagonists. That's all you're left with.
Yeah.
You don't have anybody else. It reminds me of Leprechaun Origins, where that couple sucked. And it's like, I just don't like movies where the protagonists aren't likable. You have to make me like you. And when both people act like pieces of shit, I don't care when you die.
Yeah.
So then there's no stakes. When they kill Vicky off at the 50-minute mark, I literally went, yes.
Yeah.
So now I'm rooting for the kids?
I was a little surprised that what I thought they were going to do with this was what you would normally see in a situation like this, where they're fighting, but then through this sort of shared turmoil and trauma, they realize they come together. Nope.
No.
They don't fucking do that.
None of that shit
Which
happens.
I was kind of like, okay. Candace McClure just gets destroyed.
Yeah, fuck her.
And then he gets strung up.
Good. Fuck these characters.
Both die.
They both die.
Which is
they
awesome.
Suck.
Yeah.
Because these characters suck. But I don't want to watch an
no
hour.
Heroes. There's no heroes.
I don't want to watch an hour and a half movie of two asshole piece of shit characters that just die. It's like, this isn't fun.
No.
This is, it's there, and the problem is what you were saying of maybe they could have slowly come together, similar to Garrett and Danny
his son,
in I said Sleepaway Camp in Children of the Corn 2. The problem was they're so evil to one another in this movie. They say horrible shit to one another.
They're unlikable. Yeah.
The Vicky is constantly calling Bert a piece of shit for like being a veteran.
Yeah.
Like she's constantly like calling him like a baby murderer and all this shit. It's like pretty vile.
Yeah.
Like
and in a way, like I kind of felt bad for them because imagine how toxic a relationship of two people that should be in love and close to each other has to get before they pull out the big guns and start, hitting them with the hardest parts of their past, right? So in a way, I know you say like you hate these characters, but I kind of felt sorry for them because you don't have to have watched the preceding like 5 years of their relationship to know that it's degenerated so badly. And now they're kind of sitting in this car together and they want so much to make this good again, but despite their best efforts, all they can do is just lash out.
You never get a single second of any love between these two.
Yeah.
There's not even a moment, not even a look. They hate each other, and it's awful to watch. What do you think of the 70s time period? I mean, it serves no purpose other than one.
No, I think it is important because you can't really do a movie. We're going to see, but it's really difficult to do a movie like this in present time.
Is it because of the plausibility of it?
Because there's just too many ways in the world to connect now.
Yeah. Okay.
Right?
So part of I was wondering this. Did they put it back in the 70s just so it felt a little more plausible?
Yeah. I think
Is that
so.
the idea? So it was just like
also
you're a little more isolated.
I don't want this to be like a political statement, but I don't think religion today is as powerful a force as maybe it would have been.
Maybe it's more powerful than you think.
Well,
yeah, I was gonna say, easy there.
But like the idea,
easy there, Rush Limbaugh.
But like this one, and this is another point that I liked. They were more of a religious cult than just a he who walks behind the rose cult. And in fact, this is the one entry in the series where they very much leave it a question as to whether or not there is a power. I mean, I know you see the kid
I
like,
was
throw the
just
knife,
gonna say,
right?
but okay, sure, Mark,
Right.
sure they
but
do.
you
Sure
definitely
they do,
don't,
buddy.
you definitely don't see a corn beast come out and
That's true.
start snapping necks.
You
or
don't
whatever.
you don't see like a tornado show up at the end.
Yeah.
The entity doesn't necessarily.
Right.
It's more ambiguous.
Yeah.
It's more ambiguous. Yeah, I agree with that.
It is probably the most grounded of all of the entries in the franchise so far.
Yeah. I mean, the reality is that the children would not be able to, if there was actually a cult of children, they wouldn't be able to stay hidden forever because eventually the government would show up.
Yeah.
Because property taxes were not collected, right? Relatives of the family members who lived in that community would show up.
Yeah.
And then the local government not reporting into the higher government would also cause red flags. And even in this movie, Bert points this out. Yeah.
People gotta come to Gatlin all the time. There must be people who have friends and relatives here, and delivery trucks that come from the outside.
Not to mention the people just passing through like you and me. I mean, someone had to notice something. Certain things can't happen. Not in the 70s. Whole towns don't just shut down. What about the state patrol? They must cruise through from time to time, and the power company. Huh? Don't you think the power company would have noticed if the electricity had been shut off for 12 long years?
And again, that's another reason why this story works as a short story where you don't have enough time to think about all the implausibilities of it, right? This movie at least tries to lean towards that, but you're right, it's a little too long. You start to think about those things. One of the things I did like, he goes into the church that they have just obviously desecrated badly. Like, that's a common occurrence in these movies. But then he starts going through like the birth records. He sees all the kids and then he starts figuring it out, their birthday and then when they die.
Yeah, when they get sacrificed.
Right. And all of their names have been changed.
Yep.
Right. So he's starting to kind of figure out, oh my God, every single person in this town dies at the same
age.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Like, unlike other entries, nobody hits them over the head with this. They kind of start to piece it together just on the information that they're finding.
What was this? Your number 3?
Number 3.
Oh, fuck you. Yeah. This was, so for a while, this was my number 10.
Nice.
And it wasn't, so it was going to be my number like 10 or 11. And it was only until, you want to talk about the ending? Do you have anything else you want to talk about? Because all I have left to talk about is that ending.
No, I mean, I think, some of the gore was good. I love the idea of the blue man being like the cop that they kill and kind of deify as like a don't, a lesson of what
Some
not
sort
to
of
do,
symbol, yeah.
right? So you have the blue man, that was the sheriff. There's another body of another guy that tried to come into town, right? And
they're like scarecrows,
right? They
Human
don't really
scarecrows.
know. They turn these dead bodies into kind of these mythical figures, and then you realize, no, they just killed a guy and stuck him up on and made him a scarecrow in the middle of the field, right? But yeah, no, I like this one.
So this movie is absolute dog shit.
Yep.
Yep, that's correct. However, it does one thing that you have to see to believe, because not since Children of the Corn 3 had we got to this level of ridiculousness.
Okay.
Holy fuck does this... Do you remember me telling you? Because Mark struggled to get through these movies. I did. And I had to kind of... There was a couple times I was kind of like, hey, buddy.
How are we doing?
How are we doing?
Yeah.
And I kind of had to coach Mark a little bit to I kind of had to lift your spirits a little bit. And this is the one where I went, and I'm glad I was right, because you liked this one way more than me.
Yep.
But there was one where I went, you wait till you get to the first remake. It makes choices. Oh, does it make some choices? Holy fuck, I can't believe where this film goes. Okay, so Bert, they set this up earlier in the movie that he has PTSD. He was a Vietnam soldier.
Yeah.
He served in Nam, which, without getting into the specifics about how horrific that war was, that's a very charged moment in history.
That's right. They did some things. Yeah.
Yeah, that is not a very, it's kind of a black spot on like American history and specifically like the war complex, right? But without getting into too much of that, all you need to know is Bert served in Vietnam and Vicky hates him for this, and he kind of hates himself a little bit for it. But he's a veteran. He is an ex-soldier. And he puts those skills to work.
Yeah.
So we get, they do this really early on. So when Bert gets surrounded by the corn kids, exactly what you said, you're like, how come you just don't start punching the kids? He starts beating the shit out of these kids.
Because of course you would.
Right? But it is so jarring. And that's kind of why you can't do this, because God, is it jarring. Out of nowhere, he starts slapping around the one older kid that's trying to threaten him with the knife, and he's kind of like, kid, you don't know what you're doing. And they keep pressing him, and then he snaps the kid's arm in half.
Yep.
Brutally, I might mention. Brutally. It suddenly turns into a Steven Seagal movie.
He's taking no shit.
And it's like, where is this coming from?
Right.
And then it is so fucking jarring when he starts actually murdering the kids. I don't mean hurting them. I don't mean disarming them or knocking them. Murdering.
Death.
And I don't mean older kids. Yeah. I'm not even talking like Malacai. I'm talking like little children. Yeah. He starts killing them. This is it. This is we talk about where does this series, how insane does this series get? This is it. The third act is Bert running around the cornfield, chased by the children.
Yep.
And he starts having fucking PTSD Vietnam flashbacks. And this is insane. You don't do this. This is so tasteless. This is tasteless. The children start turning into Viet Cong soldiers.
He's seeing things because he's running through the corn, and he's
and then he starts murdering the kids who he sees as Viet Cong soldiers. No one thought this was troubling.
Hey, whatever you got to do to be motivated out there.
Oh my fucking God! I couldn't believe they went to this level.
Yeah,
it is so uncomfortable. It is so, and this is why this was elevated for me, because you have to see this.
Yep.
Because this is an example of, can you believe they filmed this?
Yeah.
Oh, it's so tasteless. It's so bad. don't do this. This was a horrible decision. Firstly, don't do Viet Cong flashbacks. Don't do that. Don't have it be little innocent children.
Yep.
Don't have your protagonist snap innocent little boys' necks. It's horrible. They did it.
You loved it.
Oh my God. It's so awful.
They also answer some of the other questions that you maybe didn't know you had, right? But how does this population kind of continue to, build itself? They force, as a cult, as a group, they force each other into sexual relations. I don't know if you remember the scene where...
Oh, why did they show this? Yeah, there's kid fucking in this.
Yeah.
I don't want to see this.
Like they take basically like the oldest teenagers.
Well, they're teenagers, but
Yeah.
I mean, they're kids to us.
Yeah, and I mean, you have to remember
And,
at this point,
and they show it.
Yeah.
To be clear, they show it. It's
they
not
all like they bring them all together in this hall.
all age groups.
Yeah,
all
and-
age
and
groups
they
welcome to
witness
watch the peep show.
Yeah.
And there's a graphic scene where they have two teenagers fuck in front of everyone.
Yep. Yeah.
For all to see.
Yeah.
And this is why it's Mark's number 3.
That's it.
This scene alone
Yeah.
bumped it up.
Yeah. And I believe at this point they what do they call it? The age of favor, right? Is 19 when the movie starts, but then because of the fact that they have ticked off the gods, he drops it down to 18, right? So you can imagine that like at the oldest, in order for them to be able to have these children, they would be at oldest like 18 when they're being sort of pushed into this, but more likely I think they're probably like 16, 17. Yeah.
I want to very briefly talk about the new Isaac.
Yep.
So the new Isaac, the little boy's name is Preston Bailey. Preston Bailey, I'm sure you're a nice enough adult now. You suck as Isaac.
Yeah,
you're a
you're-
terrible Isaac.
Yeah, that's a tough act to follow.
Yeah, but then don't do it. Like, do something else.
Oh, it's not his choice.
No, but like, but I'm saying the filmmakers, find another Isaac. You telling me you couldn't find another creepy kid? There's creepy kids all over the fuck. Dude, fucking step outside.
They're all creepy.
Yeah, like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
but like, Preston Bailey, not only is he not creepy, he's kind of adorable.
Yeah.
He seems like your little nephew dressed up as Isaac in a little Halloween costume.
Yeah.
And like, so he doesn't look the part, he doesn't act the part, and his voice is so bad.
Yeah.
My name is Isaac, chosen by he who walks by in the rows, seer and prophet, guardian of the corn.
Sarah has the gift of sight. She warned us of the coming of the interlopers. Question not my judgment, Malacai. I am the giver of his word.
Your faith weakened. You've led the biggest boys for 3 years now. Perhaps you've gone prideful. And this is your punishment.
He's got like a little boy voice.
Yeah. He doesn't have the adult in a child's body presence.
Yeah,
that,
he's just a little boy, but he's not intimidating at all.
No.
So like, it just doesn't work.
He is the kid that when I say, why don't you just smack him and push him over?
And what's funny is like in this one, I so badly was like, oh, Malacai, because there's another Malacai. I'm like, Malacai, please kill this stupid little Isaac. No, they get rid of that. There's no coup. There's no scene where he betrays him.
No.
That doesn't happen.
No.
Why?
No.
Oh, so we're stuck with this awful Isaac. This Isaac sucks. Yeah. Anything else you want to say about your favorite entry?
My favorite. Yeah, the only thing I will say is that I did appreciate the idea that every time you wrong he who walks behind the rows, he takes his vengeance out on you by reducing the age of favor. So initially when the movie starts, the age of favor is 20. But because of the blue man, it is dropped to 19. And because of these two now coming in, he is angered again. He drops it from 19 to 18, right? So every single time
he is aiming to have a cult of babies. He wants to have babies.
Yeah, eventually
The Muppet babies are going to be serving him.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So, every time this happens, he kind of just culls the population down until you figure out how to, which ironically, by taking out the oldest ones, you're eliminating the ability for them to kind of handle things themselves. But
yeah, Muppet babies. He's gonna have the corn of Muppet, the cult of Muppet babies. Yep. The third act, exactly like so many of these entries though, it just fucking drags.
Yep.
It's literally like 15 or 20 minutes of Bert running around the cornfield playing cat and mouse with the the kids chasing him, and then he just dies, and that's it. Yeah, go ahead.
Did you catch the post-credits sequence?
Okay, which serves no purpose. Why? Why have this? Who cares?
No, I think what they were
It's
trying
so pointless.
to do, and I think this actually ties into a later entry. So what happens is the old kids, we know
Malacai,
now that we know that the age of what do we call it?
Whatever.
Age of favor has dropped.
Yeah.
So we've got
The age of consent
yeah, we got a new band of kids that now need to walk
to
into
be
the
called.
corn.
Yeah. And one of them is Malacai.
Yeah. So we have a scene where this is now happening for the current generation of kids, and one of the girls that we met earlier in the movie, she's pregnant.
Yeah.
And it's now her husband, or at least the father, that now has to go off and
Yeah,
kill
it's
himself.
Malacai. It's Malacai.
And she's not happy about this.
No. And she like screams at him. She's like, "Don't do this."
Yeah.
And he's like, "I have to."
And
that's it.
So we're starting to see somebody who's kind of pushing back against the religion of this.
Sure.
This is Ruth. So let's remember, because that's an important name in the story, because I think we are going to have a character, Ruth, who escapes with their child.
You think this is a connection to Runaway?
I think so.
I don't
know if
I
it's
don't think so
necessarily-
because it was dimension because they're so different. I don't think
Ruth
so.
dreams of burning down all the corn, and Isaac notices her lack of acceptance, and he's not happy about it. So I think whether or not they were setting up something for themselves, or whether or not
Maybe
a future
somebody
movie just kind of took that.
If they did, that's cool. I didn't catch that. If that's actually
but you
true.
you have
Yeah.
somebody now who is starting to, I don't believe in this anymore, and I have dreams of bringing this all to the ground.
The last point I'll make, and this has nothing to do with the film at all. It has to do with the Blu-ray. This is the weirdest. Did you experience this with the Blu-ray? Did you see what happened? Okay. This Blu-ray, I've never seen this before. I've seen this with DVDs. I've never seen this with a Blu-ray. You put this Blu-ray in, and it instantly starts the movie. There's no menu.
Oh, I didn't
There
catch
is
that.
zero menu to this. For Children of the Corn 2009, there's no menu.
It's like a VHS tape.
It just starts the movie.
Yeah.
But even more bizarre. So then I'm like, okay, well, after it's just going to the main menu. No, if you try to get to the main menu, it starts the movie again. Once you let it play through, the second the credits are done, it loops and starts playing the movie again. I've never seen a Blu-ray disc do this.
I mean,
what is the purpose of this?
I mean, if the goal is to get you to watch it, then
let's watch it
just
again.
Putting it right at your face.
Let's watch Vicky and Bert argue all over again. That was fun. Yeah. Fuck this movie. Can we move on?
Yes, you may.
Please. Okay. Can we move on to an even worse entry? Okay. We're going to be sucking shit now. This is from 2011, Children of the Corn, Genesis.
And a child shall lead them. And a child shall lead them.
It's my number 11. This is the worst entry. Mark, no! You're just being a cunt if you put this high.
Number 2.
Mark, that's just being a cunt. You doing that, that is just to be a contrarian. There's no way in hell. Why? Why?
Of all the movies in this franchise,
This isn't even a Children of the Corn film.
no, exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
That's
right?
not-
I'm watching it and I'm like,
You would rather watch this again.
I wouldn't watch it again, because the cool thing about this one is I'm watching it and I'm like, what's going to happen here? What is going on?
Mark,
there's a
how?
mystery here. Like I'm going to give movies more credit if they keep me invested.
Oh my God.
And this one,
So-
I get, like, this is the bottle episode, the ash can.
Yo, this is literally the Hellraiser Revelations.
Yeah.
This is Hellraiser Revelations.
And I know-
they bought a script
Yeah.
and then made it a Children of the Corn film. It is a nothing script. The entire movie takes place in a single fucking location. Nothing happens. And both movies were released the same year. They're both 2011.
Yeah. I am fairly certain that this one, that the masses are going to agree with you on this one. I just
this
thought,
is
I'm watching it and I'm
beyond
like,
crazy.
it hooked my interest. I'm like, what's happening here? I don't, Like there's some crazy stuff. Anyway, do the plot so that before we, yeah, number 2, buddy.
This is you're watching /cinema history. That is the hottest of hot takes you've ever had.
And it's only 81 minutes.
Yeah, but that's okay. So you ranking it based on fucking run times?
Oh, if they had one that was 37 minutes,
it would have. That's it, eh? Wow. Okay. What a fucking episode, folks.
I'm trying to get myself uninvited back so that I don't have to do this anymore.
You just keep picking the worst takes. Right. Two? Yeah. Mark, this movie's nothing. This is Hellraiser Revelation. Nothing happens. It's not even a good... Okay. My brain is like short-circuiting. Every time I say, before we do these, and this is some behind the curtain, this is a curtain pull. I always say, I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna be chill this episode. I'm not. Yeah, shut the fuck up. I'm gonna be calm. I always lose it. I always tend to go off on a tangent. I always get a little riled up, and I always end up debating against Mark, or I try to. I gotta let that shit go. I gotta accept that Mark's gonna pick whatever Mark's gonna pick, and as dumb as I might think some of his choices are, at the end of the day, Mark's his own person and we're all our own people and all that shit. Kumbaya, fuck whatever. So I always come in that way. I try to come in a zen mindset. And this man breaks me down every time where I argue. I don't care. These movies suck. Most of these franchises suck. And yet somehow you're able to bring this side of me where I go, no, you don't do that. There's just like...
Before we do these episodes, Justin always takes I call it the Justin /cinema pledge, where he basically says, hey, whatever your numbers whatever your picks are, hey, I know that you take this seriously. I know that you've watched them.
I'm not going to give you a hard time.
You've got your reasons, and that's the flavor of life is that we're always going to have different. But every time we get into it,
don't let me do it, because then it has to be. Mark, it always has to be this way with you. We always have to do battle.
I swear I'm not doing it on purpose.
I fucking hope not.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to fucking the number 2 best Children of the Corn film, Children of the Corn Genesis. It opens at a quaint house just 20 miles from Gatlin, Nebraska in 1973. A soldier is returning home, and he gets home, and there's supposed to be a welcome home party that's laid out for him, but no one seems to be around. So the house is empty, and he suspects foul play is happening here, has happened. He then finds his parents murdered with corn jammed into their faces, because of course.
Yep.
The man then pulls out a gun and continues searching the house. He runs into a little girl who says some shit about what else, he who walks behind the row, and some other fucking bullshit. And then the little girl seems to be putting visions in his mind or some shit. And then she pushes him out a window, and we cut to our opening credits. We then jump to present day, where a young couple is sitting in the middle of a California road in the desert on a hot day. These are our new protagonists, Tim and Allie, who are stranded due to a car breakdown. They decide to take a hike down the road to a small farm after they can't find a car passing by to help them. They knock on the door of a small house, and a strange man answers. The man claims to not have a phone and is very unhelpful. Angry, Allie tells him that if she has a miscarriage, yes, she's pregnant, it'll be his fault. Hearing that Allie's pregnant, the man lets them in. Allie and Tim meet the man, Cole, and his foreign wife. Tim goes to use the phone, and the man's wife asks him for money to use, and then also asks if he has any pot or cigarettes. And it's this weird scene, and the weirdness continues because then she starts doing a striptease for him for some reason. Mark obviously got turned on at this point in the movie.
Obviously.
Yeah, this is where Mark... This movie had a little bit of titillation, so you perked up, obviously, at this point. Tim reveals that the tow truck driver is hours away on another call, and it's also going to cost an exorbitant amount of money to get towed. So then the wife suggests that rather than pay for the expensive tow, they should just stay the night because there's this delivery driver that comes every morning for some fucking reason, and he can probably give them a ride for free. So then Allie and Tim stay the night, and their caretaker, Cole, the weird old man, asks that they respect their privacy and don't wander around his property.
The outhouse is outside through the front door. If you need running water, you can get that at the kitchen sink.
Got it.
Now, we are very private people here, and we expect that you will respect that privacy.
Of course.
Absolutely.
So don't go wandering around outside except to go to the outhouse. Do not go anywhere that you are not invited.
This house is like from the 1900s. It's like a fucking cabin in the middle of like a farm field, right? It's just there's like an outhouse and like only one sink with running water, you know? So even though it's modern times, of course we can't set it modern times because we got to be isolated from everybody, right? Allie then goes outside to pee and starts exploring the property. Literally exactly what Cole just asked her not to do. She then finds a strange type of makeshift church in one of the silos on the property. She continues to wander around and she finds a small building with a padlocked door where it sounds like there's a small child inside. Cole then approaches, so Allie hides before running back to tell Tim. Tim is skeptical about Allie's story and points out Allie didn't actually see a locked up child, but he believes her anyways and still decides to act. He finds a modern day camera in the living room and decides to go through it rather than immediately calling 911 because that's what smart protagonists do. Frustratingly, the shots of the footage on the camera are so fucking zoomed in, you can't actually tell what the hell Tim's actually looking at. Yep. Awesome. Seemingly, a ghost child then walks through the house, leaving bloody footprints behind it. Cole starts to return to the house, so Allie tries to play defense, but he quickly sees through her bullshit. Tim tries to bargain with Cole to let them leave, but Cole says he's fighting evil and then goes on to tell a weird story about his pregnant wife's child turned evil or some shit. He also reveals he's originally from Gatlin, Nebraska, and he was the soldier at the beginning. Yep. Tim and Allie try to leave the house, but a poltergeist starts throwing things around and prevents their escape. But Cole assures them the evil spirit will let them leave at dawn. So they just have to stay the night in this spooky haunted house. Then Allie starts having a nightmare about being attacked by corn cult children and sacrificed to their god. Oh wait, except it wasn't a dream because when they cut back, Allie's eyes are wide open. So she was just, lying there? They fucked up the editing on this shot. There's like, she has a nightmare sequence, but then when it cuts back to her, the shot they use is her just being like, on the bed. Like it's not her going, oh, like they didn't have that shot clearly.
It happened off camera.
Yeah, that's it.
Yep.
Then a cop shows up, but he can't hear Allie and Tim screaming because the poltergeist somehow is able to mute them. But then the poltergeist also just grabs that cop and throws him a million miles into the air, so it's irrelevant anyways. Later, Cole reveals that the poltergeist is actually the entity known as He Who Walks Behind the Rose, and that the entity wants Allie's unborn child for nefarious plans. What follows is a bunch of dicking around before the big reveal that there was a little boy locked up in the shed. The entity kills Cole's wife. Then Tim and Allie escape in the morning in the dead cop's car. And then the little devil boy is playing with a model of a car hauler, causing an actual car hauler on the highway Tim and Allie are driving on to start dropping cars at them like it's a Final Destination movie. They crash, Tim dies, who cares?
I love it. I love that's a great plot summary.
I mean, that is the plot summary, Mark. I literally went through all the beats. That's the movie. Yeah, that's your favorite, buddy. That's the number 2 for you. You might as well just call it number 1. You might as well.
Yeah.
All that goodwill that you earned from me when we we bonded over two, buddy, and you broke my heart with this one. You broke.
Imagine if I had this above that one.
Oh my God! I mean, that would be the ultimate hot take. But this is just I get what you're saying. You're saying it's different, but it's not Children of the Corn.
It's absolutely not a Children of the Corn.
Right? Yeah, right. But you're supposed to hate it for that.
Remember, I don't like Children of the Corn.
Okay. Now I
the
get
whole
it.
idea is that like you.
So you like the one entry that is the furthest removed from what this franchise is.
Right.
Now I'm getting it.
Right.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and gush, buddy.
And I know that he's joking, but that's kind of it, actually, right? Like, when I got to this one, it was I'm watching a different movie, right? I don't think there's any corn in it. Like, was there corn?
Well, there's the intro where the parents have corn jammed in their face.
Yeah, so there's the
it's
Gatlin
like desert
scene, but then after that, it's basically like they just move the rest of the movie somewhere else, right?
This is Hellraiser Revelations. This is we were going to lose the rights, so we made we pumped out a movie. It probably took us a month to film. We had a single location. We're going to shove characters here. We're going to give them the most basic thing. We're going to somehow put it into the Children of the Corn lore. It's not going to make any sense. It's not going to be good, but we'll still have those rights.
Yeah.
That's what matters. That's this movie.
So
Mark, please. Yeah.
So I could be completely wrong in the way that I've interpreted this movie, but I think there are layers to this that either I've misinterpreted or maybe we've just in general are kind of missed, right? So if we start back to the original scene where we've got the old guy or the Vietnam vet coming back,
right?
The way that I've interpreted, I'm gonna put that out there. But this is what I was thinking was happening as we were watching. Maybe I'm well out to lunch on this. He realizes that there's this kid that has these like wild powers. He then realizes, okay, I can't just leave this child here. I've got to take this kid and I got to go somewhere where this kid can't harm anybody else. That's how he ends up in the middle of nowhere in the desert in California with like nothing, right? Because he's got to get this child away. When you were watching this movie, did you think that they call him Preacher or Cole?
I don't know what the fuck.
I don't know what you're
it's
thinking.
such a fucking.
Did you?
Mark, I am genuinely.
Hold on.
This is insane what you are doing right now. I know.
Yeah.
I'm not. I am genuinely like. What you are doing right now might be the most entertaining thing I've ever seen you do on this show because you are I am dumbfounded at the amount of thought you gave to this to this movie. Yeah, you are basically deep diving on Hellraiser Revelations right now, and
you're all for it.
Please continue.
So when our two characters, Allie and Tim, Allie from The Office, by the way, did you catch that cameo? She plays Isabel, the one that dates Dwight Schrute for a little bit there. Anyway. Small cameo. When they show up at the house, he originally doesn't want to let them in, not because he's like the movie wants you to think it's because he's a piece of shit human, but in actuality, what I think they're trying to do is say he knows what you're going to come into if he lets you in, so he's trying his best to keep you away for your own safety, right? There's no easy way for him to do that other than telling you to basically fuck off and leave him alone. Right. But once he finds out that she's pregnant, he's like, oh, man, there's not a whole lot I can do. I'm not actually a piece of crap person. So he takes her in. Right. I went back and forth about whether or not Preacher was a good character or not, because he actually does start telling them the history of what's happening and how they ended up there.
If I hadn't been in the army and stationed overseas when the massacre happened, I'd be dead now, like all the rest of my friends and my family. Every single adult in Gatlin was slaughtered by children, good children, Christian children. You tell me, Mr. Gleason, what could make a child do something like that?
His wife, his like Ukrainian mail order bride, right? I think there's a reason why she's there, and it's not because the two of them like fell in love, There's a reason why, and you see this at the end, there's actually quite a few women that live on this sort of compound. What I think is happening, okay, is that there is a child, right, that just wants to be raised, but this child will never grow up. Women keep coming in, and he attaches to them to the point where if you try to get away, that's when he's going to do really bad things to you. That's why at the very end, when Allie realizes, I can't escape this, that's why she goes back. And she's basically, if I want my child to survive, I have to be here to raise this one. Because we see what happens to, I think her name is Oksana, who you think is actually his mother, who I'm not actually convinced is actually the child's mother. I think she's just one of the many who have found themselves here and are now stuck having to help raise this child, because this child has no concept of the fact that these are now your prisoners, right? They bring him toys, right? But the moment that she tries to get away, he basically throws like a pitchfork in her back or something like that, right? So,
Mark, this might be the most you've talked on this show ever, and it's about this.
But
it's about Children of the Corn Genesis. I just want to put that out there. I'm not faulting you for it. I'm just putting things in perspective. Again, please continue if you have more to gush about. I don't have a single good thing to say.
Yep.
It's all bad. This is a no budget.
Yeah.
This is a scam. This is a live film. It's not a Children of the Corn movie.
Yep.
It is not a good movie. It is a single location with crappy characters doing stupid shit and nothing interesting happens. Yep. And it's nothing.
I like the element of deception because they each tell Allie and Tim different histories, right? You don't know which one's real, right? Obviously, we find out that Oksana or whatever her name is the one that is obviously feeding them bullshit, right? Whereas the preacher is actually telling them the truth. But there's also the element.
Fuck that Cole character, the preacher character. Yeah. He could have been cool.
Yeah.
He could have been cool. It's like, oh, okay, a guy that interacted with the Children of the Corn and like he's gonna have some horror stories or something. He just acts like a zombie. He's just walking around, living corpse, just saying random shit. Like,
I mean, imagine.
Why doesn't he just talk normal? Just talk normal. Why do you got to talk like a cryptic fucking horror movie character?
Yeah, but that plays into it, right? Like he's because if he tells you what's like, if he
then you don't have a movie, right?
If he spews the whole thing, then
there's no film.
Then SWAT is going to be on this place,
right?
So the whole idea is that he's trying to keep this like buried in the desert where no one's going to find it, right? So he's doing his best.
He's doing his best to make sure the movie stays in this location.
Yeah,
even
so
though
they don't have to spend money.
That's right. Yeah. So that even though it's during modern times, no one can find them, and they can have this self-contained horror film. Yeah. And even though it's modern times, there's no phone, there's no cell phones. Yeah. They're isolated. They're not near anyone. We might as well just be back at Children of the Corn Revelation in this like a hotel in the middle of a field. So that's why he's doing this, Mark.
You got like the truck driver from Pulp Fiction who you can tell he's a little bit nervous to be there because he knows there's something. It's almost like he knows what's going on. He's agreed. Okay, I will continue to come back. I'll bring toys. But just don't kill me. Just don't.
That wasn't the interpretation I got. Yeah. I got that he was in on it.
Yeah,
he's definitely in on it. What was this shit? Okay, so the driver shows up finally, and then like I guess the entity can put visions in their minds because it starts putting visions in their heads because it fucks with Allie and Tim, which by the way, fuck Allie and Tim. They suck as protagonists. They start off and they're okay. The thing I appreciated was the fact that when the weirdo Russian bride starts like making a pass at Tim, he tells Allie immediately.
And then she hits on a stranded motorist in the kitchen while his pregnant wife is getting the evil eye from freaky Malacai.
You kidding? Are you sure she actually...
You give me a reach around while I was on the phone? And sitting on the kitchen table, skirt hiked up, legs open, blouse open to her nipples. Yeah. But who am I to judge? Maybe that's how people cool off around here.
Jesus Christ.
That's pretty refreshing because normally what happens is in any kind of writing thing, what they do is they have that scene and then the husband will hide it because he doesn't want to hurt his wife's feelings, right? You know, thinking he doesn't want it to become a thing, even though nothing happened. But then in omitting it, it becomes a thing. So I appreciate the fact that he was just straight up like, no, she did that. Isn't that weird? But then later on, she accuses him of fucking the Russian bride.
You lied to me.
What? No, what are you talking about?
You fucked her, didn't you?
How can you say that? Because of what that lunatic said? You believe him?
Just tell me, yes or no. Did you fuck her in the
I told you what happened.
When? When could that have happened?
Yeah.
You've been with him the entire runtime. At what point did they fuck? When he went to go make a phone call?
Well, no, because remember, the child has the ability to put visions in your head.
Put visions in your head, right. So when the delivery driver comes at the end, they suddenly, because he's like, all right, just hop in the back, and I'll take you. And then they don't trust him because so that's why they take the cop car and then run away, which is smart in my opinion. I wouldn't trust any of these fucking weirdos, especially after the shit I seen. Yeah.
One of the things that I did like was that the story makes the characters play at odds with each other. Like, I think it's the preacher that gets the vision that Allie's first pregnancy, they didn't lose the baby.
Yeah, she had an abortion.
That's right.
Yeah.
But she never told Tim.
Yeah.
The preacher tells Tim. And now Tim's like, first of all, how would you know that? And second of all, but now what it's doing, and I think this plays into what you just said, where we find out that Tim's a pretty straight up guy, because as soon as something like that happens with Oksana, he goes right back and he tells Allie, right? So normally the guy is not the straight up character. In this one, he kind of is, because he goes back and now he knows something about their history and he challenges Allie. She doesn't deny it, right? She never really actually addresses it, right?
What is his character? Like, why is he there?
Yeah.
What is he, Mark? Like, I don't know. Like, legit, what is he supposed to be? Because
Tim?
Yeah, because no, Cole.
Preacher. Yeah,
you keep calling him preacher, but he said to call him Cole, so I kept calling him Cole.
No.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Because Cole. Why is the entity keeping him alive?
Why is who?
Why is the entity keeping him alive? Because he's just a guy. Because he's not. It's not like the David Carradine thing in 5 where the Ezekiel was puppeting him.
Right.
He's an actual just dude who obviously hates his life.
Yeah.
Why doesn't he just kill himself?
I mean, he's bringing more
Fuck
mothers.
all of this. This is not. No one's like. It's just nothing.
Yeah.
You know the best scene in this movie? Legit. My favorite scene in this movie is at the end of the movie when Tim and Allie, they get in the cop car and they're taking off down the road and they're on the highway and they've gotten out. They're out of it. They're back to civilization. And then the Damien boy starts manifesting a car hauler, dropping cars at them. The smartest thing they do, and I got to give them credit for this, is when you're on the highway and a car hauler starts dropping cars at you, what you're supposed to do is drive at that. You don't just hit the brakes and stop. You're smart to drive at the car hauler dropping cars at you. That's actually what they teach you this in driving school, is drive at the accident. You could brake, but you run the risk of not wrecking yourself. So it's actually smarter to drive into the accident to then get into a car accident.
No one's going to do that though. But
Mark, did you catch my
I know what you're saying.
Sarcasm there?
You go full into
You could just, at any point, they could have just hit the brakes and they would have been fine.
No, they're trying to go around it.
No,
right? You're trying to dodge cars that are flying off this thing, right?
No one would do that. No one would do that. No. You would immediately hit the brakes.
No, it's coming at you too fast, right? You're
directly behind. It's not coming at you. They literally stay. Yeah. It's not like it's a Marvel movie and Captain America's driving and Red Skull's on top of the hauler, and so they got to get at him.
Right.
Like, they just hit the brakes and you would have been fine.
No. Not on the highway, man. You can't do that. You're just going to get hit from behind.
Of course. Yeah. Of course. Brakes don't work.
What's worse, a car that's not moving, that's just been dropped on the highway, or one that is moving?
Well, they do have shoulders that you could get over to.
Well, that's what they're doing. They're moving to the side to try to.
That's not what they do.
No, they don't. They don't do that at all.
And then I love that the guy, like, out of nowhere. How does that guy get there before? How does that delivery guy get there before the police? How does he know where they are?
Yeah. Well, remember, they're all in on it, right? So he
was tailing them, I guess. That was my interpretation, is he was tailing them?
Yeah.
But that's a stretch. But so he was tailing them, and then he's just like, there's no getting away. I'm pretty sure this is getting away. Why doesn't he just immediately tell like the cops? He's like, yeah, that guy, he's a creep. Follow that guy and go to the house and find like.
It's still a Children of the Corn movie.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Oh my God. All right, Mark, go ahead. What else do you want to? I got nothing else. I don't have really any notes. It's hardly a movie. It's like it's wow. What was the runtime? So it was like 81 minutes or
81
something.
minutes,
Yeah, it's hardly a film. This is Hellraiser Revelations, buddy. It's like they just needed one in the can. This is.
It has nothing to do with the rest of the franchise. There's no
so that makes it great.
And,
yeah,
and I dig it. You know,
I don't find it.
I am
entertaining.
so sick of rows of corn for miles.
So you like the one that has
I was like
no corn.
Thank God.
Yeah.
It could have been like Herbie the Love Bug, and I would have been like number 2.
What if we're dead? What if we never got out of the car?
Like what? We're still dead on the roadside from what?
I don't know. Accident, heat stroke. I
No,
don't know.
I'm not going there. There's got to be a better explanation than that. There has to be.
We pounded on the window. The cop. He should have heard us, seen us. I mean, there's no way he could have missed us.
If he was even really there at all. I mean, you saw what happened. That shit just does not happen in waking life.
So we're dreaming.
Yep. Could have been a talking car.
Okay, I accept the fact that you're saying I get a talking car. I accept the fact that you're saying like, you know what? I hate this franchise, so the fact that it was something different, okay, sure. That's very contrarian of you.
Yep.
But it's not a good movie.
No.
It's not even a fun film.
Like I said though, I did find myself like I felt like there was a mystery that was going to be and there was, like, it wasn't very good. But and again, maybe I'm giving this movie way too much credit with the interpretation that I've applied to it. But
no,
not at all.
No one accuse you of that.
That's not possible.
Yeah.
Right. But like, there's definitely like a moment when they're in the house and things are happening and you're like, who is this guy? What's the story? Why do they have this video camera? And what are they trying to hide here? Why are there locks on all of these doors?
Why did they go to New Mexico?
Why did they
to kill prostitutes? Why did they do that?
That was Mexico. It wasn't New Mexico.
Why did they do that?
Yeah.
Why are they at this producer's mansion?
Why is he telling me not to go and explore the ground?
Why is this guy kissing his sister?
What's going on?
What's happening with that?
Especially since, like, because it's a Children of the Corn movie. This guy kissing his sister. I mean, that was a high point. You keep waiting for it to revert back to a Children of the Corn movie. Right. And so you're like, how are they going to make that connection? And they don't, because it's not. And it's,
that makes it great, apparently.
Yeah. Yeah.
What the fuck? Okay. Cool.
Hey dude. You make me watch this.
There's no way in hell that you put that at number 2 and didn't go, oh yeah, Justin's got to say something about this. There's no way in hell.
I was full, and I'm not. It's not just you. I'm expecting you all have a free shot at. I know most of the time, most of our viewers tend to agree with me.
Yes.
This time, I'm like, no. I know that this is a. That's
a hot take.
This is an out there choice.
That's a hot take. Yeah, it's definitely a hot take.
So, yeah, that's it.
Okay, please, let's move on.
Yeah.
To our next entry we're jumping ahead quite a bit. We're going to 2018 with our 10th entry. This is Children of the Corn, Runaway. I kind of like this one. Fuck you. But you know what? After you don't get to say shit after what you just fucking put as your number 2, okay? Yeah. It's not super high. This is my number 5.
11. This is
your worst?
I did not like this one.
How? What? There's no consistency. So the one that's not a Children of the Corn film, you liked because it's not a Children of the Corn film. Right. The one that tries to do something different under in the lore of the Children of the Corn film, you hate?
She's just running away.
There's other stuff happening. Yeah. It tries stuff. Yeah. This is, so if Children of the Corn Genesis is Hellraiser Revelations, Children of the Corn Runaway is Hellraiser Judgment. It has not a lot of budget to work with, but they gave it to somebody that had a clear vision and he tried something. And I respect it for what it is. It is so much more competent than Genesis. Genesis is just a fucking mess of a movie. Children of the Corn Runaway, at the very least, is like, it's passable. It is passable. It tries things, and I know that given a little bit more money, it could have done some really cool things.
Really?
But according to you, it's just nothing.
Yeah.
Wow. Even Clu Gulliger
Gulliger.
couldn't save this. This is actually directed by Clu Gulliger's son. Did you know that?
Is it?
Yeah.
I know it was filmed in the same building that Hellraiser Judgment was filmed.
Is it actually?
Yeah. So I figured for sure you would have a love for this. Yeah.
Actually filmed in the same...
I got a note. Filmed in the same building as Hellraiser Judgment, which Justin will love.
And I literally just made the comparison to Hellraiser Judgment. I didn't know that. Which building, though?
I don't know. I just...
one of the buildings.
Yeah,
okay. That's fucking awesome. All right. Yeah, this movie's okay. It's... whatever. Apparently... No, it's not okay, according to you. Wow. What opposite picks we have here. Interesting. Okay. So it opens with a black and white title card followed by a narrator telling us about a woman named Ruth. So I guess maybe that's the connection.
Escaping with a child.
Maybe that's the connection. Possibly. If it is, that's pretty cool.
Yep.
They don't explicitly answer it per se, but if so, that is a cool connection. Of course, you got to watch the 2009 fucking remake to, appreciate the connection.
Better than this piece.
No. So the narrator tells us about a woman named Ruth who rebelled against the corn cult, burned the cornfield, and became a runaway. Yeah. So Mark, you might be right. That actually might have been attached to that. That's pretty cool then that somebody was like, you know what, let's make that
Let's
lore.
take that thread and pull on it.
Yeah,
Yep.
even though that wasn't their thing. It wasn't part of the actual continuity. Ruth gives birth, and then we jump ahead, and her son Aaron is now much older. He's basically like a teenager. Ruth and Aaron are drifters who live on the road. While driving, a strange voice suddenly cuts into the radio saying, "Where you go, I will go. Where you stay, I will stay." Suddenly, Ruth is pulled over by a police officer who impounds her vehicle. So Ruth and Aaron are now stranded in this new town until they can get the car back up and running. A local mechanic named Carl takes pity on the pair and lets them stay inside his garage out of the rain. The next morning, Carl returns to find Ruth has fixed one of the cars in the shop, so he puts her to work. Later, she's visited by a strange little girl in a yellow dress. Ruth and Aaron go grab a bite at a local diner where Ruth sees the same odd little girl in yellow outside and begins to have hallucinations. She also befriends a kind server named Sarah. Carl takes Ruth and Aaron to an actual house they can stay at for a while, apparently the Hellraiser Judgment house. I don't know. I didn't think it was the same house, but sure. Ruth tries to enroll Aaron in school, but this proves difficult as she has no permanent residence, and the principal is also a racist.
Yeah.
Who doesn't like Ruth's association with Carl the mechanic, who's black.
Yep.
And the principal advises they continue down the road and leave the town of Luthor. Luthor's the new name of the town in this film. Ruth sees the creepy yellow dress girl again, but nothing comes of it. Carl and Ruth attempt to hook up, but Aaron interrupts them, and there's an awkward moment as Carl storms off. Later, Carl fires Ruth for apparently screwing up on an oil change, but I think it's more because she didn't screw him.
That's right. Yeah.
This causes Ruth's mental state to further deteriorate. Carl is killed by the girl in yellow. Ruth starts to have visions about her son joining the corn cult children, but he denies this. Ruth breaks down and reveals she's a survivor from the Gatlin, Nebraska massacres to Sarah, the waitress, before asking her to take Aaron out of town so she can stop the evil building in this area. Sarah agrees, and what follows is a battle for salvation as Ruth is forced to reconcile with her horrific past.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why don't you like this one?
So, first and foremost,
it's not amazing, but
no. I think part of it is that not even for a second. It's interesting that this is related to the Hellraiser franchise because one of the common threads in Hellraiser in a number of the movies is it was you the whole time, and there was never a moment where I didn't think that it was her. I figured it out right away that the girl in the yellow dress was just her. from when
it's
she
still
was
a little ambiguous, but
I mean, they try to. The other thing spoiler. The girl in the yellow dress is a young Ruth that gets revealed at the end. Right.
Yeah.
And when she's following this person, she's never actually there. When the girl in the yellow dress is killing somebody, it's just her killing that person. Right.
I didn't interpret it that way.
I think that's what you're supposed to think. Yeah.
I don't think that was it.
Yeah.
I think it's left to interpretation.
Well, then who's killing all these people?
The girl in the yellow, the entity.
Which is her.
Well, I don't think she was the entity.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not how I interpreted it.
I
don't think she was the entity.
I think if you go back and check it again, you'll see that there's like a moment where she's in like the bedroom with the yellow girl,
and the blood's
all of a sudden it's her.
Yeah, and the blood's all. I cut that. Well, you're jumping ahead around.
No, you've done the plot.
Yeah, I know, but like. Take a breath for a second. You're like, wow, the ending sucks. Let's just talk about the ending.
No, but you asked me like why I didn't like it.
Is it specific because you don't like that ending?
No. It's just because I think part of the impact of the movie is you're trying to figure out what is it that's chasing her and what are they going to do with her when they get there? Why is she seeing all these characters? But never for a moment did I ever think that it wasn't just her.
I thought they left it a little bit more ambiguous than you're interpreting it.
Yeah.
But fair enough. I can see your point. Let me talk about some things I liked then, maybe, and maybe I can warm you up a little bit to this one. So Ruth is played by our new character. She's played by Marcy Miller. She does a really good job here.
She's okay.
She's a really good actress in this film. This is the first fucking entry where the characters felt genuinely real.
I'm here about the mechanic job.
You got experience?
Some.
Such as?
Salvage, mostly.
Yeah. We fix cars here. We don't strip them for parts.
I got a truck. It's got like 1 million miles on it. Never once been in the shop.
That's all well and good.
Not once. I need the money.
This is the first time in the franchise, with the exception of maybe 2, where everybody. This is maybe the most grounded the series has ever been. Like everyone just acts like real people in this.
Yeah.
They're not acting like aliens. There's no one hamming it up. No one's chewing the scenery. Everyone is acting normal and grounded. For the most part. The opening between Ruth and her son, like all the scenes with Ruth and Aaron, you could take those scenes, and if I didn't tell you they were from a Children of the Corn film, you would just think they're from some indie drama film. And that speaks to the level of quality of this movie. Is like the acting level and the scene direction is pretty strong here. Yeah. There's some good dialogue we get. And everyone feels real and grounded. And Aaron and Ruth, his mother, I want to root for them. This is the first time I genuinely was like, I feel bad for these fucking characters. Like they're hard off. It reminded me of like, there's a lot of these type of movies like, Pursuit of Happiness, like down on your luck characters where you just want to see them like just get just a little something.
Somebody give them a chance.
Yeah. So like when it starts off and, the scene where they're like literally just out in the rain.
Yeah.
And then, Carl opens the door to them. I felt so good. I'm like, oh, yes. Okay. Just that little bit of just little something, right? And you slowly watch Ruth try to build something for the two of them. And I like that. I wanted to root for Ruth. Part of the reason, like, this movie is not amazing, but what works for me is it felt like the most grounded character I could actually get behind.
Yep.
It was a character I wanted to see succeed, and it genuinely broke my heart when you get to the end of that ending punch where you find out she's not really well, and it kind of gives you a gut punch in the end. They slow roll it though.
Yeah.
Like you skipped ahead to it, but it is slow rolled. Like I like that. So Ruth is a survivor I'm always a fan of the survivor characters, especially when they're done right.
Yep.
And this is a good example of they're done right. Ruth is a woman that's trying to escape her past, but that's really fucking hard to do when you get away from an evil entity that has magic powers and like a cult, and you murdered your own parents.
Yeah.
Because they show you a flashback where she murders her own parents.
Well, as a cult kid.
She was one of
all the parents.
That's
yeah.
right. So
Yeah.
she's living with that trauma. She clearly has PTSD.
Yeah.
One of the things that's so fucking refreshing, and again, movies never do this. We have a character with mental illness problems. They don't hide it.
Yeah.
She's very open with her son about it. And she even describes it to her son. She says, like, I hear the locusts, and that's usually when my visions start. I start having hallucinations.
Did you hear the locust again? Whenever you hear that sound, whatever happens next, it's not real.
No, I know, but this time is different. I don't know why.
Different? Like, different how?
Different, like the difference between a painting and a photograph.
That's so refreshing that their relationship is so like strong that she's able to talk to her son just so plainly. I really liked that.
Yeah.
It's not a dynamic you would see too often. Anytime they do this where it's like a character has visions or whatever the fuck, they're just hiding it.
Yeah.
Right? And it gets annoying.
Or they're otherwise normal people that just all of a sudden start having visions for no reason because it feeds the plot, right? You never had visions before and you're never going to have visions again. But for these 2 weeks, you're going to have some wild visions.
But for this, it makes sense because so like we talked about, like who has visions? People with PTSD.
Yeah, she's probably been having these for a long time.
Right. And they're not visions, they're trauma flashbacks. But I mean, they kind of are visions because the entity, I interpreted it as the entity was chasing her. Like she couldn't get away. There is a flashback scene in this movie, again, that is like, this would be in any indie drama and you wouldn't know it was a Children of the Corn film. The scene where Ruth is her, she's trying to take care of her baby. What's his face? The kid, Aaron.
Yeah.
Aaron is a baby and he's crying and he's sick. And Ruth is literally on the street and she has to break into the pharmacy to steal medicine for the kid. That is a legit powerful scene.
Yeah.
That like, again, you took that scene out and I showed you that, you would never know it was in this schlock shitty franchise.
Yeah.
That's what elevates this movie for me, is it's got these powerful moments of very clear direction, good storytelling, visual storytelling in shit.
Yeah, and I can start to see why you and I had a different experience with this, because I never once for a second gave her the benefit of the doubt. I guess I've just been too jaded by movies like this to know that, oh, hey, they're going to dangle a character like this in front of you, but don't buy it because they're going to turn out to be the very thing that that you're sort of rallying against, right? You bit hard on who this character was, and I right from the start, I just got the sense that like, no, we can't feel sorry for you because you're responsible for all this, and it jaded the whole movie for me.
To me, this whole film hinges on her acting.
Yeah.
There is another scene that I think is really good, and I think the Aaron, like the scenes between Aaron and his mother are really good. Like, there's a good scene where Aaron asks about his dad.
Did you love my father?
I think so. I don't know, it's so long ago.
Do you miss having a man around?
Not when I have you around.
You're the only thing that matters. You always will be.
Clearly, she hadn't been with anybody since I think it was supposed to be Malacai, if we're going with that logic, with that lore. But like, she hadn't been with anybody since Aaron's dad.
Yeah.
When Carl and her, this is, again, talk about Marcy Miller's acting here. This is legit good acting. When Carl has some advances on what's her name? Ruth.
Yeah.
And they start to kiss. Look at the facial expressions on Ruth, that Ruth puts out.
Yeah.
You can clear as day see this is a person that has basically turned off that part of her body up until this moment. and you see that dial slowly start to turn on.
Yep.
And you can see on her face, her body is like remembering how good it felt to feel another person. It is really good acting.
But you also can't tell whether or not she's enjoying it or whether she's just doing it because she
No,
feels that
I think she's genuinely enjoying it. My interpretation was you can see the human touch.
Yeah.
She suddenly is like it's like her body is remembering what that felt like.
Yep.
And she starts like really like, so she starts off kissing awkwardly and then she starts like her body gets
But she's
into
still
it.
racked with the guilt of, there's a reason why I haven't done this for 13 years and why I shouldn't be doing it now.
But goddamn, what good acting, man.
Yeah.
What good acting in fucking Children of the Corn 10, you know? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, she deserves better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Carl surprised me. I think that was a mistake turning him into a piece of shit. I think that was a dumb decision.
Does he turn into, I guess at the end,
Yeah,
he
he
takes
does.
over.
No,
Yeah,
he does turn
yeah.
into a piece of shit. So he tries to, he makes a pass at Ruth. They fool around, and then Aaron walks in, and there's an awkward
sorry,
scene.
Carl. Yeah, sorry.
Not Aaron.
I was thinking of the
Carl.
child. Yeah.
Yeah. Carl's the mechanic.
Yeah.
So Carl is trying to get with Ruth, and then Ruth, there's an awkward, Ruth doesn't shut him down. She doesn't stop his advances. What happens is Aaron stops it, and then the heat kind of dies down, and then she's like, let's, pause this. He then, it's really weird and awkward.
Yeah.
He wants to like keep it going, and he gets kind of forceful.
Well, yeah, I think
then the scene turns.
I think Aaron coming in allows the guilt side of her feelings to kind of override the pleasure side, and then she just can't get it back.
Yeah.
So she's like, she has a moment of clarity, and she's like, no, this can't happen.
Right.
And I got the sense that they weren't going to be doing this again. This wasn't just let's just wait for another opportunity. I think she was like, no. I was doing this for the wrong reasons. You gave me a house. You gave me a job. Part of this is me feeling like I should do this. I do enjoy it.
I felt that she would have gone for it again. I think he just turns into a piece of shit.
Yeah, he does
turns
kinda
into
go
a
a
little
little-
bitch when she goes back to work, and then she terminates her.
I got
and-
the sense that the reason they did that is because when they kill him right after, you need to kind of feel like
you had this coming.
Right.
Yeah.
Whereas I don't feel like they had to do that. I'm with you. Like it could have meant more if they had just left him.
I don't think they needed to make him a bad guy.
He was a nice guy.
Yeah.
Up until
and
that point, right?
and then there's that turn. Yeah. I liked Sarah.
Oh, I didn't.
Oh, I really liked Sarah.
I liked Sarah up until
the ending. Yeah, no, the ending's stupid.
Fucking
no,
stupid.
No, the ending's
Yeah.
stupid. But I liked as a supporting character. I thought she was great. I like all the little scenes. So what ends up happening is like Ruth has to work at the during the day. She works at the mechanic shop, like the auto shop, and then across the street is like a diner. And then she befriends Sarah, the like friendly waitress, who's like, it's a very like Puritan, like straight edge, like straight laced religious town. But Sarah is like the down to earth, like just chill person, right? So she acts very normal, and she ends up bonding with Aaron.
Cornell thinks his soup's cold.
God damn it!
And I like that dynamic. There's some really fun scenes there between the two of them, like talking about things. And she's a really good, like, she worked as a great support character. Of course, they ruin her.
Yeah.
Similar to like Carl, it's the same problem, because then the twist is, oh no, Sarah's also a part of the cult, which doesn't make any sense.
It does not make any sense.
How would she? What did she run ahead of them and planted herself in that town?
Like
it makes no sense.
She's like infiltrating. Imagine the level of effort that would be required to. Because it doesn't look like she started working there yesterday. She's been working there a while.
Months.
She's the one that
makes zero sense.
She's the one that knows all the locals. She can talk to them the way that she wants to because she's been around forever. She knows everything on the menu. She's been at this restaurant, this tavern, this place for a long time. So it's not like she must have been planted there years before Ruth and her son ever come through town.
It doesn't make any sense.
I'm like, and that was another thing that I just couldn't stand this movie because it's like that again, it's a convenience that would never happen. Like there's no way you're lining that up, right? So if there is this he who walks behind the rows who's moving the chess pieces to eventually catch up to, or he can just kill her.
Yeah.
Like, why does he have to, 10 years from now, she's going to come driving on this road and she's going to get a breakdown and I'll have somebody in there that, or you could just go over to her right now. And like, there's no way that anyone's going to know that she's going to end up there.
It's stupid. It's stupid. That whole thing is dumb. Let's talk about the ending. So the twist is that the girl in yellow was a young Ruth. So she's seeing visions of herself. I actually liked that. I liked that she was seeing visions of herself. I don't know. I think that's a twist where it's kind of like, that's kind of a little clever. Yeah. It's not some evil. It's not a representation of the evil. It's a representation of her evil past.
Yeah.
So that to me works. I like the idea that it's taunting her with what she did.
Yeah.
That to me works. Your interpretation, because the girl in yellow goes around, and that's our killer in the movie, is she kills random people in the town. So your interpretation is that Ruth was doing that under the influence and was...
Yeah, it was her the whole time.
My interpretation is not that. My interpretation is at the end, the entity was trying to fool the son.
Yeah, maybe.
That's my interpretation.
I mean, the reason why I think this is because she spends more time with the girl in the yellow dress than anybody else, yet she never gets threatened by the girl in the yellow dress.
Oh, I see your point.
Everybody else gets killed who never has any interaction with the girl in the yellow dress. So it just screamed, "Oh, it's you. Oh, okay. You're just, yeah, you're thinking back to your memories of you as a child, but then you're having these delusions, and then you go out of it for a few minutes and you can't remember what's going on." When you are actually the one that's
maybe. That wasn't my interpretation. My interpretation is that the entity and or Sarah was committing the murders, and they were just gaslighting Ruth so that she looked like a murderer to her son, and then the big turn is that her son kills her. Which, again, I want to gush about Marcy Miller. That scene where she is like breaking down in the kitchen in front of her son, where she's covered in the blood, and she says like, "I'm sick."
Mommy's sick. You were right. I know that now. Everything is much clearer now. Don't. You're afraid of me. I get that. But I'm your mother. I need you to listen. Okay? I got something I gotta tell you. Sarah. It's not how you think she is. Okay? You gotta stay away from her, you understand? You understand what I'm saying? Just keep away from her. She's not your friend. She's your enemy. She's who we've been running from for your entire life.
All of this would be great if I thought for a second that it wasn't her the whole time.
Yeah, but so you still think... I don't think that was it. No, I think they were trying to make it look like she did it. I don't think she had done any of those things.
Otherwise, like, why does she always end up,
Well, because the entity has magic powers. Like, no, but I mean, honestly, it's like, I don't know that she actually was covered in blood because there's actually a shot. So this is clever editing. She kneels down beside the girl in yellow, and she's having a flashback to herself murdering her own parents or murdering some adults.
Yeah.
When she stands back up, she's suddenly covered in blood.
Yeah.
Where did the blood come from?
Well, she killed somebody in the house, didn't they?
Yeah,
Remember, she went in there to kill the teacher.
Did she?
Yeah.
No, did she? Because then there's that weird shot where she goes and looks at the body, and it does like this weird, like...
Yeah, I got to comment on that.
Yeah.
For a movie that is, only 82 minutes, I think this one is?
Yeah.
Man, did they milk the living shit out of that? Let's play a scene and let's rewind it.
Yeah,
I don't know why they even had to do it.
Yeah,
like it didn't help anything, but it just, hey, let's get this movie over the runtime.
It looks kind of cool, but it doesn't serve a purpose.
Yeah,
it doesn't serve a purpose at all. Yeah, no.
So this is like, again, she's asking Sarah to take her son away because she's got to go take care of some things. Some of those things are like her going after the principal who wouldn't let her son join the school. Like, and she dies. Like, Carl dies. Like, these are all, I'm just like, this is no surprise to me that it's just you going and getting rid of your enemies. So
maybe that's what was happening. I still don't think that's what
I
was
wish
happening.
I could have watched it the way you did.
I think what actually was happening was the entity and Sarah were gaslighting Ruth to then turn Aaron against her.
Yeah,
that's my interpretation.
That's a better movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is, Mark.
Yeah,
That's why
but it's not what
number
happened,
5.
but
well, it's certainly better than this film. That's for sure.
Did you watch until the end credits?
Is it an after credit scene again?
Yeah.
Okay, wait. I have a couple things I want to, a couple more things I want to mention. Did you catch the Clu Gallagher cameo?
Yeah, he's one of the customers.
He's one of the diner patrons. Yeah.
Hey, Sarah, you reckon Mr. Atchison minds you comping all those people up there?
Who said I was comping him?
I know what you're doing. You're stealing his fucking money. Those freebies, they add up, girl.
Well, thank you, Krusty, looking out for my job security. No, you're a real sweetheart.
Yeah, you crazy bitch, you burn me! You burn the hell out of me! God damn!
You know, I'd be happy to comp that for you.
Yeah, you comp everybody else.
Good old Clu.
It's good to see Clu. I don't know. That was fun. Yeah, that was just a neat little touch. He doesn't do much. But
Another Nightmare on Elm Street 2 reference. Yeah.
Yes. Clu Gallagher, a 3-time /cinema member now because he Elm Street 2, Return of the Living Dead, and now Children of the Corn Runaway.
Small part, but a good part.
Yeah, he's just a cranky diner patron. Yep. I didn't see the after credit scene, but I wanted to gush about the credits. Actually, the credits are awesome in this. The end credits. You know what I'm talking about? Do you remember this?
No.
So the end credits, and this is again why I want to compare it to Hellraiser Judgment. There's a little bit of artistry in this one. They're both Hellraiser Judgment and Runaway 10th entries, interestingly. And the end credit sequence, it's haunting children's music playing, and then it's all of a sudden in black and white, and all of the actors, it shows their name and then it says their character name. And they're doing these weird tableaus at the camera. It's really off-putting, but man, is it effective.
And kind of old-timey Hollywood where they used to do
it's really
cast
creepy.
of characters at the end.
Yeah, but it's like twisted. That's a great end credits. And what's the after credit scene? Is it just when Aaron's preaching?
No.
Oh, there was
so that's before.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
So I remember that. There's
a scene closes with a scene of he who walks behind the rose putting its smoky arm around the yellow dressed girl out in the field.
I did not see this at all. Yeah. I very rarely go after the credits because very rarely do these these aren't Marvel movies. So why do you have after credits?
But every once in a while they'll throw something in there.
And that's why you catch these way more than I do.
That's why I didn't see the credits because I always zip to get to the end to see if there's something else.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, no, I didn't catch that. Yeah.
But it was another reason why I didn't like the movie because you could watch this one just thinking that it's her and her delusions and there's not actually any force.
But then they ruin it,
right?
But
then they ruin it by making it blatantly obvious.
But there has to be a force for her to be innocent, though. There would have to be.
Right, but maybe
Because
she's
people
not
are
innocent,
dead.
right? Because remember, I'm watching it from the perspective of she's just going around killing people.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
So at least
This
from that
isn't
perspective.
Freddy's nightmares,
Right.
buddy.
Because
it's not always you.
Right. But think about it. Why would these corn cult kids have any interest in coming and finding you? They want to be left alone. You
But
leave.
it's the entity that's chasing her.
Right. So I guess I'm just under the perspective that I wish it was just, okay, if you leave, we're not coming for you. You just can't, nobody can come in. If you come in, we're going to get you. And, she's just she's had a tough life. She's a broken human as a result of her experiences and it's causing her to kill people. I'm like, maybe I can take something from that. No, there was an actual he who walks behind the rose that was a smoky beast.
You could interpret that Sarah wasn't actually a corn cult member and that she was just possessed by the entity.
That's worse. I don't know.
Something.
Yeah.
This movie's better than you give it credit. 11. This isn't an 11. This is not an 11.
Yeah.
That's too harsh.
There wasn't a second when I was watching this where I was like, it's you. It was you the whole time.
Yeah, just didn't appreciate the acting. That's unfortunate. Yeah, you missed a actual demonstration of quality acting.
No, but see, it makes it worse because when when they're trying to angle you towards a character and make you feel something for them, if you know you're not going to feel something for them, now it's just all smoke and mirrors.
Right.
So it works for you because you felt for her only at the end, maybe, depending on how you sort of interpret the ending, you're like, oh,
to me, the ending's
now
a
I'm
little
not sure how I feel.
No,
about
to me, the ending's a little heartbreaking.
Yeah. For me, I wasn't heartbroken about her at all because I just, did you didn't comment on quite possibly the best scene of the movie. Right at the very beginning when they're in the hotel room and
there's someone fucking next door.
Aaron, I think Aaron's the son.
Yeah.
He's looking out the window and you can hear in the next room, there's
people fucking.
some sex going on.
Yeah.
The woman comes out. She's obviously a prostitute.
Yeah.
She sees him looking at her through the window. So she tries to like make a face at him or a kissy face, but she slips and falls and smacks her face off the window ledge and busts her lip open. It's just funny. It's just
hilarious.
Put it in.
I'm not even going to show you that.
Nope,
all you get is Mark's description of it.
That's it.
Yeah, that's all I got to say. Yeah, I think Runaway's pretty good.
Yep.
All right. Our last entry, Mark, we
it.
got there.
We're almost there.
We're here. Time to bring it home.
Yep.
All the way to 2020. This is only 5 years ago.
Yep.
It's fairly recent. Once again, this is Children of the Corn. This is pretty high for me. This is my number 3.
4.
We're pretty close.
Yep.
It's more interesting than the original.
It's a banger. Like
I'm not gonna go that high. It's more interesting than the original. It's just more. I'll say that it's not an amazing movie. It's more interesting than the original. No. Yeah.
They dial some stuff up to 11 on this one.
They do. Yeah. This is if your problem with Children of the Corn, this is an example where I would recommend the remake over the original. The original is all atmosphere and no action. This one strikes a better balance.
Yeah.
I think this one is a cleaner, better version. This is one of the rare remakes that I actually think improves the original. And I'm surprised I liked this. Like, this movie is like, people don't like this film. I think it has like a 40% on like Rotten Tomato or some shit.
If Children of the Corn is known to try to be subtle across a number of its movies, this one is not subtle.
No. So let's get into the plot. Apparently this was a Shudder co-production, which I found to be interesting. I was like, okay, Shudder occasionally does some okay stuff. Shudder is
I'm glad we're away from Dimension.
Yes, we're finally away from Dimension films. Yeah, Dimension films that brought us all of the worst entries in the Children of the Corn films, except if you're Mark, then it brought you one of the best, apparently. Okay. So it opens with a little girl named Eden playing in a yard when a rough-looking boy walks out from the nearby cornfields. The boy grabs a knife and proceeds to start slaughtering all the adults inside a children's home, which is where Eden is also staying at.
Yep.
In an attempt to stop the rampaging boys, the rampaging boy, the police pump a cow anesthetic gas, halothane, into the home, resulting in the death of 15 innocent children. Why?
Is that the only option?
Yeah, like right. No, but like, okay. So in what scenario would the police just go, well, I don't want to fight him?
Yeah.
Well, it's obviously crazy.
Yeah.
What you want me to like, use this gun? You want me to use this taser? Come on, man. This is a modern film too. They had tasers. They had pepper spray. You tell me they couldn't just run in there and pepper spray him?
15 at
this would
the expense
never
of
happen.
1. Yeah.
This would never happen. I think this is I know why they did this. I think a better way of doing it would have been the police go in there and clumsily handle the situation and end up maybe shooting a couple of the children or something like that. That would have been a more realistic version other than let's come up with this. Whoa. No, none of us are going to run in there. Let's pump some gas in there. That ought to work.
Yeah.
Like what?
I don't know. I guess it had to be something substantial enough that caused the kids to.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. It's a plot.
It does not
plot
make
point.
sense.
It doesn't make sense. Right. Yeah. Cut to our main title card. Eden is then inside the police station and is visited by a local pastor played by. See if you caught this one. It's kind of a deep cut. No. Bruce Spence. I know him. He's kind of a character actor. I know him from, he's in Mad Max 2. He's like the guy with like the ultralight, like the shitty little plane. He's like the schemer guy that's like kind of Mad Max's like sidekick.
Oh, I didn't catch that.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I have seen that.
He's got a very distinct face.
Yep.
We're then introduced to brother and sister Bolin, aka Bo, and Cecil, aka Cease, who are walking through a rotted cornfield. Bo informs her brother that she's leaving to go off to college, but she assures her brother she'll come back. Cecil then questions why she would want to return to the dying town of Rylston. We're also introduced to even more kids from the town who are fucking around in the cornfield. An older boy, Calder, shows up and chastises the kids before joining in their fun as they carry out a mock execution of another kid. Bo and Calder walk off together, and Calder reveals that he's being physically abused by his father, which is pretty dark subject matter. Later, at a town meeting, one of the residents, Robert, discusses how the town is kind of fucked now that their corn crops aren't growing well. The town blames the pesticides and super chemicals they seemingly poisoned the farmlands with. So my interpretation was this was a farming community, and some big corporation came in like Montecito and was like, use our super pesticides, then your corn crops are sure to grow. And then it just ended up rotting all the plants.
Yep.
And then it kind of fucked them.
Yeah.
So they made a decision and it backfired. And then now the town's kind of fucked.
Well, they're kind of debating it, right? So like they're not sure, there's the scientific practical reason, but then the town pastor believes that it's just their sinful living that has caused that.
Yeah. That's got to be it.
But the reality is that, yes, they've unfortunately pumped their corn full of chemicals.
So their farmlands are dying, So Robert suggests the town agree to apply for government subsidies for ruined crops.
Rylston has to leave corn behind. This is how we can do it. Subsidies. Federal government will pay us not to grow corn. But this program's fiscal year ends in less than 2 days, so we gotta say yes, and we gotta do it now. And we got earth movers right at the edge of town, ready to dig the trench to bury our corn.
Bo speaks up, revealing Robert is her father. She argues the town shouldn't sell its soul and instead should work together on restoring the soil. But the town disagrees and votes in favor of burying the farm fields, much to the frustration of Eden and several other of the town's children. Here's my counter to that. Kids, shut the fuck up. Because the town was fucked and there was no money and there was a government program that could bail everyone out and everyone basically would have been happy. And your problem with that is we like the corn.
Yeah, I think she's just...
This is dumb.
Yeah.
This played out wrong.
Yeah, kids shouldn't have a voice. Even if they are,
that's the big part of this movie.
Yeah, she's the college kid that I'm gonna make a difference. What was it, Leprechaun, where they were all the sort of hippie kids?
Leprechaun Returns.
Yeah, where they all
the critically acclaimed.
They're all making a difference because they're young and 22 in university, right?
But her whole thing is basically just like, you own your mistakes, guys. And it's like, okay, but they're not necessarily not owning their mistakes either.
Part of the deal in order to get the subsidy is that they have to basically slash and burn their corn and they can't grow corn again.
Right.
And I think what she's trying to say is like, this is a part of our heritage, it's part of our community. If we do that, then we basically have nothing. Right, so
but that's not necessarily true.
And it's not really a decision for her to make.
You can pivot and grow other things. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's thin, but
All right. Eden goes off into the cornfield to cry and is comforted by a CGI corn plant. What the fuck?
Yeah.
She then goes around and speaks to all the other kids in town about something secret. Eden invites Cecil to join her and some other children in the cornfield for some strange ritual. Then Bo comes up with a plan. The kids are going to report the town's foolish actions to a reporter. She then enlists Eden and her newly formed corn cult of children to round up all the adults in town at the town hall under the lie that it's an emergency town meeting. Bo and Cecil arrive at the town hall with their father, only to find the strange Eden sitting out front. Eden then reveals the other kids went ahead with the trial and proceeds to hang Calder's abusive father. Holy Fuck.
This is an important point in the movie because from this point on, it just goes insane.
It escalates very quickly from here. Eden's corn cult then proceeds to quickly seize control of the town, revealing that the rest of the adults are being locked up in a jail cell at the police station. And also, conveniently, they have knocked out the local cell tower so that no one can call out for help because this is 2020.
It's 2020 now. Yeah.
So I think what happened there was they called Michael. They called Michael Myers, and then he went out to the cell tower. And he grabbed a dude and threw him into the cell tower, and then it just like blew up into sparks.
Right.
Yeah.
Because he does that.
Yeah. Or maybe they called Jason because he's better with telecommunications.
He's better at sort of pulling the cord out.
He found that thing and he grabbed the little box, right? Yeah, that's how that works.
Or Return of the Living Dead, where they go out to the power plant and just knock out all the power with a bunch of zombies, right? Yeah. Either way, what we're saying is
it's stupid.
It's super easy to do this.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, okay. I guess, but the thing is, I guess if you don't have that line, we're then going to go, well, why don't they just call for help?
Yeah. It's kind of what made...
It's still stupid because why don't they just drive for
What was
help?
the Silent Night, Deadly Night remake where there was literally only one road into town? So
Silent
part of the,
Night, yeah.
part of the plot is them building a second road into town, but it's like, you only have one road? Really?
Yeah.
So,
they kind of they kind of gloss over how all the kids won the fight against the adults.
Yeah.
Like it's just, I mean, it's kind of important.
We just accept that has happened.
Right. Yeah. You just accept that. Yeah, they somehow did that. Okay, sure, whatever. Like I never. They seemed like a band of misfit kids. They were so well coordinated. They were able to overpower all the adults in town.
Yep.
Sure. Okay. The corn cult then gasses all the adults with the same halothane used in the beginning that killed the kids. The adults then wake up in a giant pit in the cornfield and are horrifically buried alive.
Awesome.
In a pretty brutal scene. Cecil is then revealed to be a corn cult member to the horror of Bo. What follows is Bo swearing to stop Eden and her new corn cult with the help of a few older kids in town who see her way, while also managing to save the remaining adults in town, including Bo's father. Eden declaring that no one is allowed in or out of Rylston from now on, and they'll seal off the town. And he who walks behind the rows reveals itself as a giant fucking CGI corn monster. What?
Never seen that before. Yeah.
That's the plot of I said Child's Play of the Corn. The Children of the Corn 2022 or 2020 remake.
Yep.
It's not bad as remakes go. It does some stuff good. There's a lot I like in this one.
Yeah.
I had it decently high. The thing I debated was original or this one.
Yeah.
I know you just plummeted the original, but I give the original, I think it's more well made.
This one eschews all prestige for just going right to the jugular.
Goes on little insane.
The violence and kills in this one
ranked up
might be the sort of the epitome of the entire franchise. They just go absolutely hog wild with it.
Yeah, there's some crazy there's some good stuff in this. Yeah. Any particular kills that caught your eye?
The one that you mentioned where they just literally buried
it's
they
brutal.
basically
this is the tone of but this is in line with if you're gonna make like we're in the age of Terrifier.
Yeah.
So you kind of if you're gonna make a horror film, you kind of have to have a little edge now.
Yeah.
You kind of can't do the cutaway. You can't do that shit anymore.
No.
We're in an age where if you're gonna show somebody get stabbed, you got to show the whole thing. The scene where I think it's the priest that gets it, where the kids just hack him.
Oh God, no! Please! Please, God, please!
his eye. They
they like gouge his fucking eye, and it's like, but this is modern horror.
Yeah.
Like you really need it's almost expected.
But
I don't think it hurts it.
In contrast to that, though, the burial scene is almost the opposite because it's
the idea.
They wake up, like they manage to knock these adults out, put them in this massive, what it turns into a mass grave, and then they've got like a digger, like heavy equipment, and they just start pushing the dirt into the hole.
Yeah.
So they're alive when this is happening, and it's very slow. but like what's happening. Like they're not getting out.
No.
Right? And so they just slowly start covering them over with the dirt. I was like, oh my, this is intense.
The scene where Calder's dad gets hung. It's like, don't they tie the rope to like a horse, and then Eden like hits the horse, and the horse is like slowly walking, and it's like slowly hanging the guy up in the rafters.
They find him, and he's just dangling on like the stool.
Yeah, he's not dead yet. Yeah.
So they
Eden,
run over.
Eden hangs him in front of his own son.
Yeah, Bo and who is it? What's the kid's name?
Cecil and Calder. I'm pretty sure Calder's also there.
They're going over and they're trying to do what you would do, like pick him up.
But he keeps getting pulled into the ceiling.
So then she just goes over and motivates the horse to just start walking forward.
Yep.
Which just pulls him up, and it's just like it's
pretty brutal.
Yeah.
Yeah. This one cranks it up. One of the things I like the most about this one is it's almost like a prequel. So it's a remake, but it shows you things that we never saw before. So in the original and even the 2009 one, you don't see the transition from how we get from a normal town to a corn cult run town.
Yeah.
It just always, you get like a little scene and then it just skips ahead and now the children run the
you
town.
just have to assume that
They
everybody
somehow
fell
pulled
in
it off.
line and
This one, you get like 30 minutes before we get to the children just slowly picking off all the adults. They do a really good job showing you how can a town get to this level? How would you get to this point?
Yeah.
They set this up early. The opening credits, did you catch what the opening credits are? If you have a note of this, it's shots of adults doing really petty things to each other.
Oh no, I didn't see that.
Yeah, so the credits are like there's on the surface, it looks just like you're seeing shots of a small little like community.
Yeah.
But if you actually are paying attention, it's all adults doing asshole behavior.
Well, give me an example. Like
So
what?
there's like there's people, there's two shop owners sweeping on the sidewalk, and they start sweeping the dirt at one another's shop. Like they're trying to sweep it away from their own front of their shop, and they start sweeping it at each other. And then there's a car accident that happens in another shot, and the people get out and just start yelling at each other. So they're setting up the idea of adults are assholes.
Like just because they're older doesn't mean that they're better.
Just because they're older doesn't necessarily mean they're good people.
Yeah. They still act childish.
They still act childish. That's exactly
I never caught that. I might have to go back and watch
that's the opening credits. And then they tease Calder is getting abused by his father.
Yep.
There's a couple lines that allude to this, to how fucked up the town is. Cecil says, Rylston's so broken, nobody tries to fix it.
It's about Rylston. It's about this place. It's so broken that nobody even gives a damn enough to try to fix it. Then I guess that's not your problem anymore, is it, Bo?
Some good like early foreshadowing about just how bad things are in it. Bo and Cecil spot their mother having an affair.
Yes.
You catch this?
Yeah.
She gets into a car with a mysterious man that's not their father. So they know their mother, who they're not divorced, is actively having an affair.
I thought they were going to do something more with that, but I think it's really
that is the point.
Yeah, it's for what you're saying.
The point is they're showing you this town has a lot of darkness in it. And that's the whole point of the preacher character is he's trying to save the town's soul, and the kids have basically given up. Like the kids are kind of the other way.
Yeah, but that preacher, he's not a good guy.
Well, they
either.
hint. Yeah, they hint. What was the thing there? They hinted that he.
I think because Eden went to live with him.
Yeah.
And I think
there's like a line she
suggests
says
that maybe he was untoward towards her.
Come on, Pastor. You did sin, didn't you?
They don't say it. I think they
gloss.
They leave that open to interpretation, but I think the interpretation is, again, because he's a priest, that maybe, because she says, oh, you're not without sin.
Yeah, there's
though.
something.
Like,
She knows something.
Yeah, you didn't vote to kill the corn, but you're not a good
You're
guy.
not a good person either.
So you're going to get your own special
The town is not good.
Yeah.
The town's soul is dirty right now. Probably the best example of this is there's a shot in this where Cecil is walking down the sidewalk, and It's all done through audio. And as he's walking, he's looking around down this neighborhood. Every house, there's like a domestic violence happening. Every house
I wasn't really sure what to make of it at the time.
Every house he's walking by, there's parents, there's adults screaming at one another about random things. Just it's to drill home the fact that this is a town not in a good place.
That is ripe for being taken over by the children at this time, right?
That's what I mean. They do a better job in this one, like because in the original one and a lot of the other ones, it's like. It's not necessarily the town. I mean, some of them like two and that. Some of them, I guess a lot of them show you that the adults are bad people.
Yeah.
And it's usually the adults. The adults in town have schemed some sort of thing. This one's more. It's like the soul of the town itself had become corrupt over time, and it's just like it's like almost all it's like the community lost its way.
It's like it's one thing for the leader of the cult to buy into this, but then how do they successfully get everybody else on board? Eden obviously can speak to he who walks behind the rose, so she's obviously bought in, but she doesn't have to work all that hard to get everybody else in because they have already seen
they're all living in fucked up homes.
These adults that you live with,
they're all fucked up.
They're corrupted.
Right.
Yeah.
You want to talk about the kids? The new
Sure.
kids? The kids are great in this. The opening, the kids in this movie, they're more fleshed out than they were in the original. They feel more like, almost like Lord of the Flies a little bit. And maybe even like Peter Pan. Like they feel kind of like the Lost Boys, like in the opening.
It's interesting. You get to see this right from the very beginning.
Yes.
Right. This would not successfully continue on for like another 6 months. But it doesn't have to because the time period for this movie is only a matter of like 2 days, right? So you're getting to see what happens with these kids who they've taken over. We don't need to see what happens next. What happens next is the whole thing's going to fall apart, right? They don't have the ability to sort of maintain their ability to keep this going the way that every other movie seems to. Like you're not going 3 years being 8 years old running
They
the town,
couldn't even last
right?
24 hours.
Right. But
you see how you get to this point.
That's right. Yeah.
And you get all of they're all like the Lost Boys in that all of the kids, what are they doing? They're fucking around in the cornfield.
Yeah.
Why is that? Because there's nothing to do and none of their parents are watching them.
Yeah.
That was my interpretation, is that all the kids in the town were just kind of like latchkey kids.
Yeah.
They're all just left to their own devices. And you get, like, at the beginning, they're doing that mock execution of the one kid, which that scene I really liked. It felt like it was right out of like a Stephen King kind of novel.
I know this is for play and all, but that wasn't my fault. I didn't give Gibber that poison. He ate it out of some rat trap.
And you just watched him suffer.
He was just an old hound dog.
Billy Barnes!
Hey, Wally.
Screw you, Barnes.
Walk the plank, walk the plank, walk the plank, Wally Thomas Pratt. Walk the plank, walk the plank, walk the plank, Wally Thomas Pratt.
Ow, jeez! Dang it, Billy, quit jamming me with that thing.
It's a scene that I think felt real. The kids would do stupid shit like
We're
that.
all watching it like, oh my God, that kid's going to fall and break his neck.
Right.
Nobody in the scene is worried about it because I also get the sense that they've done this 100 times. They've piled
they're
up
just fucking
leaves
around,
and thrown some kid into it.
But
and
then
he's
they
always
give you
been
that
fine.
foreshadowing
Yeah.
where Eden takes it a little too far.
Yeah.
Because what does she want to do? She wants to light. They're gonna make this kid walk the plank and jump off again like Peter Pan and walk off and jump into this this giant pile of hay.
Yep.
And Eden wants to light it on fire.
Yeah.
She wants to take it a little step further.
Everyone else just kind of brushes that off.
Right.
Because they're not doing that.
Right.
But
But Eden turns evil pretty quickly.
What do you think of Eden?
I have mixed feelings.
Yeah.
She's not as good as Micah because she's not So this is my problem with Eden. She's a little too know-it-all, smartass, smarmy, and I really wanted someone to punch her in the face.
Yep. Hi, Bo.
Eden. Where's everybody? Where's the reporter? Sheila Boyce.
Who?
The reporter? From Omaha? You were supposed to pick her up.
She never showed. Guess something more important must have come up.
Did she?
Doesn't really matter anymore, Bo. It's over.
For someone as young as she is, she wouldn't be as
bold,
knowledgeable, worldly, bold, assertive like she is. Like
she talks like an adult.
What it is it just reminded me that it was a movie where she was given a script and lines to read.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, there's no way that a child would actually talk like that.
And she's not, I mean, unless you go with the interpretation that she's possessed by the entity, because that's how you get Eli from part 3.
Right.
And some of the other entries, the kids are like Ezekiel in part 5. It's like, often they do the thing where the entity goes into a kid and that explains why the kid's acting like an adult.
Yeah.
But I didn't get that sense here.
They never really, they kind of made it clear that that's not what was happening with her.
But she goes from being an innocent kid, like the switch almost feels too extreme.
Yeah.
Like I get that she was a part of this horrific thing that happened and it kind of matured her a little bit. But then she just suddenly acts like a cold-hearted killer.
Yeah,
Like,
I got
it's
the sense that
so quick.
I got the sense that like the corn was like her protector through all of this.
Yeah.
And that's why when they're doing the town meeting and they're voting to basically slash and burn all the corn, that she gets so riled up about it.
Yeah.
Right?
She's a good place holder for Isaac, but I don't think she's a replacement for Isaac.
Yeah.
And I like Micah better because I think Micah's more charming.
Yeah, he's just fun.
But Micah's the one that Micah can blend in. Eden doesn't really blend in because she's acting like a little monster.
Yeah.
And like all of her dialogue is so matter of fact. So she keeps saying this fucked up shit, but she says it like, yeah, of course we're going to do that.
Like this thing. That was going to use us. Was going to sell our future. So we should cut her head off, right, Bo?
No, Mark, we killed all the adults.
Yeah.
That was your idea, Bo.
Yeah.
Like all the scenes with her and Bo, I just want Bo to punch her in the face.
Yeah.
Because she's acting like such a little evil brat.
Yeah.
And it's like, and it's so like,
I thought their relationship was kind of lacking because I cannot believe that the whole movie goes by and neither one, until the very end, does anything to counter the other. Like, why is Bo just watching all of this happen? Like, she could get up and do something about it. Why is it when they're using the earth mover to like just pour dirt, she doesn't run around and get in that fucking truck? Like, she just stands there like, no.
Yeah, it's funny because the Bo in this one is the way I interpret this was. Could you notice what's not in? You know who's not in this movie? If Eden is Isaac, who are we missing?
There's no like sort of goon character.
Who do you think it is?
In this one?
Yeah.
Well,
I think it's Bo. I think Bo is Malacai because what does Malacai do in the original? Challenges Isaac. What is Bo doing this one?
Yeah,
it's
but-
a different No, I'm just saying it's a different
Yeah.
version because remember they're on the same side.
They do agree on one thing.
Right.
Yeah.
They're on the same side until they aren't.
Yeah.
So I think Bo, they switched her character and made her into like the Malacai character where
That's
she's meant to
interesting.
butt heads with Eden.
I hadn't thought
and
of that.
who does Malacai represent? Malacai represents the older kids and Eden, and so does Bo. Bo is representing the older, like the kids that are a little bit more thinking this out.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of like Bo's side versus Eden's side.
Yeah, if you do think of them all as corn kids, then they all have to have a role.
Yeah.
Whereas when I was watching it, I kind of thought of, you got your corn kids, then you've got Bo's group who are sort of not corn kids.
Yeah.
But you're right. I like that. You know, if you kind of, they're all part of the same group. They all want the same thing, but they do not agree
They're
on
doing
how to
it. Yeah.
achieve
How
that goal,
how
right?
they achieve it. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
different. Yeah. Mark, what would you like to talk about? What do you got?
What else have I got?
You want to talk about the CGI corn monster? because it's wild. It's wild. So they set up, they tease, there's this creature walking around. I mean, you see the shot of the corn, like the CGI corn touching Eden's face. And I kept thinking to myself, I'm like, are they going to go corn monster? Like, we haven't seen corn monster since 3, and you know I love corn monster. Yeah. They go full corn monster, and it is, depending on what you think, I think it's awesome. But if you think it's stupid, I'll agree with you.
I mean, it fits the tone of the movie.
Sure, it's over the top.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a full CGI corn monster running around. There's a whole sequence. The sequence where it's chasing Bo through the cornfield is actually pretty scary.
Yeah.
That was done well.
Like the corn monster in this would not have fit in that.
No, it wouldn't have fit in most of these.
Right. But because this movie
has
already told you, okay, we're going to go, like, none of this is going to be believable. It's going to be ridiculous. When you finally see that thing, you're like, yep, of course. Yeah.
I liked by the end of the movie, Bo is like kind of like an action hero, and she's like kind of fucked up, and like she's kind of been through hell, and she's like covered in blood, and like, and then she has like a final standoff with Bo, and
with Eden.
With Eden. Yeah. Sorry, Bo has a final standoff with Eden.
Yep.
And she's like lighting this. She gets like her badass moment because they set this up, and movies pay off things. Yeah. Everything needs to have a payoff. All right. Don't set it up if you're not going to do anything with it. So they set this up. I don't know if you caught it. Early in the movie, Calder's bitching because they fuck with that car in his field.
Yes.
And one of the kids punctures the gas can. And he's like, like, what the fuck are you doing? Bo drives the car through the field, which then leaks gasoline all over the cornfield. And then what does Bo do?
She lights it.
She lights the fucking thing
I can't
fire.
believe
Awesome.
that Eden would let her have a final cigarette. That's just like classic movie 101.
Yeah, but
Don't do
Eden
that.
acts like a stock horror movie villain
That's
at that
true.
point. So like, like if it were a smarter villain, Eden would have just like shot her Bo in the back of the head, and that would have been done. But
I did think that this one, I'm never going to say that any of these movies suffer from having too much plot, but if there was one that did, it might be this one. The whole idea of Bo trying to put together a mock trial, bring in a bunch of reporters, and then get all the parents together at 10 o'clock at night to sort of put this on TV and show them the error of their ways, only to have Eden just go out there 5 minutes before that and just kill them all instead. It just seemed a little too complicated. I know what they were trying to do.
Well, they had to get a convenient way to get them all in one place.
Yeah.
So.
And then, of course, you alluded to this. How is it that these kids are ever pulling any of this off?
Oh, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, so they had to have it all in one,
Like-
but they kind of gloss over that.
Yeah, like maybe 30 kids on one adult, but you get all the adults out in the street. Once they realize that something's up, they're going to be like, we're not having
Plus
any
the
of this.
local police.
Yeah, they're just going to be like, they're going to put the
Plus
hand on the
local
forehead
police
of the
just
child.
like- yeah.
So I don't know. They, to their credit, they're like, yeah, we're not going to explain it. Just go with it. Yeah.
The ending is utter dog shit. So Bo lights the cornfield on fire, kills the CGI corn monster, and then Eden just like, she's kind of like, fuck, I lost. And then she just walks into the flames, and then it cuts to like the next day, and now the entire field is like charred and burnt to the ground. And then like a clearly possessed Eden walks up behind Bo, and then she says some line, and then like Bo screams, and then my first thought was, oh, it's a dream. It's the false scare. No, it just cuts to credits. That actually happened. What?
But you got to set it up for a sequel.
What the hell is that? Yeah, but what the hell is that? You know how you set it up? Don't do anything.
Just don't.
You know why? Because you don't need to set it up. It's already set up in that it exists. The fact that there was a CGI corn monster means you can do another CGI corn monster, Mark. The fact that, like, you don't need a little stinger. Every one of these tries to do a little fucking stinger.
Jason always has to jump out of the lake and get you in the boat, right?
Right. It has to be. It's like, yeah. Anything else you want to say, Mark?
Some of the kills that you had asked about before, the mom gets ripped in half by the legs by the corn monster. I thought
That was pretty cool.
that was
pretty
neat.
cool, yeah.
I talked about the
look of this movie. It's very in line with modern horror films in that it has that polished digital, super high contrast look.
Yeah.
Like it looks, I don't mind it now as much. I mean, it bothered me before, but this will remind you of, it looks exactly like Silent Night, the remake, Texas Chainsaw 2022, and the Curse and Cult of Chucky films.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They just have that super high detailed, contrasty digital look to them.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying it's bad per se, but it doesn't look filmic.
In a quest to make things as sharp as possible, it almost adds artificial lines to everything. Like everything's just too...
It's what happens when you try to emulate an 80s film look, you get this.
Yeah.
And this is what like polished like horror films look like. They look like this now. Like yeah.
It's not necessary.
It's okay. I just, it's not filmic looking. It's very digital looking. Yeah. So not necessarily bad. I don't have anything else to say. It's not bad.
That's it. Yeah. I mean, would you recommend people watch this one?
It's okay. Yeah. It's okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's wild.
It's something.
Yep.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah.
Let's get to our ranking.
Yep.
Let's wrap this bitch up. We
Yep.
still got a question to answer.
We do.
All right. I will go first here. Here's my ranking of the illustrious Children of the Corn franchise. I'm going from worst to best here. My number 11, Children of the Corn Genesis. I don't care what Mark says. Number 10, Children of the Corn Revelation. Number 9, Children of the Corn 666, Isaac's Return. Number 8, Children of the Corn 4, The Gathering. Number 7, Children of the Corn 5, Fields of Terror. Number 6, Children of the Corn 2009, made for television remake. Number 5, Children of the Corn Runaway. Number 4, Children of the Corn 1984. Number 3, Children of the Corn 2020, the newest remake. Number 2, Children of the Corn 3, Urban Harvest. And number 1, Children of the Corn 2, The Final Sacrifice.
You got it.
Mark.
All right. Starting off at number 11, Children of the Corn Runaway. At number 10, Children of the Corn 666, Isaac's Return. At number 9, Children of the Corn 5, Fields of Terror. Number 8, Children of the Corn, the original from 1984. Number 7, Children of the Corn 3, Urban Harvest. At number 6, Children of the Corn 4, The Gathering. At number 5, Children of the Corn Revelation. Number 4, Children of the Corn 2020 Remake. Number 3, Children of the Corn from 2009. Number 2, Children of the Corn Genesis. You got it. And then right at the top, Children of the Corn, number 2, The Final Sacrifice. Yep.
We did it, buddy.
Yep.
We got through 11 fucking entries, 11 entries to get to this point. Before we get to our question, we're going to answer that in a second. I want to briefly talk about, how does this franchise exist? Who is this for?
Yeah. We've asked this before, but I think in no other franchise does that question seem more relevant than this one.
So I said, the biggest comparison is Hellraiser, is the Hellraiser franchise. Both have 11 entries. Hellraiser, many of those entries were ashcan films. They were made to retain the rights. They bought a script, plugged in the Cenobites, boom, you got a Hellraiser movie. Yep. Pump that fucker out. Got the exact same shit here. This franchise exists because of one greedy fucking company.
Yeah.
And that is Dimension Films. Dimension Films, I looked into them a little bit because I wanted to get some backstory here. Their entire business model was, let's pump out a ton of low budget, niche, targeted audience films straight to video so that we can flood the home video market and then license everything to streaming on television. They were a content producing machine.
Yeah.
That was the whole business model of Dimension Films. And their whole thing was, because when I found out there was 11 entries, I went, okay, so a lot of those entries were them trying to retain the rights. And I go, why? Who cares?
Why does it matter so much to keep hold of this? Yeah.
Why was Children of the Corn so valuable as an IP?
Yeah.
What made that so valuable? And the answer is, it's not that it necessarily was valuable as an IP. It's that it was still making a little bit of money. And Dimension realized that, like Hellraiser and Halloween, that those audiences would keep fucking renting these stupid fucking movies. So they realized, oh, okay, so we will, anytime we want money, we just got to pump another one of these out, and you dumb fucks are going to go to the video store and watch this and go, oh, hey, there's a new Children of the Corn film. And so they were trying to foster these audiences by constantly pumping out fucking sequels. So that's what it was. This was a numbers game. Dimension Films was about volume. It was all quantity, not quality. They don't give a fuck if any of these are good. It was about get another one out.
On the one hand, like, I'm happy for anyone that continues to produce horror movie material, but on the other hand, you're almost destroying it at the same time. Like, you're the worst thing for us, right? Because while yes, you are putting out content, I would rather just have less that's better than the sheer quantity. And you can tell, like, when you're watching one of these movies or any of the other franchises you listed where Dimension was a part of it, there is a decline in the quality, and there's less creativity. Yeah. So I don't know. Yeah.
That's how you get Children of the Corn.
Yep.
But if you are genuinely a fan of Children of the Corn, and I'm actually not going to shit on somebody for this, if you genuinely were a fan of Children of the Corn, you were eating real fucking good for a while through the 90s and early 2000s. Man, were you eating good, because Dimension was pumping out films every 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, if you were the kind of person that was going to like whatever they put out.
That's the no, but the point is, Dimension didn't care about the quality. They cared about you were a fan of the franchise. And they're banking on the fact that you're going to go watch it as long as it's called Children of the Corn blank.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing. The quality doesn't necessarily matter, because if you're actually a Children of the Corn fan, you're probably going to check it out no matter what.
Yeah.
As long
and
as
they know that.
And they know that.
And we're not saying that you are somehow worse. There's franchises that we know we would do the same thing
Right.
for.
Oh, yeah.
Even knowing full well, we'd be like,
it's probably going to disappoint us.
I'm feeding into the very thing, but I can't.
It's hard, right. It's a hard balance between, So Dimension Films, they're scumbags. They no longer exist. So
they are done.
Yeah, well, they were they were a subgroup of the Weinstein Company,
Miramax and Weinstein.
Well, first Miramax, then Weinstein. So, well, I don't think they're around anymore.
That's
Dimension Films is long gone. I have a crazy pitch.
Okay.
I think this is going to come out of left field. I think Children of the Corn should be rebooted as a video game series.
Oh,
hear me out.
You could do a horror video game series with this.
Bingo.
Yeah.
What is the number one thing these movies are really good at? Atmosphere.
Yep.
They are extremely good at creating a creepy setting. These creepy seemingly abandoned towns, these ghost towns full of these satanic cults running around. There's like weird corn demons coming out of the corn. What is happening? This series would work so well as a series of survival horror games, and they kind of made it. It's called Silent Hill. If you're familiar with the Silent Hill series, there are so many weird allusions between those two series. So many of these entries, I kept picturing moments in the Silent Hill games and went, fuck, this is like Silent Hill. Fuck, this is... I looked it up. There's no connection.
Silent Hill's a bit more modern, right? Like it's not as...
Silent Hill's from the 90s.
No, but I mean, like the setting is a bit more
well,
urban.
it's from the town of Silent Hill, which is just like this, like, it's not, it's a little bit more urban. You're right, but it's not necessarily, it's not a metropolis.
The idea is still the same.
It's
right?
a small town. It's the town of Silent Hill is a small town in the middle of nowhere that kind of exists in nowhere. It's like it's everywhere and nowhere at the same time.
They replace corn with fog.
Yeah, and and simple as this, just make Gatlin Silent Hill.
Yeah.
And Gatlin is this town that exists outside of time and space. And you and your friends are driving along, and suddenly you're now in the town of Gatlin.
Right.
And all the people are acting strange, and there's no adults around, and we've got a weird satanic cult running around, and there's weird fucking religious iconography everywhere. It's like, this is made for a survival horror game.
Imagine getting to run around with a big scythe.
Well, imagine getting chased by children with scythes. It's like, that's scary. Yeah. So I think they should reboot this franchise as a survival horror franchise.
There you go. Anybody looking to invest some money?
It's an interesting idea.
Yep.
I think it's already there, man. I think this would work really well as a survival horror series.
But don't do any more movies.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything more to mine. I don't think there's any really like unless you're gonna go like 2 and 3 and just go really ham and over the top. It's pointless.
Yeah.
There's nothing left. I don't think there's any interesting stories left to tell.
Didn't need 11.
No,
probably
didn't need
even
5.
need 3 of them.
Didn't really need 5. So that's my pitch. Make it into a survival horror game. But now we have a question to answer.
We do.
Mark, what is your favorite group of corn cult kids in the Children of the Corn films?
So I got a bit of a cheat because I got 2.
Okay.
The first one you're not going to like, so I've got another one to sort of back it up. The first one is Genesis because there really isn't. It's just
I
one
was gonna
kid.
say there's no There's no kids.
Because again, I can't stand the kids in these movies. I think they're pointless. So the fact that this one just didn't have any, I was like, yeah.
Yeah, so that was originally my worst.
Yeah.
That was going to be my worst, but I went, but it's not even, there's not even any kids in it,
Yeah.
so it felt like a cheat. I thought you were going to agree with me and be like, oh, that's the worst, but it's also a cheat.
I figured that's probably not a fair shake.
No.
So I would say my favorite group's probably these ones.
The Eden-led group from Children of the Corn 2020.
They all seem to like get right into it, and there's less kids just kind of standing around like there are in so many of these other ones.
They flesh them out a little bit more.
Yeah.
You get a little bit more dialogue from the side characters. The kids talk to each other a little bit more.
Yeah.
Eden is kind of she's an okay little creepy evil leader.
Yeah.
They were my close second.
Like there was the one scene where like who's the we forgot to talk about this when we talked about it, but when they were in the sheriff's office and a lot of the parents are in the prison, and then the one hero guy, you think he's going to be the hero of the movie, he decides now's the moment. I'm going to get up. He gets up to go and get like the keys to the handcuff, and one of the kids just right behind him just smacks him right in the back.
I think it's Calder. I think Calder does it.
Yeah, and kills him, and it's like, oh, you're done. But what I mean to say is,
blunt.
Is that all of a sudden a kid that you just thought was going to be a background kid? Nope, they're all involved.
Yeah.
They're all implicit in this. So I was like, all right, they're not just background scenery the way that in so many of these movies that they were.
Yeah,
yeah.
They're not bad.
Yeah,
they're
Yourself?
not bad.
Yep.
My best. I got it. I'm going to be very basic. Got to go the original.
Yeah.
This is my favorite group of corn cult kids.
Yeah.
Now, is Isaac more interesting than Micah? No, I like Micah better. But there's something magical about these two in particular.
I think that's
just
it.
something
It's
iconic.
those two.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily the side kids around them, but that image on your shirt, when I think Children of the Corn, you said, close your eyes, picture Children of the Corn. I picture that. I picture this enigmatic little creepy kid that's like the boy preacher leader. Mm-hmm. And maybe it's Isaac, maybe it's Ezekiel, but it's always the prototype is Isaac. And John Franklin is just like it or love it or hate it. He is the face of this franchise. It's always going to be that way. And I always think of him with like that tough guy sidekick. Yeah. And for me, the best one is Malacai.
For he has great power, even greater than that of the Blue Man.
The Blue Man! Yes, the Blue Man!
And just as the Blue Man was offered up unto him, so shall be the unbelievers.
Make sacrifice unto him. Bring him the blood of the Outlander.
Praise God! Praise the Lord! 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 Praise God!
Yeah, I just couldn't separate those two on their own. I had to say, like, which entire group? That's kind of what my take was on it.
Totally see you on that one.
Yeah.
So, like, I wanted to give it to 2, but the other kids, with the exception of Micah, are kind of whatever. Like, Mordecai is just a Malacai. It's just literally a derivative.
Yeah. And a lot of those kids are just background scenery.
Yeah, a lot of those kids don't really do much other than walk around and kind of like smile and laugh at shit. So I gotta go with the original. Like, I'm always gonna picture them when I think of, if I think of the definitive Children of the Corn, like the Children of the Corn, the definitive corn cult kids.
Yeah.
It's Isaac and Malacai's group.
I would agree.
That's my number one. Yeah. My worst group. Mark, you go first. I'm so curious if we have the same.
Yep.
No, we're not gonna have the same one because I think you liked this movie.
My least favorite is the ones from Children of Corn 3 Urban Harvest. Because I kind of alluded to this.
The inner city ones.
I'm like, there's no way these kids in a matter of like 2 hours are going to flip to absolutely becoming. Now, yes.
The way the lore explains
yes,
it.
they ate some goofy corn or something, and now they're all possessed.
Well, they're just all brainwashed. Yeah. They're not actual true believers in the religion. They're just brainwashed.
Which I think just takes so much out of what makes the corn kids cool,
believable.
In the first place.
Like, the idea that they worship an evil entity that's actually real.
Yeah, they're not brainwashed. They're just.
They're actually like worshiping at some like Lovecraftian demigod.
But it's against their will. They've eaten something now. And
so they're all just brainwashed.
I was like,
they look funny.
Yeah,
the shots of them,
and most of them aren't kids.
They're all high school kids.
Well, but like Charlize Theron in that one.
No, she was like a teenager, I think. Yeah, they're all like, no, that one's not so bad.
Wasn't it also some of the people from the church that joined him as well? So it wasn't.
No, it was no. But they were all from the high school. Remember, the high school has a church.
Yeah, that's
so.
True.
I think the funniest. There's a couple of funny shots with them, but like the shots of them all in black. And Eli, the little like boy Eli's their leader, and they're like in church, like mean mugging this poor priest trying to give his sermon is pretty funny.
But they don't even really do anything with them because it's so late in the movie that he actually brings them in.
Yeah.
So by then
they don't really serve much.
They're not even really in it.
And I think the perfect example of how useless they are is when I forgot to mention this when I was talking about 3 when. I think it's Joshua. When Joshua and Eli, the two brothers, have their little showdown. Yeah. Joshua, I think he punches Eli, and then all of the corn cult members are just standing there like they're not doing anything. And I'm like, shouldn't you be trying to protect your leader?
Shouldn't you jump in there and help him out?
But then out of nowhere, one of them does, and he's just like, and it's so he does this pathetic swing with the scythe, and then Joshua just like fucks him up and gets him out of the way, and that's it. Because if they actually all just surrounded Joshua, that's the end of the movie.
Right.
You'd think they would use their numbers, but they don't. Yeah. I don't remember. There is also, I forget how this plays out, but there's a funny scene where the bully of the school goes to confront Eli and is basically just like, man, fuck you and your corn cult worshippers, fuck all you loser, you poser assholes. Yeah. And something happens where I think he tries to kick Eli's ass, but then the corn cult, they fuck him up or something.
Oh, I don't remember.
Something happens with that. I forget how this plays out, but it is actually a pretty funny moment. It's just a funny, little showdown. Yeah. So. But they're not the worst, Mark.
No? Okay.
The absolute worst fucking corn cult kids in the Children of the Corn franchise is without a doubt those fucking ghost kids from Children of the Corn Revelation.
Yeah. Okay.
Fuck those kids. Any time you do the creepy kids cliche, you've lost me.
Yeah.
Fuck these stereotypical, basic bullshit horror movie monsters. It's such a boring trope. I fucking hate these kids. They have no personality. None of them stand out. There's no Isaac. There's no Malacai. There's no nothing. It's just the whole movie is just a bunch of ghost kids running around going, hee, 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 hee. Ha, 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 ha. And then they're doing weird shit, playing hopscotch and pentagrams. It's all imagery. They don't do anything.
One of them plays with her Palm Pilot for a minute. I don't know if you remember that scene. She gives the kid, I think the girl, her organizer, and she's, I
don't even remember
why
this.
do you?
I don't remember this. Yeah. But the ghost children are given zero development because they're just ghosts. They're not anything. They're just phantoms. They have no personality. And the entire movie, all they're doing is just doing little creepy kid bullshit that you've seen in any other horror movie. Yeah. There's nothing that screams Children of the Corn to these kids. Nothing makes me think of them like that. They just seem like phantom ghost kids running around a haunted hotel.
Yeah, they only I only gave them a marginal bump just because I wasn't sure throughout the movie if they were real or not. But once you realize that they are just ghosts, you're right.
They just suck. And
becomes
then at one point their like leader shows up and it's like just some random boy and they dub his voice with some stupid like deep adult voice that's like, follow us.
Give yourself. It's his will.
So that's it then.
Join us.
You can't escape, or I don't even remember the character's name from.
Where have you been all this time?
Yeah, like who are you? Yeah. What? Yeah, no, fuck those ghost kids. Yeah, the ghost kids from Revelation can fuck right off. Yeah. I hate that trope of creepy kids in horror movies.
Just for the sake of creepy kids.
It's so overused.
Yeah.
It's so overused. Yeah. And it's always the thing where it's like they're doing something weird and then you go to talk to them and then they just run away.
Yeah.
And it's like, chase them down and punch them. Like, make them explain what the hell they are. Like, don't let them just like run away. Yeah. Like, no, fuck that. Yeah. And there you go. There you have it. We did all motherfucking 11 entries of Children of the Corn, baby. Whoo! This is destined to be our worst viewed episode.
No one's gonna watch this
time. Yeah, Children of the Corn.
The amount of time we spent recording it will exceed the amount of time
the total
runtime.
Yeah, that's right. The total runtime. Yeah. So this was my pick.
Yep.
We are nearing the end of the year. Mm-hmm. We're getting close to the end. We're gonna try and get one more on the books before the end of the year, but
I think we can.
We're going to try. Don't get your hopes up.
Yeah.
We'll see. But before we get to that, thank you for watching. Thank you for listening or watching us on YouTube, however you consume /cinema. Please like and subscribe the video or maybe even give us a review on Spotify. You can review us on Spotify. Nobody's done that yet. And please leave comments.
We love your comments.
We do.
We talk about them once you post them. It just gives us, reinforces that you like what
you're
we're
paying
doing.
attention.
Yep.
Yeah.
Even if you don't like something that we've said,
most of the time you don't. Most of the time you don't. Yeah.
We don't like what we've said either, so don't worry about it.
One of the things, we haven't started this yet, but I would like to see comment with your ranking.
Yeah. Tell us what you think.
Yeah. Like if you've seen some of these, maybe you don't have to, I don't expect you to watch all 11. I mean, we watch it so you don't have to, but if you've seen some of these franchises, please throw in some of your rankings. Very rarely do I see people doing this.
Yep.
I would love to see some of this. I'm going to try to come up with something in the future where we can do some sort of poll system for the audience. I haven't quite figured it out yet.
So they can vote and see which one comes
Yeah.
out on top? That's cool.
I'll see what I can come up with later on. But throw in some of your own rankings. Yep. But we're going to...
And bring on the Genesis hate. I'm ready.
Please dunk on him for that one. All right. Honestly, I wish we could just do Children of the Corn again and just do it all over again, Mark. But we have to do another entry. We're going to try to do it before the end of the year. But in case we don't manage to pull that off, please don't hold a grudge against us.